Trustees. May I have the roll call, please, Ms. Marie?
Member Dwin?
Here.
President Dice?
Present.
Member Ash?
Present.
Member Kent Ash?
just Ash.
Member Pats?
Present.
And Member Affelt's on his way. He's going to be a few minutes late. Now please ask everyone to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right. This evening, we're now moving on to item C, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes proposed or otherwise this evening? Can I get a motion to proceed as printed?
I move.
Second.
Great. First, motion and a second. Any objections to that? All right, we'll carry on. We actually are now honored to have item D, honoring Mary Esther Augustine. We do have that item this evening. And we're going to start.
Yes, it's a pleasure this evening to honor an individual that has provided incredible, remarkable service to the school district for many, many years. I, of course, just met Mary Esther when I came in 2008. And she was I know at that time very involved with working with our students, particularly around encouraging them to apply for and continue their education in four-year colleges and universities. But those who have known Mary Esther for longer than that know that she has provided invaluable service and made contributions to the district in the many roles that she had served in over her 40 plus years, 45 plus years to the district. So at this point, I think it's very appropriate that the board and all of us applaud and recognize Mary Esther for her all of her services to the district.
Well, just real briefly before, we'd love to hear from you. The board on this past Friday evening at our at a special board meeting did pass resoundingly a resolution number 21, 2013-2014, recognizing the contributions of Mary Esther Augustine, whereas Mary Esther Augustine has devoted 45 years of her educational career to the district, and whereas Mary Esther Augustine has held high academic, social, and professional expectations for students, and whereas Mary Esther Augustine encouraged and supported involvement of parents and community to create a sense of family, and whereas Mary Esther Augustine, through education, has inspired innovation to promote equity in ending racist and classist practices. And whereas Mary Esther Augustine made herself available to parents, staff, and community members to express and integrate their ideas to improve the district. And whereas for all these reasons and many more, the Emory Unified School District is indebted to Mary Esther Augustine and thank her for all that she has accomplished. And now be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Emory Unified School District hereby recognizes Mary Esther Augustine for her professionalism, sense of community, compassion, and dedication in teaching generations of children in the Emeryville community, and wishes Mrs. Augustine good fortune in her next endeavors. So with that, I did want to, before you come up, maybe just, I have more words. I have a few words that I wanted to share in terms of reflection, and then perhaps if there's other comments from the board, and then if you wouldn't mind, please coming to the podium and be recognized. One thing that I missed out on saying on Sunday evening was the fact that so many paths, because of you, I'm where I am from a career standpoint and here on this board, and you just reminded me of those. you just really brought it home for me on Sunday. So as a student here, Mrs. Augustine was essential to my going to the four-year college specifically where I attended. And with that, I came back home, was always interested in community service, and she said, "You want a tutor? You want a mentor?" And I was like, "Sure." I think it was here at this school site, and after that, somebody saw me and said, "You want to apply for the school board?" Sure, why not? And so it's been with that I've sat not only even with my intern position at Chiron at the time. Same person. I look back, it's still Mrs. Augustine. It had so much to do with it. And it's just so powerful for me to know that you've always been there for students, a child like myself, and still a child. And I still look to you. And it's quite phenomenal to have such a strong woman be part of the fabric of the school and definitely of this community for all the children that you've helped and all the families that you've supported over the years. And all roads of my success lead back to you, and I really appreciate everything. And I still look to you for everything. So I just wanted to appreciate you publicly and in front of the TV camera and as well, just so you know that your legacy is tremendous, and it just trickles down just as it's supposed to. So I just wanted to really appreciate that what you've done for me personally. So I had to say that. Please.
Well, Ms. Augustine, I want to thank you for your commitment to this district, the commitment to the children and families that you have been a part of for decades and for years and for many, many years. And even your support of me when I first came on the board, you were very supportive, and I still remember that, and I appreciate it. And I don't know what it is about retirement, but I mean, I'm looking here. Actually, you look about 10 years younger than you did before you retired. You look very, very well. You look excellent. So thank you for all your work, and continue to come back and see us sometime.
Ms. Augustine, I haven't had the pleasure of meeting you, but your reputation precedes you, and I'm really honored to be sitting on the board at a time where we get to honor you. And if you could produce one Melody Dice, you've done a life's work. But fortunately, you've produced many, many Melody Dices over the course of your career. So thank you for your service.
Go. I also have not had the pleasure of meeting you or working with you, but at our last meeting, just hearing everything that both Melody and Miguel had to say about you, you sound like a wonderful woman, and sounds like the district was very, very lucky to have you. And I wish you lots of fun and excitement in your retirement.
And I'm sad that I did not get a chance to know you and that you are retiring. So I want to be the first one to say, retirement's overrated. You should stick with the district for a while. So, and thank you for your service. And I was overwhelmed hearing all the things that you had accomplished, and it was very touching. And so I'll hand it back to Melody and say thank you.
And just one note that with her permission, I did initiate a scholarship in her honor through the Emory Ed Fund. So there will be opportunity for people to support students in their development as was done for me, and as I continue to hope to do for others. But through Mrs. Augustine's, she's willingly accepted being named as the Mary Esther Augustine Scholarship, and so that has started, or that's been initiated, and I just want to thank you again for allowing us to honor you and continue to honor you, as well as support additional students or more students to come. So if you wouldn't mind coming up perhaps to the podium and giving us a few words of encouragement we need.
Let's see if I remember my protocol. President of the board, board members, administrators, and present people. It is with sadness, but oh, I wouldn't give it up for anything, to have this moment to transition from my years with Emory into my future. Emory has been so much in terms of fulfillment on a personal level, on an educational level, and a spiritual level. I came from a very upper middle class school district where I was the first African American high school teacher and counselor, Castro Valley Unified School District. I had every intention of returning to Castro Valley while I was on maternity leave when the superintendent's secretary, and the superintendent then was Higday, had his secretary to call me and to ask me to come in. I had no idea of what it really was they wanted. He wanted Emory Unified School District to be integrated not only with the students but the faculty. And so I became the first African American counselor for females. We had an African American counselor for males. And so that is how I got here, and I promised that I would remain as long as I could as a caretaker of that vision of a diversified, egalitarian, forward-moving district. I've seen so much, but what I have seen has made me humbled. The indomitable spirit of this district, the willingness to step back and to try again and to keep trying until you get it right. And that is what I think the board has. It has maintained that, okay, we can get it right, and we will get it right. As long as you can say, okay, I made a mistake. I hired that Mary Esther Augustine, but you say, we can do better. We will show her how to be an Emory person. And it happened. So much, so many stories, but the stories that I keep close to me are the stories of the students. I know we're made up of administrators, teachers, consultants. We're made of classified, certificated, but the most precious, the lives of the students. If we can make a difference in one student's life, in one family's hope, we have made one more person available to say, I can rise above whatever circumstances I was born into. I can even improve upon the circumstances and opportunities that I was born into. Because not all of our students were helpless. We had some strong middle-class students who needed sometimes more guidance than the other students who were trying to understand what is this American promise. But our job, your job, and your job is never lose sight of who you're in business for, and make education not only a business so that it'll run right and profit, but make it a soulful experience so you'll have a whole person coming out. Emory gave me the opportunity to contribute. I am so blessed, and I have stayed young because of the energy that has poured to me. And you do. Give it out, and you will get it back so much. Thank you for allowing me to, and may you continue on your road, because you're really good, decent people who want to be what is needed to make this district a district of service to students first and to families second. Thank you, thank you.
Oh, don't go away.
I'm still working on mine. Believe me, I am. I'm still working on mine, but what I wanted to do was present you a copy of that same resolution framed for you to take home with you and hang on your wall, and just thank you again so much.
This will be in my bedroom. Only a few people are allowed there. Now we have the board. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Augustine.
Okay, thank you, and if there's members of the public that wish to make comments to Mrs. Special Mary Esther Augustine, please do so at this time. Thank you. And my mic wasn't on, but you go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ingrid Eliason. I'm a teacher librarian at Annie Yates Elementary School, and it's my pleasure to say that my entire career, tonight I'm not going to cry, tonight I can actually speak. So it's my pleasure to say my entire career is because of this wonderful lady, Mary Esther Augustine. Now I'm going to start. 20 years ago in August, I was interviewed by Mary Esther Augustine and then Superintendent Dr. J.L. Handy for a position as 6th grade English social studies teacher. And never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it would lead me to this place here today. And it's all thanks to this lady, to her guidance, to her love, to her devotion to me and other teachers and students and members of the Emeryville community. This wonderful woman has devoted her entire professional career to our district. There is nothing I can say to express how much admiration, love, and devotion I have for her. And I want to say to you, Mary Esther, thank you for everything you have done for Emory Unified School District, Emeryville students, Emeryville teachers, and Emeryville parents. Thank you, my darling woman, and I hope you really enjoy that well-earned retirement that you're finally going to get to enjoy. Thank you very much.
Juliet Dunn, Wellness Director, quick. Gates Millennium Scholar, 6 incentive awards or more to UC Berkeley. A lot of things people don't understand or don't remember that she did. Nobody else was there. Having the first college the historically black colleges come year after year after year signing up our students. That was Mary Esther Augustine, period.
Dawn Turner, Anna Yates Elementary School teacher. You know, we could go on and on about Mary Esther. 45 years doing the work that I think a lot of people would have given up on or retired from at least 20 years ago. I just want to share with you just the extent of Mary's reach. Just recently, this past Saturday, she was giving out scholarships through her sorority. So her work never ends. And I know even though she's retired, so to speak, she will continue to see that children are headed to college and that she follows up with them as well. So I think we cannot give her enough accolades. We love her. We've always appreciated all the work that she's done for our students and family. And she's been supportive to everyone. Thank you, Mary.
Any other public comments? Well, by no means is it over, but know that we do plan to continue to honor you through the awarding of scholarships for deserving students as we go on, and truly appreciate all the remarkable work that you've done, and you are truly a phenomenal woman. So I am honored to be president at this time, to even deliver that message to you. It's completely full circle in so many ways, and I'm thoroughly excited about our continued friendship and family, our familyship. So with that, we'll conclude this part of the agenda, but again, just thank you so much, and appreciate your being here this evening for our ability to honor you. So thank you again. And we'll now move on to item E, public comment. If there's members of the public that wish to address the board on items not covered on this evening's agenda, this is that opportunity to do so.
I would like to address the board on an item that's kind of covered on this evening's agenda, but the problem is I can't stay until the time period that you're going to be covering it. So if it's permissible, could I speak to that? It's basically kind of under the umbrella of LCAP. Would that be all right?
Go for it.
Okay. I gave all of you this, and basically I'm going to read it to you. And I practiced my speed reading, so I'm going to do it in 3 minutes or less. Good evening, honorable members of the board. What are the facts about physical education at Annie Yates? Students receive less than 60 minutes of PE per week supervised by a non-credentialed classified employee. This classified employee is often required to supervise recess and PE classes simultaneously. PE classes are usually structured like recess. Students are given free play time. PE classes cannot be included in instructional minutes because no credentialed instructor is teaching. Classroom teachers do not have time or training to teach their students PE. Students and teachers have been injured due to the lack of appropriate training for instruction of PE. What would hiring a full-time credentialed physical education teacher accomplish? A PE teacher would provide all students high-quality, comprehensive, and developmentally appropriate physical education, provide all teachers time for preparation, collaboration, and professional development for Common Core, increase ADA through improvement of student health and attendance, increase enrollment and retention. Parents and students place high value on physical education. Increase student academic performance. Studies have shown that students who regularly participate in PE concentrate better and improve their impulse control, on-task behavior, and self-concept. Why should hiring a full-time credentialed PE teacher be first priority? PE is a core subject. It is a state-required adopted course of study, just like English, math, social studies, science, visual, and performing arts. PE must be taught by a credentialed teacher in order to be included in the calculation of total instructional minutes. Regular participation in a high-quality PE program will help increase academic performance of Annie Yates students as they face the challenging demands of the Common Core state standards. A PE teacher will provide all teachers time to focus on preparation, collaboration, and professional development for Common Core, and relieve them of the additional responsibility of planning and providing their students PE and of participating in PE professional development. Currently on staff at Annie Yates is a fully credentialed PE teacher whose experience teaching PE at ESS uniquely qualifies him for the position. His reassignment would come at no additional cost to the district. Thus, I respectfully request you reconsider your decision for funding this position. Annie Yates has been out of compliance with California Ed Code for required courses of study, grades 1 through 6, for nearly a decade. Noncompliance for the provision of physical education creates a significant exposure to litigation, including initiation of the coordinated compliance review process and personal injury litigation. To fully comply with California Ed Code 51210, Anna Yates requires a full-time credentialed PE teacher to provide a high-quality, comprehensive, and developmentally appropriate PE program. On behalf of the students, parents, and teachers of Anna Yates, I thank you for your reconsideration.
Thank you, Ms. Eliason. Are there any other public comments that are items that are not on the agenda this evening, covered on the agenda this evening? Good evening, Mr. Donahue.
Well, that was kind of a blockbuster, so I expect we'll be hearing more about what the previous speaker just said, I presume, moving forward. I'm here for a different reason. To start off with, as I told you last time I spoke to you, I welcomed our new school board member, Mr. Patz, and since he has not been here to witness what's happened over the last couple of years, I'm going to spend several of these public comment periods bringing Mr. Patz up to speed about, sort of the history about the school district, school board, as the way I see it. But first, I want to deviate for a moment. Last time I spoke, I had a problem with something that the school board was doing, or a district, and school board member Affelt, among other things, called me a bully. I've been called this by several board members over the years, in public and in private. And so I brought with me here tonight Webster's New World Dictionary. We're going to look up the word bully. So pardon me for those who know what the word means, but bear with me, please. Apparently school board members don't know what it means. Here's what it means. Here's the English word bully. A person who hurts, frightens, or tyrannizes over those who are smaller or weaker. Okay, so there's two components of this word. Somebody that hurts people and tyrannizes people. Somebody that's mean. Now you could say that I have been mean to the four of you. You could make a legitimate argument, I think, even though I wouldn't characterize it as mean, but that's a reasonable argument. But the problem is the second part of the word bully that must be applicable, or else you shouldn't use the word. And that is somebody that's strong being mean to somebody that's weak. So there's implicit in the word, and it's critical. You have to have this, it's a power relationship. So who's strong here and who's weak? Well, I'm a parent and a resident, a citizen, and that's it. And what you people are is you're essentially government officials, elected officials. You wield power. You have power. You are strong. So it's impossible, by definition, for me to bully you. Like I said, I could be mean, maybe, perhaps, but I can't bully you. You could, however, bully me, because you're strong and I'm weak. And I feel like I have been bullied by you from time to time over the years. But I'm not complaining about that. I can take it. It's fine. Although, it's sort of not very nice to bully parents and, citizens. But I can't do that. It's not reciprocal. I cannot do that to you.
Don't take this as bullying, but you're out of time.
Okay. I think you should use the English language the way it's supposed to be used. I'll talk next session. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments on items that are not covered on the agenda this evening? All right. Thank you for what's been presented. We'll now move on to reports. Do we have representative from CSEA? Member from ETA?
Good evening, President Dice, board members. Dawn Turner, President of Emory Teachers Association. Just have a couple items to share with you tonight. I failed to bring to your attention last year a program that 8th graders participated in through the Y in Berkeley. It's through their Youth Institute. It is a digital arts program. Students spend a week camping first, and then they go back to the Y and spend time developing magazines and other digital arts, short films. There are quite a number of activities. And so it's an application process. There are 25 slots. Last year I had 5 students that participated. This year I have 6. It is really phenomenal. The kids look forward to it. I have them fill out their applications, and then I check over it with them so that they stand a really good chance of being chosen. And so out of 25, like I said, 6 were chosen. And Pega, who is the coordinator for the Institute, always emails me or comes to see me because she wants to include Emory students. She says she feels like they're left out quite a bit. So I just wanted to let you know that we extend our reach beyond our own borders and to our neighbors in order to help our students. I also passed on the actual application to Ms. Dice, so I'm sorry I don't have an electronic form, but so you guys can see exactly what's entailed. So, and the real wonderful caveat is the kids get a $300 stipend at the end of the program, so they're ecstatic about it. All right, so that's it. As far as my students, I have a real time tooting my own horn. And so I don't share with you much what I do for students because it's just not comfortable. I think it's a cultural thing. It's not comfortable for us. That's why Mary Esther isn't comfortable with any presentations because it's more of a cultural thing I've come to realize in the last couple of months as I twisted her arm to do a couple of things with her. I also wanted to make note of Dan Fleming's retirement at the end of this month on the 30th. It becomes official. ETA could not talk him into any type of party, gathering of any kind. It's a cultural deal for him as well. But what we're going to do is donate to heifer.com, which is an organization that gives animals to third world countries and families so that they can improve their lives. We're going to donate $200 in his name. So we think that that is befitting of Dan. It stands for who he is. As both teacher and person. And I just want to thank Ms. Dice for initiating Mary's scholarship because I think that is truly befitting of her. It speaks to her work and what she stands for. And that is my... I actually saw him the week after we got out of school. I can't remember the exact date. He's making it, but he's not looking as strong as we'd like him to. So, but up until the very last day, the kids were asking about him and for him.
Great, thank you.
And what's that website again? If we wanted to,
if you want to
join,
donate,
yeah.
heifer.com. Like Kyle. Oh, is it org? Okay, .org. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So his favorite charity is heifer.org, that one. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner.
All right. I'm sorry. Representative from Aniates PTO. Representative from Aniates SSC. Hey, good evening. I think this is our section, right? This is our section. Yes. And you have a, do you have a display anything or?
No, I'm not a.
Okay.
Not a display.
Just to make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna. There are 2 parts to the site plan. One which is written and was distributed. Did you guys get a copy? And another part which could not be written yet, but I'll explain that later. I'll start with the part that's written. First, I need to acknowledge Ms. Eliason for her leadership for the whole SSC in writing the plan. I also need to acknowledge all of the teachers that really stepped up. I've never written a site plan before, and so they basically, in terms of doing all the research, writing the sections, really getting into the nitty-gritty, giving me all of the information as far as what academic data and testing data and financial data to request. Pretty much all of that came from them, so I have to publicly acknowledge them. Their names are listed in the report. The first part, the goal is that all students will be provided with high-quality instruction to meet the Common Core state standards. There's been a lot of talk about that, so we looked at 2013 adequate yearly report status, adequate yearly progress report, the STAR test results, the CELD results, and redesignation rates. We did find that we were not up to standard on the AYP results and some of the other measures. One of the things that the Site Council would like to do is to perform more of a oversight role, meaning monitoring. Apparently, staff does do quite a bit of testing already. It's built in. But there's not as much monitoring and reporting on those specific things on a daily, monthly basis. Obviously, those are duties for the teachers, for the superintendent and the principal. One of the things that we'd like to do is get input first from the superintendent. We don't have a principal yet, but we will over the summer. Get direct input prior to the year on what they feel the academic data that we should be tracking is. Once they say what the academic data that we should be tracking, we want to set a date for the release of that academic data well in advance, say 3 to 6 months in advance. This is so that parents, teachers, staff members, high-level administrators are all on the same page. One of the things that structurally, and I'm not sorry for anything that I said last Friday, but it's unfortunate that it came out in a tense moment. If 1 or 2 people are responsible for academic data and other people interpret it to be release late problems, the only way to criticize the problem, because we're such a small district, is basically to criticize one person. If everyone's agreed upon what the data is, when it's going to be released, when we're going to review it, if there's a problem, it ends up being a group problem instead of 1 or 2 people's problems, which solves a lot of downfall in the aftermath. So we want to get away from being in situations where one person is responsible for things that really quite a lot of people have input into, because it causes a lot of problems. And then it's who said who did what, who let know. And that becomes negative. So we want to avoid that. Same thing with financial data, budget data. We want to have dates so that we have limited financial staff. So we want to let them know 3 to 6 months before we want to report what report we want, when we want it, why, who it's going to be. That way it's not a stressor. If they don't decide to wait to the last minute to do it, that's on them. But at least we've given them the fair notice. Also, we want those dates to be well in advance of things being due. So those due dates, and this is where we would get input. If it's better for staff to do it in December or January or February, but at the latest we want those to come out by February. That way you have March and April to review them so that timely recommendations can be made to the board on each issue and so that everyone's included in the process. And so that's something that we have to meet with the superintendent, the principal, the budget, the staff members and say, what's best for you? This is what we need. And that'll cut out a lot of tension come the end of the year. And the same thing with academic data. The second one, we wanted to implement a school-wide intervention program for CCSS. We set out, this is prior to Superintendent Rubio being publicly named or really getting into the fold. It seems like he's already jumped on the ball. So these are one of those things where we have some ideas, but obviously we want his ideas. We just want to make sure that we know what those ideas are and that we're all putting energy into those ideas. So we anticipate making changes to this document. This document is a solid document that could be submitted, but we anticipate making a number of changes, particularly in the psychological area, in the discipline area, in the health and human spirit area, and adopting those probably at the first SSC meeting in September. So that will be a revised report. You know, we want to make sure that that gets done before the school year jumps off. If I go to the second page, let's see, developing a master schedule. This is a particular sticking point across quite a wide variety of teachers and even some students. Schedule at Anna Yates does determine a lot. So it is not an inconsequential, it's almost like a hidden instructor, right? So having schedules that teachers have a lot of input in, having schedules that allow specialty teachers like art teachers to know when certain age groups are coming into their classroom. For instance, if an art teacher doesn't know if every day of the month it's a different set of people coming in at a different time, it's kind of hard for them to prep for the day because she may not have prep time for all of those switches. But that's just one example, but that's something that I kind of found throughout. I think that teachers have stepped up and made some proposals in that area. I'm sure that there'll be some changes, but I would hope that the superintendent, the principal, and the teachers will be able to come together and come up with a scheduling philosophy because it's impossible to implement certain things if the scheduling is off. Grade level teams meeting regularly. I think that's something that's commonly done. Let's see. Monitor CSS intervention. I'll go to the third page. All students will show constant growth academically, socially, demonstrating the ability to think critically, be kind, understand self-awareness, be successful, be aware of personal culture, and take personal responsibility. This is where we're looking at discipline data, suspensions, physical fitness, social, cultural, emotional health, and how all of those things fit together. There have been different initiatives. I don't know that parents as a group have ever been presented with the health initiatives. There are substantial health initiatives that individually or for particular students that have needs, and people are doing an excellent job. So I don't want to imply that a good job is not being done. But it's not, there's been no coordinated effort as you walk in the door to say, oh, okay, your kid has this particular issue. We actually have someone on staff that can maybe guide you through this issue. It would only be after you've been identified or maybe you've been active that you would find out. And so what we want to do is, and this goes for a lot of areas, we want to have a plan, a packet, a presentation for parents that gets presented in the beginning part of the year. We also want to utilize, parents really like the plays, the presentation, events where their kids perform something are very well attended, and parents are the most positive that, as far as if I could measure when the best time, when they're in the best mood about the school, right after their kid performs for Martin Luther King Day or Jesus Chavez, that's when they're in the best mood. And so that's probably a time you probably want to schedule more of those events throughout the years and pick a topic or two to present something to parents, because that's an opportunity to present the things that the school board, superintendent, it's an opportunity to get them in front and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and get out in front and create positive energy. So we want to say, okay, we want to do 2 or 3 of those events in the fall, 2 or 3 events in the spring, because you guys are doing things, but if parents don't hear about them, it does not create the positive energy, right? And as far as the discipline, I'm going to get into that in the second part, because that goes into some larger issues. We did have a request for the PE teacher here. I think that's been covered quite well documented. If we are not going to hire a PE teacher, one area of focus for the site council is that schoolyard. If, as a metaphor, if this board is where all of the staff and the board members, superintendent basically come together and commune, we don't really have a very big lunchroom or auditorium. That schoolyard is where all the kids commune. So if you're going to improve discipline, if we start with a new principal, and from the jump, you know, the kids who are troublemakers, they're going to be checking out the new sheriff in town. I mean, you know, kids that like to pop off, they're going to be, oh, new sheriff, well, let's see what this one's about, right? If we establish as a community, and I'm not talking about punishing kids, but I'm talking about establishing them, hey, this area, when you're out here, you're going to be where you're supposed to be. You're going to be doing something instructive, playing with your friends. Your language is going to be appropriate, et cetera, et cetera. You know, we are going to eliminate some areas where people can, you know, kids can go behind and either fight or play or kiss or whatever kids do behind doors. You know, there are locks that are inside the campus that are supposed to be locked, that they're not locked. There's all types of little things. Older kids like 6th to 8th grade, you know, skipping over the fence. If we can cut all of that stuff out and create order there, then that is going to spill over into the classrooms. It's going to spill over into the academic achievement that you guys are going to be expecting from Dr. Rubio and his new staff, okay? Because I would guess that 75% of the discipline, they may not get reported, they may happen in the classroom, but from what I understand, I think 75% of them initiate on that playground, right? 2 kids do something, they're pissed off about it at 12 o'clock, then by 1 o'clock, they're at it. You know what I'm saying? Now, when they're at it, they're in the classroom, but it all started on that. So there really needs to be a focus, really from everyone in the district, like how it's, because we're K through 8, how are we going to, not just in the morning, but all the way through up till about 1:30, maintain order on that yard. And if we do that, it's going to have a positive effect throughout the whole day experience and what everyone else is trying to accomplish. So,
excuse me, Mr. Gibb, before
yes.
you go on, I just want to let the board know it's been 8 minutes. Our timekeeper had to step out for a moment, so I just wanted to let the board know in terms of where we're with time.
Thank you. Let's see. Improve student engagement through leadership, shared decision-making, advocacy, and participation. So we are looking at the parent surveys that went out. One of the main focuses is communications. This kind of goes to communication. So School Loop has some functionality. There's other things. There's the posting on the website. I'm not so much interested in what functionality we own. I'm more interested in what functionality works on a day-to-day basis, right? So I don't have any evidence that the School Loop functionality, whatever is in there, really impacts a lot of things on a day-to-day basis. So what I'm looking to do is we've been looking at, and these things are fairly cheap, and they would even fit within our budget. I mean, $1,000 or so out of the school site council budget would probably pay for this technology because it's pretty cheap now. Notifications that you can opt in that are text notifications. Just being able to have instantaneous engagement. And once again, like as we do little things that don't necessarily constitute a ceremony at a board meeting, but that could go out in a text, like, you know, a play presentation. We had a lot of success on the football and soccer team. Like all of those little notices, you'd be surprised how much that will turn someone's opinion of a school and turn their opinion of you when you come to talk to them about something serious. You've given them a little notice, they have more patience with you. If they haven't heard from you, they have very little patience. So that's one of the things that we would like to do. Another thing is that, and I'm starting to understand like how this works. I completely understand why the board wants to maintain a collegial atmosphere within the board meetings in terms of the way people talk, the way they treat each other, et cetera. Prior to, I don't know if it's Dr. Sugiyama or not, but prior to Superintendent Sugiyama coming on board, you know, a number of people said, you know, Mr. Gibb, you're going to love him. You know, you're going to love his demeanor. You know, he just has his air about him. I mean, the minute you, and they're right. You know, I haven't really even had a one-on-one conversation. Like, it's a great experience. The problem is when you walk into school, like you don't feel like you're in a meeting with Dr. Sujiyama. You know, you feel like, what in the world's going on? And so what we really want is that same collegial behavior is, if that collegial behavior were on the school, then when people come here, they wouldn't be so frustrated. And now I'm starting to understand that one of the things is not so much public debate, but creating an atmosphere where little things can be presented side by side so that they don't build up until they're large things. And also, everyone having a seat at the table. The district's so small that, you know, it doesn't matter who you assign something to, hardly anything is secret. And so everything comes out in the wash. And so a lot of ceremony and time spent on those things isn't always well spent. But if everyone has a seat at the table and everyone contributes to documents, one thing, that'll stop a lot of conflicts, because if you have a responsibility for writing documents shared, meaning teachers, parents, staff, something like the LCAP, it's a lot harder to be critical if you have a shared responsibility for that document. And also if you have an atmosphere where you're giving the report, even if the board is making the final decision, it's just doesn't work having staff speak for parents, having parents speak for teachers. Everyone can speak for themselves. And it needs to be in an organized fashion, but there's a lot of reasons it doesn't work. It's not just that people intend to do wrong. It's just that literally it's impossible for me to speak for other parents. I can try, but it's impossible for me to understand where teachers come from. So it's just doing that would solve a lot of the back end things. Now I'm going to get to the part that we couldn't include in writing here, which is the comprehensive plan, safety plan, which is under the purview of the site council and was delegated to the planning committee. Our council did read all 96 pages, make comments, and have a meeting about it. We never got the final copy, so we could not do anything with it. We do have to make additions to it, not because there's something wrong with what's written, but we have to make specific, I made a commitment to lesbian, gay, transsexual, queer parents that there would be specific language, updated language included in that document. So that has to happen in the revised version. That's like a have to happen thing. Also, me personally, you know, I've got a kid on the campus, and so for me, a have to happen before the start of the school year is a specific evacuation plan, and also when that plan is going to be practiced by the staff. Also, where would the kids go? Where would parents pick up their kids if kids ever had to be evacuated from the campus for any reason? I'm not aware that parents have any idea. It doesn't matter if it's in the document hidden somewhere. It matters whether parents know where it is. The other thing is we need to buy supplies for earthquake. There needs to be actual earthquake kits. I know this issue has come up before and people have gone back and forth on whether we need them. It's the opinion of the site council that we need actual water, food, et cetera, for the kids purchased and on the Annie Yates campus. That's part of, it's specifically in the state code on the state website, so we need to be in compliance. Like, those are the kinds of details that just used to like go through. But, you know, those are the kinds of details that, you know, you take care of those things, you announce to the parents, they're really going to appreciate that and going to feel like you're taking them serious. Those are things that have to be in there. The other thing is discipline. Now, discipline is not something that the site council would be meeting into or wanting to meet into in terms of deciding what would happen in a particular case. There is a committee, but in the past, basically, literally, the principal would just make the decision. The principal would also pick who was on the committee, so the committee would never really negatively review the process, and okay, so that just goes downhill. So what we want is definitely when we get the new principal, we'll meet with Superintendent Rubio, you know, get a grip on what their philosophy is approach to discipline. At Annie Yates, we need a different discipline plan, K through 4, than we need 5 through, because when my first grader says, I'm going to kill everyone in the room, I mean, doesn't really mean he's going to kill everyone in the room, and he has absolutely no capability to kill everyone in the room. That might mean a different thing if it's a seventh grader and they've brought in a weapon to school previously and there's been issues of throwing desks. It might mean a different thing. We might have to take it a little differently. So we kind of need that on how we're going to do that, and also how we're going to bring parents into the deal. For the younger kids, you know, we want as little as possible suspensions, but we do want parents to take responsibility for if their kid's having an issue, and there could be a number of reasons. We want to, how are we engaging parents and taking responsibility and helping the teacher? Because we'd like to be much more lenient with the children if the parents are going to help us. If the parents say, hey, you know, it's all your problem, then we're going to do the best we can, but there's only so much we can do because they're not our kid. But if you're going to come in and say, I'm going to help you, definitely. Also, I have spoken with the rec center, and so the problem cases on our campus, they roll over into the rec center, and legally we're responsible until they get home. So even though they're at the rec, we're still responsible for those kids' behavior. If you, I mean, you can get your lawyers and get into it, but you can just take it from me. We are. And the rec has expressed the same frustrations parents have with the way discipline's been handled. And literally, they said to me, yeah, when we get the new principal, the first thing we're going to do is sit down and meet. So we want to coordinate that also with the parents, because problems that start at the rec also come back to school the next day. So we want to have that communication open. So those are things that are really important that I think are going to help everybody. And it's just going to create a better environment if we can get out in front of them, get a plan for how to deal with them. Also, there should be a confidential discipline committee. There is sort of a committee, but it's not really a committee. But this one, we want the teachers to choose whoever they want to be, have a representative. Certainly, if the principal should be on it, and the principal wants to appoint someone else to be on it, they should have that. Also, there should be a parent on there. That should be confidential. But that should be where real serious issues are discussed in terms of if there's any patterns emerge, that's where those should be discussed. And then probably the results of those should not be issued in a public meeting, but they should have the opportunity to speak to the superintendent, to the board privately to say, hey, look, this is serious. We got to step in. And I think if we had that, it just would change everything for everybody. And then then we could spend our energy focusing in on raising money and the school. The last thing that I wanted to say, the Emory Ed Fund, no one knows how it works, okay? I'm not saying they're doing bad things. I'm just saying nobody knows how it works, okay? And so people will not ask anybody to make donations, particularly large, sizable donations that we need until they understand where the money's going to go. I personally would like an annual report given directly to the site council where people can come and ask questions once a year. I would like a quarterly report, which is much shorter. It could be as short as an email, answer a few questions, just letting us know what happened that quarter. It could be good, like we lost a donor, or it could be great, like we gained a donor, or we have an opportunity. Just so there's some back and forth. And that's to build up confidence in the Ed Fund so that then parents, teachers, et cetera, feel confident going out, asking people to raise money, and just going about it that way. And if there are changes or whatever that need to be made, that would be the way to go. And lastly, like LCAP meetings, those should be scheduled in advance. SSC meetings will be published. The SSC election, there's quite a lot of leeway in our bylaws right now with the chairman. I'd actually like there to be less leeway in terms of like making decisions. But Mr. Affeld, when he was there, you know, he did increase the level of documentation by creating bylaws. I'd like to make those bylaws a little firmer. So I'd like elections every 2 years. I'd like officers to have 2-year terms. Right now we have the SSCs about 40–50% full. So if we had an election, I would like to have one probably late October, early November. I'd like teachers to be notified. I'd like help from the superintendent, getting teachers getting that up to the full 5. That way we have 5 on, 5 off. So spots open up. You know, I do think the 2-year officer term would be good so that the officers can accomplish something, but there should be an opportunity for new voices. You know, we're a transient campus, so that SSC shouldn't be 1 or 2 people for 10 years. You know, it should be a revolving door, because the campus needs it, because, you know, we change every 2-3 years, right? So that it just doesn't work if just 1 or 2 people dominate that thing. So unless someone has a real objection, you know, I'll work with that, submit that, whatever the process is to submit those bylaws. We vote on and submit it to you. But we want those elections to be public announced. We want an effort to be put in to get both parents and teachers on the board. And coordination with ESS. And I got 2 minutes and I'll finish up. The last thing is to address the board on what I feel is the gulf between the typical parents and the board. Board has these statutory limitations on, you know, you can't just, like, there's a lot of things I want to email you guys about, but I know that past a certain point, it's like I'm influencing the board, right? I'm kind of like, I know you, I'm sending you emails. If I go into too much detail too often, it's kind of like, what are you trying to do? So you got to avoid that, right? And you guys are doing a good job trying to follow the rules. On the other hand, the parents and what we have right now, they don't understand how you work. They also don't understand how to reach out to you or how when they come to speak, how that ends up working its way. You did take some actions that have been long wanted in terms of the English language learners, and you just have my word, I'll make sure that that gets distributed, and I make sure that those things that the superintendent that you're doing get emphasized in terms of the positive things that you've done in the last couple of days or you're going to do tonight or next week. But we gotta get better in that, because I don't know that any parents feel that you listen to them. I know you do listen to them. I just don't have any parents saying to me, the board listens to us, right? They know Mr. Affeld's saying some things, but that's kind of the only person they know. Even an event where two of you working with a superintendent, maybe one in the spring, one in the fall, where you're not in the board, maybe we have an event where they're going to be parents, but we identify a few parent leaders and make sure they're going to come, and we get two of you, and you have a chance to just come and just talk and just kind of like politic. Like, I mean, I don't know which one of your seats are open, who's running for re-election, but just imagine you're running for re-election, and you just chit-chat and you talk and whatever informally. We just got to get back to that so that we can kind of build momentum, because there's only so much I can do. And just the process of coming here and speak, it's just because our district is so small, for whatever reason, when parents come here, it is not leading to the experience that's productive. But I hope you're taking that, I hope you take it in the right way. But it's a serious problem, and I'm trying to meet it out as best I can. But I think we'll get there, but we just got to be a little bit more deliberate about that. Any questions at all?
I don't have a question. I just have a couple comments. One, I'd like to just appreciate everything that you just said. That was, I'm sure, a very short synopsis of all of the time and energy that you've put into our school district, and I find that really impressive, and I appreciate that. Just a quick note on the discipline plan that you want to have a conversation with. I would really encourage you, and you probably already thought about this, but to include the wellness folk in that when you decide to make a discipline plan for the district. They are going to be a huge asset.
Definitely. I'm waiting on their report. So when they give me their final report, then they will be engaged directly. I actually don't plan on writing the report. There's some additions that, for instance, I could look at like the pickup and back in the front. Teachers want police in the back of the front for a lot of reasons. A parking policy, the cameras on the campus don't work. Plan for recess, like there should be a minimum of 4 fire drills. They don't happen. Fire drills do happen, but there's not 4 that happen every year. Like those are like, I'm not going to bore you with all those things, but all those are little details. And so we will work with them. And it's not that we're taking over. It's more like, hey, you did good. This is where we need to, and then we're going to hand it off to them to implement.
I think where my light bulbs went off was specifically when you were talking about the yard,
Mm-hmm.
and issues that happen either before school or during lunch or even after school or at the rec center. The school nurse, the school psych, and all of those interns in Juliet, everybody who's in that wellness center will be able to influence those conversations and steps in ways that other people won't be able to. Just like the principal will have things to bring to the table that wellness won't be able to. I just think that they would be a huge asset for you to use in that planning conversation.
Well, definitely. I mean, that's noted. But yeah, I've had good conversations with Ms. Dunn and others. I haven't had time, honestly, to have I was reached out to, I have to say, last week. The psychologist and one of the teachers met to write an additional section to the S for this plan. But I didn't have the time to meet with them. But I told them, hey, we'll put it in the revision in the fall.
Yeah, and that when we have our NEA's principal and we discuss a specific, kind of our vision of how we want to approach discipline as a district, they're going to be great, just like everybody else is. So you're already ahead of me. Thanks.
No, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everyone's patience, with my temperament. And also the last thing is, not just development for the teachers, but also development for the staff. Throughout this process, whenever I quote someone will say, well, this person has this issue. I mean, to my knowledge, everyone in this district has at least one issue, right? I mean, certainly I have an issue. Certainly the teachers have an issue. So what I try to do is not eliminate what people had to say because they have a particular issue. So even if I raise the issue, it may seem like, oh, he's done with that person. That's not the way I look at it. If it's an issue that's causing a problem, I'm like, in this particular case, it's causing me a problem. But one thing that we've failed to do, both for the staff and for the teachers, is we are not developing the younger people so that they can end up where Mr. Sugiyama is, we just haven't. And so that goes for the staff that's here in the office, and that goes for we have a responsibility as people teaching, because, they're going to lose engagement for our campus. And it's not necessarily in the plan, but I want to make sure that we identify if teachers want to become master teachers, that we're getting them the mentoring that they need, if they want to be administrators. If administrators are already administrators, but they have aspirations of being superintendents or getting higher up, going someplace else into a bigger time if there's not a space, we have to make sure, because that's also part of having a healthy campus, is letting people know, as we're asking them to give all this time, that, hey, we're going to make sure we're preparing you to look good, and so that you can make more money, do whatever it is that you're trying to do. So I did not have the time to even really get into that. But if all this stuff is to bed by the fall, that is something that the site council would like to work and to work in. Because I think if people knew that, hey, I know what my next step is in a year or two, that's also going to make them more relaxed and more positive when they're on the campus, right? Okay.
Any other questions, comments?
Yes, Mr. Gibbs, very good presentation. I like all of your suggestions. The thing that I would add, though, is that if the board can get announcements when you have the SSC meetings, because I had not received any all year. I do receive the PTO meetings via email, but I have not received anything from the SSC, so that would be much appreciative. I don't have a problem at all coming to an SSC meeting. The only thing you have to do is just invite me. I'll be willing to come talk to parents and answer any questions that they may have.
Yeah, I mean, we'll make it happen. We're going to take responsibility for communication, and we do submit them to the board, but the problem is just structural. There's not a central place where you put something in and it pops out to everybody. That's a real, but we want that to happen because a lot of people don't know about your meet. They don't, just like you don't know that, like people don't know what you're doing. So one of the things, once we get rid of these safety issues that are the first concern, that the right next issue is the development piece, which Dr. Rubio seems like he's all on board. So I'm just really going to try and find out what he's doing and just support it. And then what you just said, letting people know if you're going to come, letting people know you're going to come, so we'll get a few extra parents there, you know, because if you're coming, I want to go to every parent. I want to maximize your presence, you know, and I want to know, I want to prep you for what the issues are, so you have answers, so that you don't get caught off guard. I mean, just all of those little things, but that'll make a big difference, and I appreciate you making that. That's the things that they just haven't been happening, and so we just want to be able to make that happen. Yeah.
He's right. You can find him, huh? Any other comments, questions?
President Dice, if I may. Now, Mr. Gibb and I have not had the opportunity to speak, and I can understand that generally no one wants to talk to a short timer. So it's always better to talk to the person who's going to be in charge. But I do appreciate Mr. Gibb's comments. I can tell you from my experience that in most districts, maybe I should say many districts, the school site council is often treated as a rubber stamp. You know, if the administration writes the plan and they bring it to the site council and say, here's what we want to do, we want you to approve it, and so forth. But school site councils should not be rubber stamps. They should be very involved in helping to develop the kind of plans that drive where the school is to go. And I think that many of the things that Mr. Gibb brought up are exactly the kinds of things we want our site councils to chew on. And I've always felt, at least in my previous tenure here, that because we're small, we have a unique opportunity to work even more closely with school site councils at both our schools than, say, in a district that has 20 different schools, which logistically makes it a little more challenging. So there is that opportunity moving forward. I think also that the one thing I want to mention about the plan, because I did have a chance to look at the school plan, and I think there's strong alignment with where the LCAP is going. But this year, as I talked to the State Department as recently as today, they've indicated that, you know, this year was a tough year because of the transition to LCAP in terms of coordinating the timing between the board's approval of school plans and the approval of the LCAP. And I can tell you, just not to belabor this point, but in my previous district before I retired, when I was in Dublin for 10 years, we always had the principals work with the site council to develop the site plan in the spring of each year. And we brought it to the board before June 30th. That's before we had LCAP. But inevitably, the school site had to revise the plan in the fall because in more years than not, we didn't know what the state budget was. The budget changed. The district's ending fund balance may have provided additional funding that could be allocated to schools. So there are all these variables that basically required all the schools to revise their site plan in the fall. And so when I was in Dublin, the principal said to me, why are you making us do this twice? It's like we're doing it in the spring, and then again, you're telling us we've got to revise our plans in the fall. So in Dublin, as with many districts, they switched their site plan approval cycle from a fall to a fall cycle. And the other factor was we never got the state assessment results until August. So what happens is schools are developing plans in the spring using a data that's over a year old. So a lot of districts switched the October cycle. In fact, in my conversation with state division director today, I said, you know, moving forward, you guys are going to have to work out the timing better so that you're not causing districts to do double work in terms of the sequence, because LCAP statutorily has to be adopted by June 30th, but there is no statutory timeline for when site plans have to be adopted except on an annual basis. So when Mr. Gibb is saying, well, there's some pieces of information we need, and that'll cause us and help us to revise our plan in the early fall, I think it's really, in some ways, timely that the site plans for the both schools hopefully will be brought to the board sometime in the early fall for approval, because at that point the board and the schools will have a better idea of what their actual budget allocations are. Right now it's always just a best estimate. Once schools really know what that amount is, then they can really kind of finalize their plan in more detail. So appreciate the areas that he brought up. I think those are the key areas. I think particularly like the focus and use of data to drive instruction, the whole issue of intervention programs to help students who are not meeting standard to improve. I think those are ongoing challenges, but it's exactly the kind of areas that we want school site councils to engage in and to help the district with. So thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, Owen. And I didn't want to jump in with Miss Augustine, only because there are people that knew her better. But 2 years ago, you know, Mother's Day in Dean's kindergarten year, his babysitter, he was born in Las Vegas, his babysitter called and she was wishing Aisha a happy Mother's Day, my wife, and we're like, oh yeah, we don't live in Las Vegas anymore, because she had been his first teacher in preschool, and she was more than a babysitter. She had been his first teacher, and she said, where do you live? And I said, well, we live in Emeryville. And she's like, well, I grew up in Emeryville. I said, where'd you go to school? And she's like, oh, I went to Annie Yates. So there's a good chance that my son's first teacher was probably taught, you know, by Miss Augustine. So at some point, Kim Flowers. I don't know if you know her. I don't know if that was her last name when she was here, but so you know, thank you to Miss Augustine for whatever she did, because his first teacher, she was a great first teacher. Yeah.
One last thing, I really like also the suggestion on rotating members on the SSC. And you know, right now I see a very dedicated, you know, parent to
Mr. Nguyen, could you speak into the microphone, please?
I see a very dedicated parent out in the audience. And Mr. Donahue, I would look forward to seeing you on the SSC as a parent on the committee one day, coming up here giving us some, you know, recommendations like you always do. So that rotation, I think, will really work well. And you got to recruit out there. We need to recruit.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions?
Yeah, I just want to also thank Mr. Gibb for his presentation, and glad that I think was the first person to inform him what the SSC was, or there was such a thing, and recommend that he get involved, and he really carried the ball from there. And I look forward to continued work on that. And I really appreciate Dr. Sugiyama's comments, because I think that they're exactly right, that I think this is sort of working out well, in that before we're adopting the LCAP for the year, we ought to have a sense from the SSC of what their, you know, goals and recommended actions are, but that the timing of you know, figuring out the site plan needs to be coordinated with the timing of developing the LCAP, and I think the site plan should happen first, and then the LCAP kind of spread out from there. But those two processes need to be integrated, and in fact, Public Advocates is sponsoring a bill in the legislature to do just that, and kind of tighten that integration a little bit more. And you know, it's probably going to make it out of the legislature. It's going to be a question whether the administration wants to adopt it. But in any event, whatever happens in Sacramento, we can do whatever we want here, and we can do a good job of it. Finally, your point about the elections, I think, is key. Site Council needs help from staff to sort of, you know, communicate to the parents and communicate to the teachers that these elections need to happen and make it happen. And the sort of parents on the Site Council can't run the election by themselves. They're certainly willing to help staff it. So, Dr. Rubio, hope in the fall we can, when we get the new principal on, make sure that they get that support on both sides. Great, thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Well, I just wanted to appreciate and I think so much the experiences and effort this year will only help and support, you know, next year and the years to come, because of as you've mentioned, and we know for sure there's been so many transitions, but I think this is much more. This is further along than we probably would have been for certain, but I think it definitely informs our next steps. So I just wanted to appreciate that effort, and
yeah,
that work has been tremendous.
Thank you. You know, there's so many areas. You know, like even with the teacher absence, you know, like I said, one of the things that in the site council we like to do is a perfect example as oversight. A lot of times you say oversight, people think you're going to come in, you're going to be punishing people or looking at. Like, I'm not really. It's just that whole process is just really a drag. It's not something I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is, like, for instance, if a teacher, and this is something we'll sit down with the superintendent, if the teacher is out of a classroom for more than 4 days a month, you know, flagging that classroom as a community, saying we just got to make sure that we have some coverage there, that the homework's there, you know what I mean, that everything's going okay, that it's not this revolving different sub every day, like all of those little details.
Yeah.
That's just where we want to move to more. The site council should be an oversight, and I think that's what we're designed to be. Is just, hey, things seem to be going off the track a little bit. Can we make sure this doesn't go too far off the track? That's where we kind of want to move. We're not trying to move into being a police organization. We're more moving into, like, can we just be a preventative organization?
And like Dr. Sugiyama, no need for a rubber stamp. So that's.
Well, you know,
I think
you won't
that's the
get that
right
from
thing.
me, so
We're
I don't do
going
rubber
in the right-
stamps.
Well, thank you so much for the presentation this evening, and we look forward to our next report.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Sure, we have 3 minutes.
I'm only commenting because Mr. Dwin, called me by name. As to why I haven't been on the
No, I didn't say
the
that.
committee.
Why? I just
Okay.
said I'd like to see
Well,
that.
yeah, let me speak, please.
Give him the 3
Yeah,
minutes.
thank you.
I didn't say why.
After I saw what happened with the Citizen Oversight Committee and how the district and the board dealt with that, I would not serve on any committee. It's a waste of time. I think the board has they have an idea about what they want to do, and the committees are there to help validate the ideas. And if a committee starts going south, well, they get slapped down, and that's what I witnessed at the Citizens Oversight Committee. And it's not just me saying that; that's what they said, and that's why there were so many mass resignations and protests. They had differing ideas than what the board wanted to do with regard to, like, for instance, co-location, but the board and the district is immovable on that, and so basically that committee was essentially asked to be a rubber stamp committee, and to the extent that they weren't acting as a rubber stamp committee, the board came down like a hammer on them, and so they had to resign and protest, mass resignations and protest. So, yeah, unless the board changes and we see like a change of culture, I wouldn't serve on a committee like that. It's just kind of a consummate waste of time. That's why you don't see me on any of those committees. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now move on to our student rep. I know it's her birthday. She's out of town. Okay. As any student should be in Florida at this time of year, which is great. So, all right. Well, so we now move on to superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you, President Dice, members of the board. Actually, it's going to be very short because there hasn't been a lot happening in the last week other than working on LCAP, 14 hours a day. So, so all I want to say to the board is I want to thank the board, since this will be my last board meeting. I want to thank the board for inviting me and entrusting me with coming in and helping out. I've been here since May 7th, although I have to confess I've told a couple of board members it feels like I've never left from before. But I have to say that, and I felt this when I was here for 3 years before, this district has incredible potential. Some might say this is really the best kept secret. As I worked my whole career in Alameda County, and we kind of all knew about Emory. It was one of the small districts in the county, but not too many people knew a whole lot about it. And I think that then leads the whole conversation about, marketing and letting people know about all the great things we do. I think the only thing I'd say to Mr. Gibb, though, is about the development of our students, because, and although we always can do better, I continue to be impressed with what I see in the development, in the social, emotional, leadership development of our students. I saw it when I was here as the students went through from kindergarten through 6th grade at Annie Yates, and saw the 6th graders do numerous presentations that I thought to myself, wow, they're 6th grade and they can articulate their ideas in that way. I've seen it recently with the 2 young ladies from ESS who are volunteering to serve on the COC committee, and their insights, and we saw it at the meeting our last meeting with the students who worked on the garden project and other projects, and those are our students. So,
And our valedictorians at the
yes, and the
graduation.
5 valedictorians and the increasing number of students, our students who have been accepted to 4-year colleges and universities, including quite a number at the UC campuses. So, I think that the district continues to make progress. I think the district will continue to make great progress under Dr. Rubio's leadership. I've appreciated the opportunity to work with him over the past 3.5 weeks. It's been really busy, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have a chance just to kind of more leisurely talk about just some other things. But I've been very impressed with Dr. Rubio and how quickly he has picked up on all of the things going on here. I know he's excited. With looking forward to working with the board and the staff and the community here. And so, again, kind of keep up the good work. Thanks for having me for 2 months, and I will look forward to coming back for the opening of ECCL very soon. And I couldn't say that 5 years ago, but now it's, time flies. So, again, thanks a lot for the opportunity to come back and serve you.
Well, I get every mic and the battery's going dead. So, well, okay, I'll go until it shuts me up. So, well, for the board president's report, I think only fitting to follow Dr. Sugiyama's report, and I think probably every board member should speak on this one, but I just want you to understand, and he's looking down. You can be bashful if you want, but but it has been an incredible opportunity having both you and John Quinn be moments away when this district needed you most. And I think it has been a heck of a year. It has absolutely been a heck of a year. I don't think you understand my ability to take a week off from work and here was possible because the 2 of you were here. I mean, it has literally been that type of year for me as an individual who happens to be a resident, an auntie. I had a lot. It was a lot going on, but to be able to actually walk away and feel that the world was not going to collapse, it was very important for me to do that. So I just have to, and I can only imagine how staff feels. I feel them. I feel the vibe. I know exactly how they felt. Having this transition for 6 months has been powerful for our district. It says a lot about the trust, the integrity, and the respect people have for the leadership that you have all guided us through. It's a board. We individually, but collectively with the governance team, which includes the superintendent, whether it be interim or not, is very powerful for us to make moves. But so it's not one of us. Not one of us can operate here. That's not how the board works. But it's with the team and what the guidance that and the knowledge and the know-how that's been incredibly valuable for me as an individual, and I'm sure collectively as this team, to ensure that we were going to hit our targets and make moves and ensure we're supporting our students as well as our staff for what they needed to do. So with that, I'll just open it up to the board, and we realize you may be waiting for ECCL to open up, but we'll be doing something much sooner than that, just to show our appreciation. But other board members? Go for it, Joy.
See if I can do this without crying. So this November will mark 3 years for me on the board, and as I'm sure no one who has been through the last 2.5 years will object to, it has not been an easy one, or easy couple years. It's very challenging for so many different reasons. But it is like night and day with you back and with John Quinn, and I'm sure going forward with John Rubio. It's just, I can't tell you how much that I appreciate just the different level of energy. I don't mind staying here till midnight if we're being positive and we are getting things done. And that's not how it felt the last couple of years. And I am excited about moving forward with this district, when the last 2 years it was like, oh God, am I going to make it till 2016? And am I going to be able to have children and try to raise children while trying to fulfill my commitment here? And, I was joking with Melody that, hey, maybe a second term is not completely out of the conversation anymore. But I want you to know that you have that effect, at least on me, and I know on other board members, and I know on staff, just from, people being able to come and speak and not feel like they're not welcome. And you have created that difference in energy by just your integrity and the way that you lead. And I just feel that, needed to take a moment to tell you that we appreciate that. I appreciate that. So, and you're not going far. We'll find you. We found you twice now, right? We'll find you again. Not that we'll need you, but.
I appreciate that. I want to remind the board we have a long agenda this evening, so.
Yeah, we start blushing.
We do, so I'll be brief, but really do appreciate your service and that of John Quinn stepping in. I actually think it was a positive benefit to the district to have this transition under John and John's leadership to our new John. I think it actually has worked out quite well, and it feels like you never left because you just hit the ground running when you came back, and because the staff respects you and knows you and you know them, and so you were able, even in 2 months' time, I think, and you were here more than just 2 months. You've been in the conversation the last 6. So thank you very much for being here on a moment's notice and helping us through a potentially challenging time that I think actually has worked out quite well.
John, what is this, your third retirement? Third or fourth? I'm only going to say one thing. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mic's on. Sorry, it's still yours. All right, so. It died too. Oh, those two are gone. Thank you. Thank you. So with that, and Christian, did you have anything to add? A nod?
I'm going to welcome Dr. Rubio aboard and say, I'm going to judge you on you, not the love of the outgoing John, as they'll say. So he's done an excellent job, but I'm going to judge you on you.
So. Right on.
I just want to say, as the incoming superintendent, that I could not have asked for a better situation to have overlap with John Sugiyama. So thank you also, and I'm going to have Sugiyama withdraw in about a week. So, and I'll be trying to track you down in Hawaii or Santa Cruz, wherever it is you're going to be, because I have a lot to learn, and I can only hope over my career to gain the kind of experience that Dr. Sugiyama has. So. But I do appreciate the board and the overlap that we have had. It means a lot. So thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Thank you both. So with that, I conclude reports, and we're now moving on to keeping consideration of time. The consent calendar, we have items 1 through 4. Are there any items board members wish to pull?
I'm good.
I'm good.
All right. Perhaps we can I get a motion to approve all 1 through 4 and go through a roll call?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Great. Any objections to that? Can I have a roll call, please, Ms. Emery, for all 4?
Member Pats,
Yes.
Member Ash,
Yes.
Member Affelt,
Aye.
President Dice.
Yes.
Member Dwin.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we'll now move on to item H1, discussion items, YMCA of the Central Bay Area Child Development Programs.
Yes, President Dice, members of the board, it is really a pleasure to be able to just say a few words to introduce this item. When I was here in the district before, one of the people that I learned to appreciate tremendously and respect tremendously is the lady that's standing in front of you now, Pam Shaw, who is executive director of the Berkeley WISE, or I guess it's called Central Y of the Bay Area now, so early childhood programs. And when I was here previously, I have never in my, at that time, 38 years of experience in public education, ever met anyone, number one, who was so knowledgeable about early childhood programs, who was so knowledgeable about the technical parts of the funding and all the complexities. But foremost, I think, for our district, someone who is really committed to supporting what we're trying to accomplish in our district. Pam is a visionary, but can support it with practical knowledge and information. And we had great conversations about the future vision of what the partnership can be. So it's a pleasure to introduce Pam Shaw to you, who is just a very valued partner in our efforts to educate our students. And she is going to present, I think this is part of an annual report that she presents on the programs that they have been running in our district, and I think she may touch a little bit upon what possibilities there might be in the future. So welcome, Pam. It's great to see you again.
Thank you, board. Okay, let's see if this will work. You should have the PowerPoint as just a back and a front. So I will start walking through it in the nature of time, since we're running as late as we are. And if it comes up, fine. And if it doesn't, you've got it in front of you, or you can hear me, and I'm going to add my 2 cents. I love Emeryville, and I love the fact that we are partners in crime or in development with children here. Some of you have seen our classrooms on this hallway here. I love being in this building and sharing it, and your new superintendent already joined the staff for lunch last week, I hear, and I hadn't even met him yet. And I'm only good because my staff is so good. So all the kudos that I got from Dr. Sugiyama, I really appreciate it, but my staff will be the first to tell you they make me look good. And the people out here are some of our best teaching staff that we have in the YMCA of the Central Bay Area. And we are called the Central Bay Area. We used to be Berkeley, Albany, because we moved out to Pleasant Hill and took over the Y out there. So they created the Central Bay Area, which doesn't look like this is coming up, so I'll just talk about what we do here. We have been, never mind. We have been operating in partnership with the district, operating the state preschool program in conjunction with Head Start out here for the last 12 years. Since the day I got here, basically, we formed a partnership. The district has state preschool funds from the California Department of Education, and they contract with us to operate them. We started out with 48 part-day preschoolers, and we've cut the contract through state cuts and whatnot. So we're down to 20 full-day, full-year preschoolers that are funded by the state, and the rest are funded by Head Start and other sources that we bring in. Right now we're serving 34 preschool children and 16 infants and toddlers. We're starting at about 10 months out here now, and this is really where, oh great, thank you. This is really where the need has been with infants and toddlers. Looking at the residents, because you all like to know how many Emeryville residents or 94608 residents are actually in the center. This is the lowest percentage that we've seen this year, and I'm not sure what happened this year compared to other years. I asked our enrollment person about where we're at next year, because we're basically full for next year already for September, and the numbers are higher next year already. But 16 of the preschoolers out of the 34 are Emeryville residents, and 9 out of 16 of the toddlers are. We are serving 30 Emeryville children at other centers. So we have 4 other centers that we directly operate in Berkeley, and we partner with the Berkeley Unified School District so that 100 of those Head Start children there are operated in the 3 Berkeley Unified Centers. So there are some Emeryville kids there as well. For fall, we're looking at, I was going to tell you who's going to kindergarten too. So out of the 14 that are going to kindergarten, 3 are going to Anna Yates for sure, 2 Berkeley Maynard, 2 Berkeley Unified, 2 private, both of whom are in religious schools, 1 to Oakland Unified, 1 to Albany Unified, and then 3 who we didn't have the count on. But I'm assuming those 3 will be Anna Yates or Oakland, which is usually what happens. Oakland has not been given inter-district transfers lately, and so some of those kids in Oakland who want to come here have not been able to, and I'm not sure how we can help facilitate that happening. But next year we're adding 8 more preschool children. Eventually, we'll get up to 24 in each of those classrooms. We're hoping that the state will expand this year. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the state funding that's coming down. But we're adding these children from the Head Start cuts last year. We're adding them in this year. And we're exploring expansion with other agencies. There's a $50 million proposal out right now to expand Early Head Start, which is the Birth to 3 Head Start program, partnering with child care agencies. And so we're looking at who's in Berkeley, Albany, and Emeryville. We have talked and met with Emeryville Child Development Center a couple of times and looking at trying to partner with them. And I'm not sure how that's going to play out because they have to bring a child care subsidy with them. And currently they're not serving any subsidized infants and toddlers and do not have a contract to do so. So we'll have to see how that'll play out. But we're still talking to them about it. Our self-evaluation, which we're required to report to the board each year, you should have had a copy of in your board packet, so I'm not going to bore you with the details. We use 4 tools to measure our quality in the programs. We use environmental rating scales to assess the physical environment and some of the other pieces. We use a tool called CLASS, which assesses adult-child interactions and is probably the best tool to determine quality of early childhood programs. We use an assessment tool called Desired Results Developmental Profile that is required by all state-funded programs. Then we do a family survey to see how they like the program during the year. We develop quality improvement plans based on that, and we follow those plans pretty much to the T. So the findings, looking at the areas in need, and this is in your reports, I'm not going to go into detail. And when they say need, it means that kids score a little bit lower in those areas. Our kids here are doing great, and they're scoring at or above where they should be at this point in time, especially the little ones, the babies, the 1-year-olds. They've met every single goal we've set for them and then some. So to watch their development is kind of miraculous when you see children that are so young, and then they transition to the preschool when they turn 3, and they're just out there gung-ho, and their language is extraordinary. Anybody who comes in not speaking English is definitely speaking English within a couple of months. So it's really kind of exciting to watch and see. Family surveys, 100% of the families here are satisfied or very satisfied with the programs. A couple of the concerns were they'd like to see more languages spoken by staff, primarily Spanish. Right now we have only 1 Spanish-speaking teacher. We're in the process of hiring another one. We're recruiting all the time for that. And then the hours of operation. We've operated here from 8:30 to 4:30 pretty much for years, and the families need full-day childcare. So next year we'll switch from 8:30 to 4:30 to 8 to 5, and eventually it'll probably be even longer than that. But for right now, we're going to try and do that. What the future holds? Well, God, we were so lucky this year. The feds have got money for us. The state has money for us. Early childhood has made it onto the radar screen. People are finally realizing that brain development occurs more in the first 3 years of life than at any other time. And in the first 5 years, it's about 90% of what you're going to get. So if you don't do it by then, you're probably asking for a lot of issues later and down the road. We're looking at some very positive opportunities for expansion of services. We're looking very closely at the needs of the community, who's here, what we need to be doing. We're looking at some other stuff, and I'll talk about that in a second, too. We're looking to expand services for infants and toddlers. We've got 16 here. We're going to, again, look at the community and see what's needed. We've been participating in a county-wide quality rating and improvement system, and this is our first site to participate. It's a 2-year project to raise the quality of the program. They come in and assess the staff, so they do pre- and post-assessment using all the tools that we talked about earlier and then some other things. On a scale of 1 to 5, we scored a 4. That was only 3 agencies in the county scored that high, and we're striving for a 5. There's some things that we need to do to make it better, including the playground outside. And if those of you who've looked at it, you can see it's a whole lot better than that pile of dirt that was here a few months ago. And we're going to finish that this summer. Looking at more coordination with Emeryville Child Development Center, even around staff development activities. We're going to finish the playground work this summer, develop a Birth to 5 plan for the Ralph Hawley site, and I hope we'll do that with a new superintendent and some of you as well. Some other things that we're looking at, which is kind of really exciting. I have an intern this summer from Wellesley College, and I've got her looking at trying to work with the districts to get third grade reading scores for Head Start kids so we can see where our kids are and start tracking that. If third grade reading scores are the defining factor of how successful a kid is, we want to know how the Head Start state preschool kids are doing when they hit third grade and then up until that point. So we're going to try and do something this summer. I'm going to try and have her working on that. We'll figure out, I see you've got data systems up there, so I don't know what your data system is like in terms of accessing that information. If we gave you a list of names, if you could find out the kids' scores, and we'll figure out some confidentiality agreement around it. The other thing that we just set up today is a meeting with the special ed director and looking at bringing your kids back home and dual enrolling them all in our preschool classes rather than having them be sent out of district for special ed segregated classes. That's my baby because my background's in special ed, so I'm really excited about that. So we're meeting with Dr. Steele in a couple weeks and talking about what the potential is for doing that. So we're really excited about that. There's some other stuff, but I won't bore you, and I'll let you move on with your agenda. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions for Michelle? No?
Question about the ECDC connection and expansion, and is the issue on their end that they would have to go out and have clientele that would qualify,
Yes.
and that they would need to apply for grants or the
So we would
are these
apply
state
for
funds
it.
or federal
and
funds?
This is federal funding on
Okay.
this. And we will could do the application process. We will provide technical assistance and support. We will provide monitoring and oversight for any child who they want to enroll in Early Head Start. They would provide the child care services, though. It's the core program would be theirs. And we're looking at partnering with several agencies around the county to do this. But for Emeryville CDC, they don't have a large low-income population, and right now their infant-toddler population is all fee-based. They have no subsidized infants and toddlers. We know that there are a number out there because of our wait list, too. I mean, we're serving enough. And we know that we have 15 infants and toddlers in other places. We also have pregnant women that we work with. We have a pregnant moms, pregnant family program. And then the kids trickle in here once they, pretty much as soon as there's an opening, the parent wants it.
Yeah,
There's
and
very few
they're
that stay
looking
on.
to increase enrollment too, aren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, that's my understanding, and yeah. So, is it possible for, if you've got a wait list, and especially if they're Emeryville residents, but even if they're from the broader area, are you able to help them? Do you know if they're open to your saying, look, if you take these folks and we'll help with the grant, then you'll get
Right, but they have to
enrollment?
bring the child care subsidy piece, and they have a very, very small contract right now that just serves 20 preschoolers.
Mhm.
And we talked to them about converting those slots to infant toddler slots, but it wouldn't be enough. It wouldn't be enough.
So that's the piece that I was really talking about.
Right.
So they need to go get the child care.
They need the child care subsidy.
And is that state or is that federal?
State money.
Yes.
So the child care part of the day is state. And here, too, the child care part of the day is state. I mean, we just wrap it together so it's all one full-day program. So it's not like this part is state preschool, this part is Head Start. It's all together, and the staff are, a percentage of their salaries are paid by both funding sources. And that's the same model that they're looking at for this funding.
Okay, thanks.
So there may be some possible opportunities. We're not closed off yet. They could bring in alternative payment vouchers if there's enough families to do that. There's other sources of funding that they may be able to tap into.
Yeah, do you know if they're trying to do that, or they have the capacity of staff to try to make that happen, or are they?
We're still at the
They're
preliminary discussion levels. The
Okay.
problem is the grants are due August 20th.
Yeah.
And I want to take a vacation in August, so I want this
Yeah.
done the end of
I hear
July.
you. Okay. Appreciate your help on that.
Yeah, thanks. We'll continue to pursue them as a partner in other arenas if this doesn't work out. And it looks like there's going to be more federal and state money down the road for expansion on both fronts. The state is looking to get every 4-year-old in preschool programs. So we're on a path for that now.
You know, Ms. Shaw, this has always been a marvelous program to have in our district. And it's actually been one of our main feeders for NEAs into our kindergarten classes. But, there's a few questions. So, what can we do, and I hope no one from Berkeley hear me say this, what can we do to get those Emeryville students that are in the Berkeley Child Care Development Program into this program? Because I'm a little surprised, to be honest, that, this year we only had 3 preschoolers going to NEAs. When, in previous years, we've had like 15, 19, 20, 15?
More like 10.
Okay.
10 or 12. There's only 14, 15 graduate, going on to kindergarten.
Right. So, this is, even with 10 to 12, 3 is pretty low this year.
Right. And there are more kids going to more different districts. This
Right.
is the first time I think we've had kids going to private schools.
Okay.
Which is interesting, and I'm sure they're on full scholarships there or grandma's paying.
Okay.
In terms of the Berkeley Unified kids, we don't do their enrollment, so you'd need to talk to the staff there that does their enrollment, and I am not going to step into that one.
No, not
Thank
here.
you for offering.
Not on camera.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's good to know. Thank you.
Going back to your last comment about the state desire to expand preschool, and it's been a big, Senator Steinberg's been a big push. So what would that look like if that happens?
So you're going to move out of here when?
Well, that's the question. Would this place be full?
I hope
would
so.
Ralph Hawley,
I hope so.
be a fully functioning thing? Would ECDC, be full, or would they be able to take some of that, or is that? I've been thinking of that as more of a transitional kindergarten or pre-transitional kindergarten thing than a. But is it going to fit with preschool, like hand in a glove? Is that what that is?
It is preschool.
Yeah.
Transitional kindergarten is preschool,
Mm-hmm.
or should be.
Yeah. So is the barrier that people they're keeping them at home because they don't have the funding and but the population is there that we would fill this place?
I don't know. I think in terms of where I would love to go with this, it's not having all low-income kids here. I think low-income kids need to be mixed with higher-income kids, middle-income kids, and kids learn from each other, and they need to learn from each other at the youngest of ages. So my fantasy would be that we have a mixed age range, mixed income levels here. Emeryville Child Development Center sort of does that, but right now they're more fee-based for higher income families. But if we opened up and we had enough license capacity to be able to do that, I would love to be able to do that. And the services we offer are comprehensive services. We do family services, family support, screening of all children. They get medical exams, dental exams, vision screenings, and they get all this as a requirement. So anybody would get the same thing if they're in the classroom in the program. So we're identifying kids very early. So I'm hoping that's where we go. I'm hoping that we can, figure out how to partner with special ed and get the kids back here in the district and maybe serve the other kids here rather than sending them out to, Piedmont or they're in Albany now, I think, is where most of them are going.
Pam, when I was here previously, and I know we talked about what the options were for expanding Head Start, because even back then we had some Emeryville residents whose kids went to Head Start outside of Emeryville. And wasn't there, so there is a cap on the enrollment here based on what the licensing allows, is
Correct.
that right?
Correct.
Is the licensing strictly based on space, square footage, or does it also
Square footage
is
and
also a
toilets.
function of funding?
Basically, square footage, toilets and sinks, and
Okay,
health and safety stuff. But we
But there is technically additional federal funding to expand in terms of enrolling more students if the licensing allowed it?
Right now, we don't have that capacity. If there's expansion available down the road, then yes, we would have it. We'd be able to move more slots here, or if Berkeley Unified gave up some of their slots because they're serving 100 Head Start kids. So if we cut their slots, we could put more here. And that may happen down the road, actually.
Okay.
So getting back to that point, what would it take for this facility to be able to hold or, serve, a full slate of kids that would, would maximize the space here at this site? Would we have to do any kind of reconstruction? You know, we have to do any modernization? I mean, would there have to be some type of construction done to this site?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We sort of have a fantasy plan, and then we have a reality plan, and then we need to sit down and talk about what it might look like.
Okay.
Everything from the fantasy plan is tearing down the building and creating something that's really for kids,
Right.
to young kids,
Right.
to looking at what we've got and renovating this, and then, you know, upgrading things. I mean, there's everything from, is Mark in here? You know, the plumbing is horrible. The heating system
Right.
isn't great. I
Right,
mean,
right,
you know,
right.
the district office
Look
knows
at
what we're
the
dealing with
owner.
all year.
Sorry.
Is he running by there and saying, don't tell
Yeah.
them that.
Because you know, that's one thing that the board needs, and the district really needs to look at as far as a master facility plan. And this site has, by the board, has been deemed prenatal pre-K. So if we're going to, you know, stick by that, and we need to do some cosmetic work or even maybe a new building, that would be good to know in the early stages.
Right.
So
And I know
we-
when Josh Simon, when he was on the board, was looking at new market tax credits and other options for doing, you know, major facility renovation and improvements for
Well, if
this
you
site.
stay here long enough, that's on the agenda, you may hear that.
I'm sorry, but I probably won't be.
Well-
No, that's okay. I'm just saying.
I just had a comment. I absolutely appreciate, you know, the fact that you are this, I mean, bountiful resource to our families and our young students, and especially for the families that need and require the services that this program provides. I was actually a member of the ECDC. I forgot the task. I'll call it. It's not the task force, but the actual advisory committee. Thank you. Thank you. But and I think, you know, some of the decisions they've had to make, you know, were definitely because of budget, you know, concerns, and the fact that we absolutely have a haven. It's not the only, you know, it's essentially the only other option in town for families who are not able to, you know, participate in a fee-based or in the fees assessed from that program. So for me, it's critical that even in terms of future state, we have, you know, we think the diversification of the program is definitely would be ideal. But I think at this point, to be able to meet such a critical need for this community, 94608 including, I mean, it's really powerful. And I'm really grateful that it's a service that's provided.
Thank you.
And an opportunity for families to really engage and have their students, their young children, you know, 10 months, did you say? From 10 months on.
But we'll bring babies, younger babies here when we get to expand.
See, that's, I mean, that's powerful. Families, you know, people don't make decisions to have children without having some thought to, you know, post when I go back to work or whatever. I mean, so in order to have an option, this is really powerful for us to have that. So I just wanted to, you know, publicly appreciate the work and really the partnership to ensure that we have a safe haven for our students and our young people here. So really wanted to appreciate you.
Thank you. And
that.
I strongly encourage you, if you haven't seen our classrooms or the program, to please come visit.
They're adorable.
Please come visit.
I think we have kids who have crushes on staff members here. I think it's really adorable. It's really cute. But
you.
are there any other comments from board members? Nope. And just before you go, I just want to open it up to public comments. Any members of the public wish to address this particular topic before we move on to our next item?
Okay, so finishing what I was saying before regarding being called a bully by school board members. So, you know, I don't think you're well advised to call parents, you know, name calling like that. I just don't think it's becoming, and I don't think it's, you know, I just think it's not a good idea for you to be calling, you know, residents and citizens, and especially parents, names like that. But then moving on to clarify. So as we learned here from the dictionary, I can't be a bully because there's a essential power relationship that's not applicable here. Namely, I don't have power and then you do. So, but what I can do is I can be critical of your policies and speak to that. And that's not being a bully, that's called speaking truth to power. So I'd appreciate it if you not call parents, names like that, and if you feel compelled to because you don't like parents criticizing your policies, at least be accurate when when you call them names. At least use the language accurately. This is what I would like you to do. Now moving forward now to the task that I'm assigning myself over the next several meetings, I presume, educating Mr. Patz, the new school board member, and also Mr. Rubio, the new superintendent, about the sort of baleful history here. And I think it's critical that you know about this. I'm going to start in a particularly bad problem that happened a couple years ago, and it really illustrates sort of the culture here in a really good way. And that is what I call the 73 letter writers. And this was when the school board and the district decided to close Annie Yates Elementary School. They were loath to sort of include the public in on that decision. And there's a lot of evidence for that, which I'll be getting into over the next several, me talking to you. But with specificity, the thing you should know about is the 73 letter writers. Now, this was a letter written to the board and signed by 73 parents, citizens, and residents, saying that they didn't like the idea that the Annie Yates was going to be closed and the children moved over to the Center for Community Life site. They thought that was a bad idea, and they wanted a chance to be able to have that be discussed in the design phase of the Center for Community Life meetings, public meetings, as we were promised, by the way. The board got the letter from 73 parents and citizens, and instead of entertaining the 73 signers, they just basically ignored, and there was no response whatsoever from the board, and there was, of course, then there was also no discussion permitted in the design phase of the Center for Community Life regarding the wisdom of closing Annie Yates. So that's sort of really, if you understand that, you sort of really understand the culture here that I'm hoping and trying to end. And hopefully this upcoming election will help in that regard. But so you may hear me in the future referring to the 73 letter writers, just so you know that's what I'm referring to. And what I should probably do is get a copy of that, and I will do this. I'll make a copy of the letter that was presented to the board a year and a half ago, so you can see it for your perusal. Next time I come, I'll have a copy of that letter. So next time I speak, it'll be about a different topic, but I plan on bringing you up to speed about the problems here at the district and the problems with this board. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Any other public comments to this particular topic? Moving on. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you, Pam.
All right. We'll now move on to item 2, ECCL update, various ongoing project activity status report.
Yes, President Dice, members of the board, this is a regular item, standing item on our agenda at each board meeting, and here to give you the update, John Baker from Swinnerton, who Swinnerton is our CM for the project, and I also want to say that I've had a chance to work with John over the past 4 or 5 weeks, and have been very impressed with how on top of things John is with the support of his company, and I think they're doing a great job. So there's a lot happening, of course, and so John's going to give you a quick update on what has transpired since our last board meeting 2 weeks ago.
Thank you, John. If I could only operate a laptop as well as John says I can do other things here. right, well, thank you. Again, as John mentioned, I'll be giving regular updates at each board meeting of the progress. This report is two parts. The first is the report on the completion of the soil remediation work, and the second is the efforts currently underway to finalize the Turner leaseback agreement with representatives of the board and also City of Emeryville. First, this graphic here is the schedule update on the what's called the raw work, the soil remediation work, and also completion of demolition. Last week we finished our final sampling of soil. That means that the sampling of the soil to be removed or reused on site in two areas: the field area AOC2 and the parking lot area AOC3. We found actually soil that can be reused, and also soil that needs to be offhauled to a Class 2 landfill. That's the low hazmat content. And we did find some that needs to go to a Class 1 landfill, which is the higher hazmat content. We're in the process this week of doing the final offhaul to those landfills, and also doing some placement of soil that can be reused on site. The final significant exercise, which is taking place this week and next, is the backfilling of soil removed at the methane area, AOC6. What this is putting soil back where we took soil out, so that we can then have the site rough graded available for construction to commence. One of the things we're working on, the raw scope of work is approved by the State Department of Toxic Substance Control. That scope envisioned importing fill from other locations where we had off-haul fill, so we could balance what was taken out with putting soil back. We've been looking at a cost savings measure which involves excavating foundations for the construction project and using that the soil which is excavated from those foundation excavations to backfill the methane area. That we would realize cost savings there, but it's not in the approved raw scope of work by the DTSC, so we're uncertain on what schedule impact that may have. So we're working with a very good rep from DTSC to determine if we can do that or not. It's probably a fairly low chance we would do that just because of the schedule impacts. If we can determine there is no schedule impact, we may end up doing that. We will know that by the end of this week. So that would be which would save a moderate amount of dollars. Starting next week, Ninyu and Moore, who is the raw monitoring consultant, is going to start completion of the final DTSC report. This is the report which is issued to DTSC, which documents in great detail the testing results, documents and profiles soil which is off-hauled, replaced on site, and imported to site. That report will be done by the end of the first week in July, or end of the week of July 7th, and issued to DTSC for review. We anticipate a 2-week review period. What shows here, that 2-week review period includes back and forth of comments, but if all goes well, we anticipate that being approved towards the end of August. Concurrent to this, actually starting next week, we're going to be completing demolition activities. For those of you who recall the schedule, demolition of the old high school was complete except for foundation and slab work, because we had to do the above ground demolition, then do the soil remediation, then once that's complete, go back and take the remaining footings, slabs, and other elements of the high school out. That work starts next week. We've been doing some testing of that existing slab this week and last. So that work starts next week, and that will also be done towards the end of July. So by the end of July, we'll be completed with the raw scope of work and the demolition and ready for construction to commence. The next graphic shows the current overview of the schedule for finalizing Turner's leaseback agreement. I have some very good news to report to the board, which is on the 16th of June, last Monday, we received final approval from the Division of the State Architect for the construction documents. And for those of you who understand DSA, that is a major milestone. That is the primary state agency, Division of State Architect, which oversees school construction. We have stamped, signed drawings, which have now been issued by them. That is probably the biggest hurdle the project really has, certainly from a design standpoint. So by the end of July, with DTSC approval, our two largest regulatory hurdles, DTSC approval of the soil remediation and DSA approval of the construction documents, will be complete. That really leaves us a pretty clean slate from a scheduling standpoint and a regulatory authority standpoint for construction. So those drawings were now reissued by Turner to their subcontractors, and they've narrowed the list of their subcontractors down to create the most competitive environment possible. They've requested revised or updated bid numbers back by July 2nd, with the intent of finalizing those numbers the week of July 7th. We anticipate there will be some cost increases and some cost decreases. We have more detail in the drawings, which is good, but also which should create more certainty, but also more things, some things added by DSA. But everyone believes that there won't be much of a cost impact, but we'll just have much more complete drawings that will be priced, which is less risk to the district. We had a very good scope confirmation session with representatives from both the district and the city last Tuesday. That is looking at some scope items which need to be confirmed in order to make sure that we're meeting our project budget. That list has gone to Turner and their subcontractors, also as part of this bid confirmation process. We anticipate another final meeting the week of July 7th with that same group to confirm final scope adjustments so that we, again, are hitting our budget target. Concurrently, starting this week and next, Swinnerton is meeting with Turner to confirm the indirect costs. These indirect costs are their fee, general requirements, and general conditions. It's approximately 20% of the total contract value, so it's a pretty significant chunk of the dollars. And this is where we're going to negotiate those to the lowest reasonable cost. We think there is some room for savings there. So that work is underway, and we hope to finish that by the end of the month. And then the week of July 7th, the milestone schedule will be confirmed. We've received a preliminary schedule from Turner that we actually reviewed in our weekly meeting yesterday, which shows completion of the pool and gym next summer, substantial completion of the high school in October, in the fall, and then final completion of the project in the spring of 16. So the main thing we're working on right now is actually trying to see if we can move up completion of the pool and the gym for use next summer. That had not currently been the schedule, but the schedule for high school completion for fall and project completion for spring is still looking good. The other thing, then finally, once all that information is in mid-July, we'll be finalizing the contract amount. This is obviously critical to make sure that that's on budget. And then we go to board approval the last week in July, which is a special meeting that I believe needs to be scheduled, and then goes to council approval in the first week of August. The board and council approval of the Turner contract will be concurrent with approval of the joint operating agreement by both bodies. Then following that will be notice to proceed with construction, and construction would then commence in early August. So any questions?
So what does an early August start date look like in terms of, our completion timelines next year for the various
we're still,
pieces?
like it notes here, confirming the project milestone schedule is still in progress. And we've just reviewed the draft, and that'll be reviewed by obviously reviewed in the weekly meeting. When we do our scope confirmation with the designated stakeholders from the city and the district, the first week in July, we'll review an updated version of that to confirm that, but those dates aren't confirmed yet. What we do know from that target schedule is summer for pool, gym, fall, high school, spring project completion. But those dates are moving, and we will have an update. Well, when we get those dates more confirmed, we'll report that to the board.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions? So before you go, because, hey, I'm committed to public comment on this particular item from members of the public. Please come on up. You have 3 minutes. On this item.
Yes, on this item. Okay, now I want to continue my discussion with the new superintendent, Mr. Rubio, and the new school board member, Mr. Pats. Another very egregious, I don't know what the adjective to use, but a a huge problem visited on the parents and the citizens, the residents of Emeryville by this board, your colleagues, Mr. Pats, was the teachers' resolution from almost 2 years ago. This is where we had a new superintendent, Ms. Lindo, Dr. Lindo, Deborah Lindo. The teachers here at Emory, in both schools, were extremely unsatisfied with the new superintendent, and they wrote a resolution where it was a litany of essentially abuses, abuses from the superintendent foisted upon the teachers, and that's what the teachers' resolution was, is a litany of these abuses. And essentially it was a document saying that they have no confidence in the new superintendent, which was then the new superintendent, and they felt they could not work with her, and it was futile, and basically she's a non-starter as far as the teachers were concerned. And this resolution was signed by 93% of the teachers here at the remaining 7%, I heard a rumor, didn't sign because they were afraid of negative repercussions. They're worried about their employment. So essentially, it was that every single teacher was dissatisfied with the superintendent. Now, a reasonable board, I would think, would hear that and they would be greatly concerned. This board heard that, and I won't say there was no concern. There was some concern. The concern was for the superintendent, because what they did at the following meeting is they crafted a resolution of their own, telling the teachers that they do not support them, instead that they support Ms. Lindo. And it was signed by all the school board members, saying that we heard what the teachers said about you, and we want you to know, Ms. Lindo, that we support you. So, like I said, a more reasonable school board, if they had heard maybe of a document saying that they have no confidence in the superintendent, it was signed by, for instance, maybe 50% of the teachers, I would think a reasonable school board would be greatly alarmed at that, and want to have a meeting, at least some meetings between the teachers and the superintendent to see if we could resolve this. But whatever, I would think that they would be greatly alarmed. But the fact that it was essentially 100%, to me, tells me, if I was on the school board, I would think, well, okay, obviously the superintendent has to go. We have to support our teachers. The superintendent has to go. And the fact that they didn't do that and went a step farther, which was essentially a huge, blow to the teachers, and they said we read a resolution supporting the superintendent. That is a bridge too far. It's inexcusable that a school board would do that. And the 4 school board members here were all part and parcel to that. Right? And they've never had to answer for that. And they've never told us what happened to them. They had so much confidence in Ms. Lindo that they ruined the relationship with the teachers. And where's Ms. Lindo now? I mean, so essentially we're looking at a destroyed relationship, a very destructive relationship with our teachers, and also consequently with our parents. And no accounting. There's nobody, we have no idea what happened. We're just left with this notion that you have total support in Ms. Lindo, and now she's gone. And it's just, I can't wrap my mind around this, about how egregious this is, and about how, it's really reckless.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I think there should be some accounting for this. And it looks like Mr. Affeld is going to address my comments, but everything I've told you is exactly the truth. And if Mr. Affeld makes a comment to the contrary here,
3 minutes
I
is
will
up.
provide evidence next time I appear before you. Thank you very much.
So, Brian, I'm actually going to comment. If you go back to, I don't know which meeting it was, but I did make a comment about Dr. Lindo's leave from the district. So I did make that comment. You can find it, I'm sure, on one of the videos of the school board meetings.
President Dice, if I can just comment, my comment is more as kind of a process comment. With all due respect to Brian, the time for general public comment on items not on the agenda is at the front end of the meeting. the invitation for the public to comment following the board's discussion of an item needs to be limited to comments related to that item. So just in terms of, well, okay, but I just want to just point that out to the board as a matter of kind of board agenda process.
All right, so as we move on to are there any other public comments on this particular item moving forward? Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you so much. So we'll now move on to item 3, new market tax credits.
Yes, so President Dice, members of the board, it's a pleasure this evening to introduce to you a very exciting item that deals with a possible new financing mechanism for the district in relation to the construction of the ECCL. We have this evening with us 2 gentlemen, Tom Duffy, who some of you know. I'm not sure if all the board members really know Tom. If you do, I'll spare the introduction. But other than to say that Tom with Murdoch, Walrath, and Holmes is probably considered one of the foremost authorities in Sacramento on school finance, school facilities financing. The district has used his services in the past in order to secure eligibility for state school construction bonds and other related matters. And he had called me about, well, I guess maybe 3 weeks. It seems like it's the time has gone quickly, but 3 weeks ago, indicating that there was a new federal funding mechanism that could potentially provide a source of funding for the district, called new market tax credits, and they'd already done some preliminary work to determine that we were eligible. And Tom then introduced us to David Tosick, who is here this evening from David Tosick and Associates, and they assist agencies like ours to kind of navigate through the waters of trying to secure this stream of funding. So I'm not going to say much more than that because I know Mr. Tosick has a presentation. When this was presented to us a few weeks ago, it was a little complicated, admittedly, but because of all the different parties involved in this funding source. But I'm sure that the board will understand the concepts here. And so, without any further ado, I'm not sure who's going to speak first. Okay, welcome to the podium. If both of you can step to the podium.
Good evening, Madam President and members of the board and Superintendent Tsukiyama. I'm Tom Duffy, and I appreciate the kind introduction from the superintendent. I will just give a brief introduction of this item and introduce again David Tosick. But I've worked with the district for 7 or 8 years, assisting the district in navigating through the state of California, various state agencies, and also was involved in a piece of legislation that we sponsored for the district for this project, for the joint occupancy document that you have considered and I believe will be entering into with the city. During the period of time, learning from John and also from Miguel over time, that this project was one that required a substantial amount of funding, and there was always a question of where that funding would come from. We had a number of meetings in Sacramento with state agencies, and we were always looking for funding. So as John mentioned a few weeks ago, I called him and said that there is this source of funds for communities in California and throughout the nation, and that to our knowledge, no school district had been able to access this funding that had been used by other entities within communities for low-income housing and the like. David Tosick can tell you more about that. But that this sounded as if it may be able to augment the funds that you have because you have a community that has supported a general obligation bond, and because you have the relationship with the city of Emeryville and those precious redevelopment agency funds that you wed to your local general obligation bonds to produce this project, the ECCL. But that this district had never believed that it had enough money to accomplish all it needed to accomplish. So my conversation with David Tauzik was, can we look at Emeryville? He did that. It was exciting because he identified that Emeryville, as John said, appeared to be eligible for funding. It is not a standard for funding for schools, and it is a challenging source of funds. But David's here to identify for you the progress made to date on looking at Emeryville's eligibility for it and what to do from here. So thank you very much. And David Tauzik is someone that I've known for over 30 years. He had been involved in school financing for a long period of time, was out of school financing for a period of 5 or 6 years, and just recently he and I connected at a conference when he talked about this financing vehicle, and I was able to identify it as potentially one that was here for Emory. So David, thank you very much.
You all know how old I am, I'm talking 30 years. I want to give these out here. I think we've got about 9 copies, so hopefully this should be everybody. I might just kind of give a little bit of an overview of the program. First of all, who I am. I'm David Tauzik. President David Tauzik and Associates. We're a public finance consulting firm. We've been around since 1985. Actually, I used to work for Alameda County for 5 or 6 years before I started my own business. And we have offices in Southern California, Northern California, Dallas, and Chicago. And we help lots of types of municipalities, cities and counties, as well as land developers, to build public infrastructure. That's kind of what we specialize in. And schools is one part of that, but we actually do a lot of roads and sewers and water lines and police stations and fire stations. And school facilities is one aspect of what we do. And to make a long story short, I sold off my schools division to a senior employee who I really liked about 5, 6 years ago, and he went off and did schools. And we're now back in the business. We had a 6-year non-compete. But there was a recession that occurred a few years ago, and we found that a lot of the new development that needed infrastructure was no longer occurring. And so we began to look for different types of programs to work with. And there are a number of state grant and federal grant programs we got involved with, but we also got involved with this New Markets Tax Credit Program. And it's a federal program. It actually has bipartisan support, which is almost unheard of in Washington. And what the program does is it looks for low-income communities, and it looks at businesses, actually private businesses mostly, that want to locate in low-income communities. And the feds say, we'll give you 25%, approximately 25% of the funding for this business that you want to put in, but you have to go out and bring an equity or a loan or something along those lines, because we're trying to attract private capital into these communities. And they've designated the communities based upon census tract income and poverty levels and unemployment, and lo and behold, Emeryville is right there as one of the more qualified communities. And the way they set up the program is the federal government creates these tax credits that are basically purchased by major banks. Bank of America, U.S. Bank, J.P. Morgan Chase. They purchase these tax credits at a discount, and then they turn around, and over 7 years, they get a reduction in what taxes they pay dollar for dollar for every tax credit dollar that they purchase. So if they buy $1 million worth of tax credits, they may pay $800,000 for those $1 million worth of tax credits. For the next 7 years, over 7 years, they get to take 1/7 basically of the $1 million every year off of their taxes every year. So suddenly somebody has $800,000. That $800,000 is the money that goes into building or helping businesses not just be creative, but also to survive in these particular communities. And the famous examples that I remember reading about 10 years ago were these desert food areas where you had a low-income area, and Safeway wouldn't go in, and Ralph's wouldn't go in, and Lucky's wouldn't go in, and so they would help subsidize. That's kind of how the program started. And I noticed, while I was still not working for school districts, that what Tom noted about schools not using this financing, well, somebody figured it out. The charter schools figured it out because they said, gosh, we need money from the outside. And they said, well, we're private companies, we're nonprofits, but we're not school districts. We're separate entities, and we're creating these school facilities. Let's go after this funding. And sure enough, particularly in Southern California, a lot of these new market tax credits have been used by charter schools. So as soon as my non-compete ended in January, I hired somebody who's been very, very involved with new market tax credits. First, I talked to him and said, I'm about to start working with school districts again. There's some school districts that are in some pretty distressed areas that really need help. If they created nonprofits to own a facility or a portion of a facility or a component of a facility, would they be eligible for this program just like a charter school would? And not only did he say yes, but he vetted it with 2 top attorneys in the business, as well as the people who sell tax credits, as well as the people who buy the tax credits, and all of them said they saw no reason why this couldn't move ahead. So you and Santa Ana Unified and Chino Unified are the first 3 school districts in the state, all happen to be my clients now, to go after this particular funding. And there was a conference in Washington just 2 weeks ago because they issued the credits for 2014, the $3.5 billion in credits for 2014, the first week in June. And I said 2 members of my staff, one of whom is this individual who's very experienced, and definitely the most exciting of the programs was your program. And the reason is, I know you're wonderful people and all that great stuff, and you put up with a lot, but besides that, the bottom line is that your program not only has school facilities, but it has health facilities and it has library facilities. And this program is intended for 2 things. 1, to create jobs in low-income areas, and number 2, to provide services that are not currently provided in those areas. You're the first health services facility in the city of Emeryville. You're the first library facility in the city of Emeryville. So you kind of hit all the buttons. And so we got 3 institutional investors who are interested in buying your tax credits. Yeah, I know, isn't it believable? I was just so excited when they got back. I said, this is the one. So we're still going with the others. We're not going to stop. And the other thing, by the way, I should let you know, long story, is the 2014 grants were just given. When the grants are given, they're given to organizations called community development entities who are throughout the United States, and they are given the ability to sell tax credits. So those were given out, and these guys, when they apply to the federal government to be one of those who was selected to get to be a community development entity, to be able to sell tax credits, and it's a major competition, a lot of people want to do it, they have to have a list of projects that they intend to fund. And they put their applications in starting in the fall of the prior year to get the funding in the following June. So a lot of these guys had their projects already selected. We're going to those whose projects have fallen out or have some issue about a project that didn't turn out to be as good as they wanted, or the main thing is projects that say they've got the 75%, give us the other 25, but don't really have the 75%. I've been assured by Dr. Sugiyama that you have the 75%. So I know he's not going to be here next time, but otherwise I wouldn't be here because we can't do it unless you have the other 75%.
Well, Dr. Rubio told me we have the 75%.
Yeah, right. I don't know who to yell at next time. So anyway, so that's the key. But the other part of it, which is really great, is I'm pretty sure, I can't promise because I haven't done this with the school district before. I think we have a really good shot at getting funding in 2014, but even if not, we're going to be first on the list for 2015. And you guys, I was listening, you have a 2-year construction schedule. So the key thing we have to do, and I've been talking to Tom, we've got to get a component or 2 because your project is too big. We can go out and for every $10 million that you have in construction, if you provide $7.5 million, we can get $2.5 million. Probably the amount of money we could get for this project would be somewhere between $2.5 and $5 million. In other words, we could take a $10 or $20 million component. The guy on my staff who knows this stuff says this is one we're going to go with the full $20, $21 million and try to get 2 community development entities to give us their sell tax credits on our behalf. So we have to select out a portion of the project, and then the key thing, the little twist, which is annoying, but it's just the way it works on these programs, is that this is not a program to subsidize public agencies. So we have to have a nonprofit own that component for a 7-year period, and then you, the district, essentially lease the facility for 7 years, and I'll explain how that all works, and then it comes back to you. The nonprofit can have, it's usually they're 5-person nonprofits. We can have 2 board members. We cannot have a majority of board members because there has to be a separate entity from the school district. But we can have 2 board members, Dr. Sukiyama if he wants to come back, the new superintendent, the facilities director, the head of the union, I mean, whoever it is. Obviously, you want people who are in sync with what you think to be on this particular board. And their only function really is to handle the money for this portion. You're going to have the same contractor do the work. They're physically in charge of the construction. They're in charge in terms of like your board is in charge of building something. They're in charge of building it, but they have the same staff and the same facilities director and the same contractor and all that do the work. And then for 7 years, you make lease payments, and the lease payments, I'll explain, are very, very low. And then after 7 years, you get the project back. And in return, you get this funding. And I'm not showing the presentation because I think yet, although I'll get into it if you want. The thing about the lease program I have to explain is that the way it's structured, it's one big loan. You, the school district, are going to lend this nonprofit $7.5 million that you're using for this project anyway, and it's going to go into an escrow fund and it has to be used to pay your contractor. The tax credits will then come in with $2.5 million that they will also loan to this nonprofit. So this nonprofit is going to have $10 million of loans outstanding, $7.5 million from you and $2.5 million from these tax credits. There is no carrying cost on the tax credits. Basically, it's a 0.5% or 1% per year to pay for the accounting that has to go on. But then after 7 years, it's forgiven. So that $2.5 million you really don't pay back. The other $7.5 million is a loan from the school district to this nonprofit. The nonprofit collects a lease payment from you. So the nonprofit turns around and gives it back to you because you're the one who made the loan. So it's kind of an accounting circle where you make a lease payment, the guys who make the lease payment give the money back to you, and in other words, the lease payment doesn't cost you anything. And if it is something like you're using a GO bond, let's say, and you have interest rates on the GO bond, the lease payment would be tied into the GO bond. So if you're paying 4% interest on the GO bond for the $7.5 million that you lend to this nonprofit, your lease payment will be the 7.5% interest plus the amortization that you'd be paying anyway to the guys who sold you the GO bonds, and the GO bond payment will go through. So in terms of your general fund being on the line, the only concept, if you used a GO bond to fund a portion of this, you owe money in the GO bond, you owe money on a lease that goes to the GO bond, exact same dollar amounts. If you have fees you've collected from developers, like in Clovis we have more fees, well then there's nobody to pay back, so there's no payment. It's just but you have I understand you have a local bond that you sold, so that's probably going to be some of the money. So your lease payment would pay that loan off, just the same as you would pay it off yourself through the general fund. So it's all kind of set up that way, but the big issue is, and the decision you have to make, and a lot of public agencies have done this, selling these things called certificates of participation, and I don't know if you've been involved in those at all, but where you have a nonprofit essentially own the facility, lease it to the school district, and then after 7 years it goes back to be owned by the school district itself. And that's basically the concept in 25 words or less. And the funding would be between $2.5 million and $5 million, and we have excited investors, U.S. Bank, J.P. Morgan Chase, and something called the California CSCDA, which is California Statewide Community Development Authority, with the three guys who are all interested in this project and want more information, and it's up to us and Mr. Duffy to provide that information to them because they want details. They want to know who gets health care services, who's operating it, are there records of what kinds of income those people are going to have. Same with the library, same with the schools. Are there community facilities in the schools? Does the community come in? I can show you the map of the community. Just go through it. Again, I'm willing to go through this whole thing, but I just went past it. How do I go back? Sure.
That to be on the
To provide some of the information to the potential investors, we needed more information about the project, and so it's been helpful to have Mark and John, and to meet with John and talk to Miguel, and also Juliet. Was it yesterday I was here? To get information more about the district and those programs. And so what we are putting together is a document that's a summary with also some data about construction costs, the potential number of construction jobs, as well as jobs that would be created after the project is moving along. They're interested in that kind of information. I'll give you a little time to grab that.
I got it. Okay, here we go. I got it. And I guess I've kind of done, and you can look through it at your leisure. What I just described was pretty much the way the program works. Why this slideshow is not working the way it's supposed to, I don't know, but try it again. Okay. Enter. Oh, you think so? Oh, there we go. My gosh, you've done this before. Okay, great. Okay, anyway, this is the community, and just so you know, the pink or red area is a highly distressed area. The yellow area is an eligible area. The yellow area is an eligible area. You can see we're best off if the site itself is in a red area, but the fact that it is in a yellow area, the site itself means it's still eligible, but we have to go an extra step and talk about the community that it is serving. They call it a target population. And in this case, the target population would be the children who attend the school and other members of the community. The big limit, the bottom line is at least 40% of the students attending the school have to have subsidized lunches. If you go over 40%, then we qualify as a target population, and the fact that we're in a yellow area and not a red area won't make any difference. And my understanding is you guys passed the 40% test, so that would be it. So you guys are top of the line, and we have 3 interested parties. So we're pretty excited. We're excited about the other 2 projects too, but we think this one is probably the most likely to get funded in 2014. But you are the first school district that is not a charter school in the state of California to go after this funding. I mean, it's an honor, but it's also a little scary because why hasn't anybody else done this before? We checked. It's done in other states. It's just nobody in California has done it.
Well, I think if you you heard Ms. Shaw say that a prior school board member, Josh Simon. I mean, I remember Josh has been talking about this for probably about 3 or 4 years, and for some reason we just never endeavored into researching it. But now, you know, when Mr. Duffy came to the district and said that this opportunity was available, it was like, okay, let's look at this, because, you know, we've already heard about it, but we just have not ever heard the details of it. And I mean, for me, this is a great financing tool to assist us in what we're doing.
Thank you for the presentation thus far, and you may have more that you want to get into. A few questions. Can you give me the math again on how the tax credits work? It's this kind of thing like the rule of perpetuities that has a half-life of about, you know, a month for me, and then I forget, have to relearn again how that works. So yeah. No, it's dying.
Oh, really? Oh, okay, thanks. I got an excuse. Thanks
Excessive.
So what happens is this community development entity, and as I said, there's 3 of them who are interested. They might be awarded $30 million worth of projects that they can sell tax credits for. $30 million is fairly typical.
So the bank is the community development entity?
Okay, so
Or
banks have a
it
department that
gains
does
the
this.
status of-
They can, and of course this is all very political, who gets the money. But in addition, for instance, CSCDA is a state agency that's interested in this, and they have the money too, so they're not a bank in that case. And they get awarded $30 or $35 million worth of projects that they can do through these tax credits. By the way, there's about 80 done nationally per year, typically 80 separate projects. So $30 million is kind of about 3 projects worth. $10 million apiece is a $2.5 million subsidy. If we go get $20 million, we'd have to have 2 different agencies probably giving, because each one wants to do 3 deals. They don't want to just do 1 deal. They want to get funded again. And to get funded again, you have to show success. And that means you've done good projects that actually get built. You can get the money out there, that's the object, and you've got low-income, you've got services and jobs in low-income communities. So let's say, so what happens is they take ECCL and they say, okay, we love this project. We'll do $10 million worth. And of course, we have to give them the projects to do. So we'll say, here's $10 million worth. This is the health facility. It happens to be 10 or 12 or 13 million. Here's the library. It's 11 million. Here's the school. Schools are not as in favor this year, so we're not going to push that this year, although it may be, because I think too many charter schools used it, and that wasn't the idea. Anyway, so what happens is the institutional investor then, and this would be like U.S. Bank, J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, et cetera, goes to the new market tax, goes to these CDs and says, okay, I want to buy $10 million worth of projects from you because I want tax credits. The rule is that if the project is $10 million, the CDE can sell tax credits equal to 39% of the cost of the school. So if it's a $10 million school, that means they can buy $3.9 million worth of tax credits. So some major institutional investor comes in and says, okay, you're going to do the school looks good for us, we want CRA credits anyway because we're a big bank and we're supposed to invest in low-income areas, this is perfect for us, so we'll buy $3.9 million. We're not going to pay you $3.9 million because we want those deductions over 7 years, and yeah, we're sure to get them, but we have to give you money now, we have to wait 7 years to deduct all the money, we want to return our investment, so they'll pay 80 to 84 cents on the dollar. So basically, instead of getting a full $3.9 million, you're going to get somewhere around $3.2 million in funding. So they get $3.9 million in bonds, so they're happy, which is, 3.9, these are not bonds, $3.9 million in tax credits, so they're happy. By the way, that's probably one of the reasons this program's got bipartisan support is the banks really like it, because they're getting tax credits, why not? And how can they lose? It's automatic, anyway, so it's a great investment for them. Tax credits are taken over a 7-year period. They get $500,000 annually for the first 3 years, $600,000 annually for the next 4 years to use the full $3.9 million, and they're very, very happy campers. Okay, the flow of funds, and this is the first time I've shown this flow of funds. Let's see if this works. So first of all, we've got the school district, okay? And the school district has got money coming from development impact fees, local bond issues, maybe state grant money, something along those lines. So they've got $7.5 million that they can invest in this project. So what happens is they, from one source, they make a $5 million loan. This is if they got state grants, for instance, they'd give a $5 million loan that was a state grant. From basically, they are the lender. The school district becomes the lender. And the district also has, in this case, local bond issue 1.8 million. I'm just making numbers up. So basically, the leverage lender, which is actually the district itself, has $6.8 million that they're going to lend to this nonprofit that you created that's going to own this component of the school. The new market tax credit investor, okay, there's he's going to loan $3.198 million. Remember I said he pays 80 to 84 cents on the dollar for the tax credits? So for 3.9 million tax credits, he's going to write a check. This is a big institutional bank for about $3.2 million. The federal government is happy because you have found $6.8 million somewhere else to put in. So now we have the full $10 million paid for, of which $3.198 million is from the tax credit investor, $6.8 million is from you. It's all put into an investment fund. So we have a $10 million investment that's qualified. It can only be invested in this low-income area for the project that you designated, which is ECCL. The CDE is the guy who officially sells the tax credits, and he becomes the bank. He holds, like an escrow company, he holds the money that you're lending, which is the $6.8 million, and the money from the new market tax credit investor, which I'm calling a loan, but really isn't a loan because it's forgiven, so it's never paid back. But it's considered a loan for purposes of how this thing is structured. So there's two notes. There's a $6.8 million note that's to pay you back for the money that you loaned, and then a $3.2 million B note that's supposed to be paid back to the new market tax credits investor, but actually never is repaid. This all goes to this nonprofit that you set up that's going to be owning this particular facility. You're the operator, you're the district. He will give you an operating lease. You'll make lease payments. So you'll make lease payments to cover the $6.8 million A note. The A note was the money that you loaned, and if it's from a local bond issue, you would charge the interest. If it's from an impact fee or a Mellow Roost district or something where you don't have to pay it back, then there doesn't have to be any payment. You're essentially loaning the money at 0% interest in that case. And what happens is the way the money goes back is there's an interest payment that's paid when the lease payment goes to this nonprofit that owns the component, and I'll slow down here. The nonprofit has this money that it got in the lease payment. It makes an interest payment. The interest payment goes through the CDE back to the investment fund. Some of it comes back to you because you loaned them $6.8 million. So if there's interest on it or whatever, you're supposed to pay that money back. So your lease payment is essentially paying you back for this money that you loaned. But of course, you're out the lease payment money, so you're even. The money that goes back to the tax credit investor, 3.9 million tax credits, he forgives that. So there really is no interest payment. So the only interest payment that really your lease payment is just enough to pay you, the school district, back for the loan that you made. And then that goes to pay back the local bond issue if you guys have bondholders, or if you don't have bondholders, then there's nothing to really pay back. And so basically what happens is you've got this cycle going through of a loan coming to a nonprofit with a loan coming from you and from the new market tax credit investor. The New Market Tax Credit investor never gets paid back. You get paid back based on some interest rate that you determine along with your nonprofit, which, as I told you before, is an organization that probably has 2 of you sitting on the board, as well as 3 other people. And after 7 years, the other loan is forgiven, and the property goes back to the school district. And that's all set up by lawyers, which is another thing. There's a lot of legal fees on this program, I discovered, in the ones that I've worked on, because you have a lawyer, the community development entity has a lawyer, and the investor has a lawyer. So there's 3 different lawyers involved, and obviously there's a cost to that. That all comes out of the proceeds. It's all done contingent on the closing of the bond deal.
And the, yeah, well, I'm glad there are a lot of lawyers involved, because there are a lot of lines on the page there
Yes,
that
sorry, I know.
that some of us who are lawyers, know enough to know that we want someone who's an expert in this looking at those lines. But it has to be very firm that this is forgiven, that it's a
Correct.
loan that's not getting paid back.
That's correct.
So that, yeah, and that also this nonprofit entity that you say they own, that $10 million chunk of the facility.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some transaction by where we, the district, donate to them
That's
or
correct.
give them this facility for nothing.
Yes, with the understanding that they only get it for 7 years, and they collect lease payments from you for 7 years, and you have to make those lease payments. And then once the lease payments are done after 7 years, it goes back to you. So the lawyers, I mean, they've done this a lot of times before. I mean, they've done it. I guess it's over 750 of these have been done nationally over the last 14 years.
And you said that this has been done in other states for school construction.
That's correct.
Is that right? Do you know how many projects have been
I
for
could
schools
check on
in
that.
other
Charter
states? That would-
schools have been the ones who've really gone to town because they have the nonprofits. They have to have them in. You know more about charter schools than I do. I've never really worked with a charter school, but they have a nonprofit anyway. So they're set up for this. It's perfect for them.
I'd be curious to know how many school
Non-charter
districts,
schools. Okay.
traditional.
They're the dependent charter schools where it would be the school district doing it, I suppose, right? Because the dependent charter school does have the school board, but then the independent charter schools are something different. So
And may I just add, while he's coming to the podium, that it turns out that John Baker has, although he has not been involved in the details of this piece, that he has had some projects in his work experience that have utilized new market tax credits, just for the information to the board.
were they charters by any chance, charter schools by chance, or were they other?
No, one was a community center built by the city of San Pablo. The other was a
John, use the mic.
I'm sorry. The other was a mixed-use project by the city of built. It was a joint venture between the city of Berkeley, a nonprofit housing developer, and a nonprofit organization.
So those were projects that were more the traditional use of the new market tax credits. And
Correct.
to answer the question that you just brought up, under the law in California, a school district can approve a charter that is an independent charter. You may approve a charter that basically you operate. I believe if it's the dependent charter, the board then is that entity that governs. So these would be independent charters, like the one in Santa Ana that just opened last year. It's an independent charter, has its own body that is that nonprofit that oversees it. So I think the uniqueness here, and I think your question about the attorneys in the lines, and I think blending that with your comment about COPs, is that when school districts do certificates of participation, they create a nonprofit entity. Sometimes the county superintendent of schools offers that. Sometimes a grouping of districts offer it. There are some that are statewide. When I was a superintendent, we did this a couple of times to issue COPs where the board itself, so we didn't have to worry about not just having 2 board members, but the board itself and I were this non-profit entity that basically had the lease arrangements going back and forth. So it's not an uncommon thing for school districts to do. The uncommon thing is doing it for new markets tax credits because, as we both said, it hasn't been done before.
Great. I appreciate that extra information, and I would be very interested to get information about where traditional districts have done this in other states, if just so we know it's been done.
I have one question, David, and that is, and I think we talked about this when you guys came down a couple of weeks ago for the meeting and did a similar presentation, but, and the question is, the district has to make those lease payments.
That's correct.
What is the funding source to make those lease payments?
Well, if you're paying back a general obligation bond, it's probably your general fund. I don't know what else it would be, because that's what pays back a general obligation bond. So if that was the money you used, your lease payment would be tied into that security. The people who sold you the general obligation bond want to be paid back, and if you're using their money for that, you could, in this program.
It's not the general fund. It's the tax supported by the GO.
Okay, but isn't that considered a general fund? No? Oh,
No,
okay, all right,
completely
well,
different fund.
okay, it's the fund that's dedicated to that particular purpose. So if it's not the general fund, it would be the fund that's dedicated to paying back the general obligation debt from the bonds that you sold, and that would be the fund. Because the people who bought those bonds want to get paid back. You can't just give away their money and not have a way to pay them back. And this lease arrangement is such that your lease payment would be equivalent to what you would normally be paying the general obligation bondholders, just like you would be doing if you didn't go through all this, but it would be done through a lease payment.
So we give our money, our lease pay, I mean, we give our money that we would pay to the bondholders, we give it to this entity.
Which
and,
then pays you back. Yeah.
Who gives it to the bond? Do they give it to the bondholders?
No.
How do the
It goes
bondholders
back to
get
you
paid?
and you give it to the bondholders. The trick is that they have to accept a lease payment from you. The lease payment, it's whatever's negotiated, but the lease payment is equivalent to whatever it is that you have to pay for that money, because they're leasing a facility, and the dollar amount that they lease for is the same amount that you as a school district need to pay back whatever that debt is, whatever the source of funding is. So it just revolves around, and essentially you loan them the money that you got from the GO bond issue. That's how it starts. This nonprofit is them. They hold this particular money. You lease the facility from them, you meaning the school district. You make a lease payment to this nonprofit. The nonprofit turns around and pays it back to whoever loaned them the money. Well, you loaned them the money, right? Because you were the one who loaned them the $6.8 million. So they pay you back. And of course, you owe that money to the bondholders because you didn't get the $8.8 million out of nowhere.
So the timing, are they, is this all happening within about the same month or so?
Actually, you pay, normally with a lease payment, you'd pay monthly, and it would go to the nonprofit, then go back to the school district, and then the school district twice a year would be making payments on the bonds, because that's how it works with bonds. So there'd have to be an official accounting where you made a lease payment and then the money came back to you. You have to go through that step. And it's a legal fiction that was set up when this program was created, and that's how it works for New Markets tax credits for anybody who does it, whether it's a school or some kind of commercial facility or whatever it is, whoever uses that particular funding.
Okay.
I'm not sure I have a question as much as I'm kind of troubled by.
Mm-hmm.
Is my mic not on?
It's dead.
Red light means dead.
All our mics
Oh,
are
yeah.
dying.
There you go.
It's the end of the year. Our batteries are all dying in the district.
You think as much as I talk, that would be not an issue. But as I listen to this, what certain terms pop into my head as you describe this. I mean, this is to me the equivalent of a lease back. I mean, we're gonna. But the term that troubles me, and sort of this whole concept, there's two things that stand out. The whole purpose of our involvement here is we create a shell corporation. You know, it's a nonprofit, but we create a shell corporation and launder money. That troubles me. I know people do it all the time, but just because something is legal and doesn't necessarily mean it's ethical. I'm staring John in the eye right now, and I'm realizing, there's a lot of lawyers involved because that's what this is. This is just a big attempt to circumvent the intent of this law, which was not to develop school properties, but to develop other things. And so I'm troubled by that. I'm troubled by, we pay a lot of legal fees to create a shell to funnel money, and while I hate to look, $5 million in the mouth, there's something that troubles me that we're going to spend a lot of money on legal fees to circumvent the intent of a law, just not the letter. And so I want to sort of address that as you talk about other people that have done it, has Congress sort of addressed this sort of, we're just going to turn a blind eye to it, or You know?
Actually, in June, there was a bipartisan, I mean, I'm just telling you honestly what's happened. In June, there was a bipartisan bill that is now in the House to extend the program indefinitely. They have been approving it year by year by year. It's been $3.5 billion every year, and the idea is now to extend it indefinitely. Whether it's the banks because they like the tax credits, whether it's the Republicans because they like the fact that you're not going directly to a public. There's no public bureaucracy. These are private entities called community development entities that sell the tax credits. So you're sort of circumventing the entire idea of having HUD or some other agency dole out the money. It's all done through the private, so maybe they like it because it's a private program. Organizations that maybe wouldn't normally catch the eye of some federal agency, particularly in rural areas. A lot of this money goes to rural areas. I think the key thing, and again, I'm not speaking to actually I'm speaking of the letter of the law as well as the spirit of the law. You have to be providing a service that's not in the area right now. Yeah, you're not a Ralph's, so you're not providing grocery services, but you're providing library services and health services. That's clearly the intent of the law. And they make you go through all these motions. It would be nice if you just could apply for a grant, I suppose, and get the money and use it, and that's the end of it. They have the structure set up. Go ahead.
Let me just comment, though. But really, from the federal side, the intent really is by giving tax credits, it's a cheaper way for the federal government to support economic development in those communities that need it, right? I mean, it's a lot cheaper than having to actually appropriate dollars to pour into.
It's somebody else's money that is being spent up front to provide a service that the government wants to provide, and it's cheaper for them to offer the tax credit. And to answer your question, I was intrigued by the way that you phrased it, because you talked about the ethical nature of this. As a public agency, you don't gain from any tax credit that's available. You can't, because you're a public agency. This is there for those that pay taxes. But because of need, this structure was created, and it's not a farce, and it's not, the way I look at it, it's not something that is put together to do a sleight of hand. It's there to address, to be a bridge, because you do not pay taxes. Somebody that does pay taxes says, we'll subsidize, because that's what this is a subsidy, this project, and we'll bridge the fact that you don't pay taxes and that the entity over here that does pay taxes gets the tax break. You get the benefit of the project and the service, they get the tax break. And it's simply that. We ran into this several years ago in trying to resolve something in Sacramento. Part of what I do is lobby for public schools. And schools never have enough money. And always looking for a way to see if we could generate capital dollars for schools, because there's never enough. The infrastructure in California, we have 10,000 schools in California, and the infrastructure is aging all the time. And the state and the governor and the legislature are considering things like the bond. I was in a hearing today because there's a proposed bond. But we're not sure if we're going to get to that bond. My point is that this is a way for the government, and here the federal government, extremely important, to subsidize school districts being able to provide not only the bricks and mortar, but also to support the services to the children in that bricks and mortar setting, because you don't have enough money to cover all the needs that you have.
If that was accurate, we wouldn't have to set up the shell corporation. And that's my challenge. It's not the intent of the law. It's not the funding stream. I love the idea of tax credits. I get all of that. What I'm saying is that the fact that we have to create an entity that, we're paying lease payments to, so they can pay them back to us. That's where I'm troubled. Is that if the law were such, then we could take the loan out straight from the financial institution. Because we have to create this nonprofit, and you can talk about charter schools doing it, and I'm not a big fan of charter schools, but they're a nonprofit for a reason, and there's some political impetus for them. As wrong-headed as it is, it's there, and so that's where I sort of. And again, you know,
So-
it's an ethical thing for me.
So I have a question, and I appreciate the questions. Out of the 700, I think, or so across the country that have been done, is that the typical arrangement, that there is a nonprofit set up or some entity set up? Is that the typical way it's arranged?
For nonprofit, with a charter, for charter school, yes. For other facilities, it's actually a real company that is going to be manufacturing widgets. And
that
so,
pays taxes.
yeah, that pays taxes, and it's just it's a limited, you know, partnership, or it's a corporation. But a lot of these are private companies. The ones I've done have been private companies that have gone.
So there needs to be
creating
some
jobs.
entity, basically. So basically, what you're saying is that by the nature of the ECCL project, we have the possibility of, and there may be different opinions on it based on, I understand the questioning, the questions, but we have an opportunity that could be a win-win, one for the community and the project, as well as the institutional investors, if I understand correctly.
I'm wondering.
And the federal government has the benefit of knowing that they're providing for a service that, and capital dollars, that they're not giving direct dollars to. And one of the things, one of the things you reminded me of, school districts in California can't take out a mortgage. It's unconstitutional for you to do that. That's why a COP exists, because you may be using this money to build a school. I did that. But you create a shell corporation in order to pay lease payments to get around the constitutional prohibition against you taking out a loan, or me taking out a loan for the district. You can't do it under state law, but everybody agrees. It was part of a discussion in a hearing last week. Everybody agrees that it's okay to do this in order to get around the Constitution because of the service that's being provided. And you could go out and you could lease a relocatable building and put it in plain sight of everybody and pay that lease payment, or you can take out a COP and build an entire school from the ground up. What's the difference? It's a lease. It's the COP, and this is not unlike that, because you create that other corporation, the shell corporation. But I think your idea of the win-win, it is there. But even the federal government gets to say, look at what we're doing, because we're encouraging you to basically pull yourself up by what you're doing in the community. And part of the beauty of this was when the map, when David showed me the map, because we were looking to see whether or not this would work. And the map was clear. And he said, this is a perfect case, because you meet the federal requirements, and you also entice the investors.
Yeah, and
that may not satisfy your thinking, but I think it's the logic to me.
Yeah, and I totally understand your thinking. Part of it is, by the way, that these investors and the community development entities, they do have a choice of projects. They're all over this one. They like I guess some of them know Emeryville, and they like the idea of the health facilities, libraries. So they're choosing you over others. And you're right. I mean, they will find somebody else to do this for. It's not going to change the program, and somebody else would be doing it. Maybe it would be a for-profit company that wouldn't have to do a shell. That's very possible. The money's going to be used for it. It's just a matter of whether you want to take advantage of it or not, and that certainly is your choice. You don't have to. There's no requirement. There's no bonds. They don't have to go to a vote of the people. It's a tax credit transaction, pure and simple.
Right.
So I guess just to presage my thinking that I agree. It does seem a little funky, and the laundering kind of idea did come to me as well. Of like, why do we have to go through all these machinations to get some money to build a project? It seemed that's a great project. Your explanations help with some of that it's this bridge between how do you get this tax credit from a for-profit entity that really wants those tax credits and to money in a nonprofit entity that is limited in being able to do certain things like take out mortgages and other things. So that's helpful. I would like to have our own legal counsel take a look at this and make sure that that it is on the up and up, and it's legal, and that it's
You know, that's why I'd like to know that there are other traditional districts in other states that are doing this. Congress knows about that, and that as long as they're, you know, creating new services in low-income communities, that Congress and the regulators and others are happy with it, then I guess I'm, you know, willing to, then I would understand it as this is crazy government bureaucracy to, you know, so that the Republicans can say we built stuff in low-income communities without actually giving money to low-income communities. So if that's what we have to do to get some money to, out of the federal government, okay. Like, I'm willing to create this intermediate mechanism, I guess would be my thought, assuming we have our own legal independent counsel that kind of is up and up in that. My other two questions were that there seemed to be a requirement that the money, well, I had three questions. First, you said it was about 2.5 million. Your example, I don't know if it was just because of the example, but there was 3.2 million. Right. But all we could benefit from was two. So is that 700,000 in fees, or is that
700,000 CVE? We just gave examples from other projects that we've worked on, and CVE gets 4% of the 10. They're the ones, and admittedly, they have to go get the money from the federal government, which involves a very, very complicated application process. Only about 1 in 4 get approved, so 3/4 of them are wasting their time. The 1/4 that are approved, they charge usually about 4% for that. The attorney is usually somewhere around 2 to 3%, somewhere along those lines. There's an accounting firm that's involved because we have to make sure the money goes through properly, and every year they have to check and make sure that's okay. Well, my firm, sorry, so informal here. My firm generally gets about 2% of the total amount, so that's another cost. So between all the costs, you're right, out of about 3.2 million, you'll wind up somewhere around 2.5, 2.6 net. Everybody operates on contingency, so the only cost up front is we charge $15,000 to move ahead with this because it's so much work, and we move along on that, and we just hope the deal closes. We do underwrite ourselves, and we do, before we take a job seriously, we kind of ask around, is this something you'd be interested in? So we have turned down a number of school districts because they didn't have the cachet that you have. Having said that, I don't think there's going to be any shortage of them. It's just a matter of finding the right jobs. And in Santa Ana, they have this giant recreational facility that serves all the community soccer teams and all that stuff. So I mean, that's what we would do. But we're pretty confident you would be able to get funding, so we're really excited about you. But obviously, you should have your attorneys look at it. And worst comes to worst, you could just be a 2015 applicant. It's not like, these guys are interested in you in 2014, but that doesn't mean they won't be in 2015. But time is of the essence in terms of this particular application period. And but 2015 is not that far away, so that's your other option. You can just wait on it, and you'd have to get started because we want to get you on the list before these guys put their applications in for next year. Applications are put in late in the fall, so we'd want you on the list by then. But that's another opportunity.
So the fees come out of basically the credits, as you say.
That's correct.
Contingency.
It all comes out of the
It's
credits.
not like we
all
are
the
paying.
attorneys work on the come, so
we are paying out of our general fund
For
the
closing
fees.
costs.
Right.
It seemed
the
that
other
there's
end.
15,000 seemed to be all that we would be on the hook for. There's another 15,000 we pay later, but that's only if the project's already
That's
kind of
correct.
going through. So
To be honest with
really,
you, nobody else has taken a chance
risk,
by us because everybody else, we have the CDE's approval. I mean, it's all to matter. They do the legal documents once everybody agrees. There's a term sheet. Everybody agrees to the term sheet. So I don't think they take all that much risk. But anyway, but the trick is that for some reason or other it fell apart, then they wouldn't be able to get the money. And I did one deal where the 70% wasn't there at the very end. The 75% was not there, and the whole deal fell apart, and everybody wasted their time. So that does happen. We're the only ones who get paid up front is because we have to bring this to all these school districts, and then we have to put together the package to convince the CDEs that they want to invest in this. And also at the same time, we talk to the community development entities, we talk to the buyers, the investors in the tax credits, because we want both of them in sync. We don't want the CDE to say, yes, we can sell it, and then not really have a buyer. Then we're wasting our time too. And I didn't explain, the gentleman who is on my staff now worked for JP Morgan. Actually, he was not at the last meeting that you guys had, but he worked for JP Morgan Chase. They are the biggest purchaser, investor in these bonds, and he was the main underwriter in their West Coast office. So he knows everybody. The other person on my staff who went with him to Washington, he bought more of these than anybody else did in his previous role. So I'm very fortunate to have him on my staff. Otherwise, I wouldn't try something like this because I know what we've done before. I want to keep doing what I've done before successfully. But all systems go, and the fact that we have both the buyers and sellers of tax credits interested means you've got a really good chance at funding. But I understand the concerns.
And these,
I
you
got
know, I mean, I take some comfort in knowing that folks, that the other entities in this process, CDE, the buyers, the sellers, the tax credit, look at our project and say, yeah, that's doable, that's going to work under this. We're willing to put our money in that because they understand it to be, you know, well within the parameters of what this program is intended to do.
Right. And we've had failure, you know, remember Banta School District? I mean, we went out there, met with them, great project.
They was talking about a district that we thought really met the test. It was a very small district, a very small school district, and the...
It was
the
in
board-
California?
Oh, yeah, it's in San Joaquin County.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it made the test, and it did not. The board was excited about it, the superintendent was excited about it, and they have substantial need way beyond your need, and not the ability to meet all the things that you're going to be doing. And we just said, you're not going to be able to make it. It's not going to work. They were very disappointed.
And it didn't work because
they did not meet the economic depression criteria
I
that David
see.
was talking about.
Which we do. You're saying.
Which you do.
Yeah.
You do substantially.
Okay. The last question I had was there does seem to be a requirement that the money, which I assume to be the I'm not sure whether that is the 10 million or I guess it's probably the 3.2 million, needs to be is needed to make the project economically feasible. There's so what is the standard for meeting that, and you know, do you need to show like, well, this project, this library, this health, so it would not be built unless this tax credit happens, or?
That's correct. We do have to show that there's a funding shortfall. Now, the way we've done this on other projects is there's a big project, we're taking a particular component out. The dollars that you have don't have to be used on that component. They're used on the rest of the project. So we pick the component where there's going to be a shortfall. Again, maybe that's gaming, but that's what you do, is you see which part you want to do, and that's where you don't apply the money you have. You have an overall project shortfall, but the money that you do have, you're using on other components, not the component you're applying for. You do have to come up with 75% of that component, obviously, because otherwise they won't do the deal. But we fall short by 25%. If you have all the money for everything and have no need for any subsidy, then you wouldn't qualify for this program either. So that's part of how it works.
Okay.
They kind of make these rules up, and either you comply or you don't. That's basically how it works.
Comment, question, Miguel?
No, I just think that, you know, as far as these rules, that's really how the federal government works with anything, any kind of money that they give out. You know, federal government is always going to have a lot of bureaucracy behind allocating out funds and dollars. Personally, you know, I understand the concerns of my other colleagues, but, you know, this investment instrument for me is really, it's understandable. I do understand, you know, the concerns about, you know, setting up the quote-unquote shell corporation, but if this is what's in the legal requirements to be done, then, you know, for me, it is what it is. And I don't see anything, I won't say illegal about it, you know, in this case. The other thing, too, and as I said earlier, Member Simon had been talking about this for, I mean, probably 3 or 4 years, and had been talking about it, you know, consistently every year. And, I mean, Member Simon is one of the most ethical persons that I do know. But I know from an experience and standpoint, Member Simon deals with this in his everyday job. So I know that he knows about it, and I don't want to say he's an expert, but, you know, if he can recommend this to the board and know what all the ramifications are, you know, I know it's a good investment tool for this district to at least research. Now, I didn't know anything about it until we got the presentation a few weeks ago. And being a finance person, I do understand the flow. And, again, I think this is an opportunity for the district to fund some of the, not only the building, but some of the elements in this project that we may have to cut out in the long run because of our shortfall. So, for me, it's really putting back those elements into the project that we may have to get rid of. So, for me, I think we really should, and we may need another study session. We may, I'm all for Member Atfield's suggestion as far as having legal take a look at this, and I think we should do that. But I think, it will probably take another session for us to really come up with, a definitive decision. Now, what that means as far as timing, I think that's the issue that I'm hearing right now. So, I don't know, David, how long do we have to make a decision, and how long will these funders wait for us to make a decision?
They're waiting for the data.
Timeline.
Tom has been trying to collect, Mr. Duffy's been trying to collect, Dr. Duffy's been trying to collect it. So, we can tell them it's not coming yet. Again, it's still 2015. I don't know what happens with 2014. I'm not saying you won't qualify. We'll keep plugging away, but the money could go somewhere else. It's not the end of the world. It's up to you guys. I would hope that if you had it looked at legally, then maybe the individual could look at it fairly quickly and get back to you by the next meeting and say, yeah, it looks okay, which I'm pretty sure they're going to say. But I understand your concerns, and it's not, I'm sure it's not for everybody. So.
And if we were to do that, I would like to invite, our former board member Simon to the conversation so he could give us his, evaluation and opinion of this instrument as well, if we had to do that, if we had to wait that long.
This is up as an information item.
It's an information item.
Yeah, that's correct. Our staff's thought was that if the board wanted to at least begin the process, the formal process, that we would, that if staff gave direction, or the board gave direction to staff to work with Mr. Duffy and Mr. Taussig, that we would begin the application process. It is not on the board for action, but I think board direction would be sufficient at least to move through the process. Obviously, the board, in the face of any new information that would cause the board concern, could certainly at that point abort the process. But I think timing is the key issue here, especially since there are 3 CDEs that have been identified that are highly interested in the project. So my suggestion, and Dr. Ruby and I discussed this, my suggestion is that you give us direction to move forward, to retain Mr. Taussig's firm to begin completing the application. We have identified a funding source for the initial work to be involved. There are developer fee dollars in the developer fee fund that have to be expended because it's coming up to the 5-year window, and the board will recall from our previous budget study session there's quite a bit of dollars. I guess that's a relative term. There are sufficient dollars in the developer fee fund to support this. This is in line with the purpose of what developer fees will be used for, to secure construction funding, and so that would not have an impact on the general fund. In the meantime, so we would recommend the board give us direction to continue to move forward, and at the same time consult with legal counsel and see within the week if we can get legal counsel's opinion on their analysis of this funding mechanism for the school district. But in the course of doing those 2 things, we would not lose any time.
Well, I could support, staff moving forward personally. One board member anyway.
So I was just going to say, I think we have to do that. I don't, the $15,000 expenditure makes a whole lot of sense for what we gained. We just had a presentation from Mr. Baker referencing a conversation about the takeouts, just to ensure that we are on budget with this project. I think we really need to make sure that we're consistently approaching opportunities to ensure we have a smart project. And so I think that's whatever comes out of that list, this is that opportunity to restore a number of things. And I'm sure wellness and the library has some components in that list.
Yes,
we did recently communicate to the city about 2 weeks ago in the city district meeting that we would continue to seek out opportunities with that being the concern, that we would like to see the project completed. And they, as the city would, ideally as planned, if we could. So this could be one of those opportunities, I think.
Yeah, so, and just with that, I think it's, for me, I similarly, I'm quite excited about the opportunity. The mechanism is what it is, but I think, we would be as prudent about establishing the right oversight in terms of a 501(c) or whatever the nonprofit that's necessary, and do that so that they're completely focused on that piece of the work and not interact with any other organization. So I also see it as the city who acts as a redevelopment agency. To me, it's just very similar. It's not, for me in my mind, I don't see it as this big different thing. So I have no issue with the structure, and I do think it's of course smart to have our legal counsel review and ensure that we are following the right path here. But I think $15,000 from the developer fees, which is all focused in that area, makes a lot of sense, and it's not going to be missing from some other program.
So let me just add that, Mr. Baker, and we've talked about this in relation to the ongoing discussions with Turner Construction, and he reminded me of the term I kind of got used to in Dublin, and that is, the contract could be structured in a way to have a number of alt adds to the contract. Now, obviously, as they've gone through a value engineering process, the committee that worked on it, the city staff and the district staff, and talking with Turner, really tried to adhere to the concept of not affecting scope and quality, because that is a concern, everyone's concern, certainly is a concern of the city council. And so they made every effort to generate a list of value engineering items that didn't have that impact. But at the same time, if we're able to get this source of funding in the 2014 cycle, there would still be the opportunity to restore a number of those items through the way this contract is structured with Turner. Is that a fair, general?
Microphone.
The group is, sorry about that. The group, the city and district stakeholders in our analysis of items focused and also in evaluating those on things which did not impact quality, had minimal impact on quality. We don't have anything that really impacted program. And so the prioritization of things that we may want to changes, it was done that way. So that's been a focus. In addition, I would say that certainly the majority of those items could be added back in at a later date. The further along you get in the project, the harder it becomes to do that. But being that really for the first 3 months, August, September, October, up until November, we're working on foundations and structural steel and things like that. Many of these things could be added, towards the end of the year. And as we finalize that list, as I pointed out in my presentation, we're reconvening the week of the 7th of July. I think we can consider that further and really include items that can be plugged back into the project, if you will, down the road. What John spoke of is that we can also include those as additive alternates in the Turner contract, so that if we plug them back in later, say that in February we want to put a certain entry canopy or a certain spec item back in, we can do that. It would allow us to do that and also have that pricing predetermined.
So any issue with staff moving forward to do this initial phase and come back to the board, just as Dr. Sugiyama outlined?
I don't have a problem at all. I mean, it's a golden opportunity, and we should at least take a hard look at capturing the opportunity for these extra funds.
So I agree with that. I mean, I think that it does seem like an unusual opportunity. It has some unusual aspects to it, but I think the risk reward is extraordinary. You know, you put in 15,000, you get out 5 million. That's a pretty good
Who
risk
does that,
now,
right?
and you know, I mean, I think it's worth, as I've indicated, spending a few thousand of our own money just on our legal counsel to make sure that this is looking good. And you're going to provide us with information about where this has been done with traditional schools in other states. I mean, I think as I said, I think the odd mechanism of this nonprofit seems to be an artifact of the Congress not wanting to invest federal money directly into our community, but created this other mechanism to do so. But if it's copacetic and legal and Congress knows districts are doing this, you know, then we might as well get it as opposed to a district in another state or a charter school in Southern California. So.
And we have the ability, I mean, I just thought about that, and I'm not trying to stretch this till midnight, but we do have the ability to confer and just, contact our congressperson as well. I mean, just to explain, to express this is the type of thing, the opportunity, and, this is a mechanism that we've got, and, and take it on. I mean, it makes it difficult. It makes it feel uncomfortable, but, if this is the tool. But I was also going to mention to your point about it's gone. So, but yeah, I'm with you there. And that's an opportunity we have with our local, our federal, as well as state legislature as well. So.
But one other quick thing. The federal government really does not make a practice of allocating funds for facilities. Am I right? They usually allocate funds towards programming, especially for schools. So I think this is really a unique opportunity to be able to capture funds from the federal government for facilities, because this is something that they really don't do.
I'm comfortable with staff moving forward and it coming back.
Any other comments?
I'm unclear. So staff moving forward, are we committing the $15,000?
Committing the 15, which does not require board action. I mean, true enough. So it's $15,000 to pursue and get greater information and pursue this opportunity to. And I guess we'll get it back. I'm certain 5 million times before we move forward anyway.
Yeah, and just to the other comment about this isn't something the federal government does. That actually is what gives me pause. Is that if they were in the business of funding facilities, I'd be more for it. But the fact that they specifically say that's a state, and then I run through numbers, and when you add up the fees, I'm getting it's $7.8 million that we end up spending $5 million on public good. And that's if I do the math right, because they're committing 3.9 twice. So that's 7.8, and so by the time it trickles down and everybody's taken their taste, and I'm using particular terms for a reason, it comes down to 5 million. So while this is an interesting mechanism and this is how government works, I am always going to take a pause at, when government is that inefficient.
But Member Pats, I will say this. I appreciate your comments and your concerns, especially from an ethical standpoint. And for me, as a new board member, it tells me a lot about you. So, even though you have a little hesitation about it and some concerns, I still appreciate the fact that, you're able to, communicate. You're right. Communicate those concerns.
And the board, if you do give us direction to move forward, can rest assured that if there's any hesitation by our legal counsel, I'll be certain to put the brakes on and alert you right away.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And
No problem. Thank you.
Just before you go, because I've been doing it all night and I'll be called out if I don't, any public comment to this particular topic of the gentleman? Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
President Dice, I know the board has been sitting there for quite a while.
Can we take a break?
And would a 5 or 10 minute recess be appropriate?
Can I take it? please?
Yeah.
Please, are we good?
5-minute recess.
5 minute. Thanks, Brandon. We're good? Yeah, okay. Look, I know. Ooh, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. To item H4, Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP.
No. President Dice and members of the board, what I'd like to do in terms of presenting this item is just to recap what has happened since our Friday night study session. So based on the board's comments, so if you recall last Friday's study session, the board gave direction to staff to build into the LCAP plan, I think it was 4 items that were the highest priority ranking items by board average score. We have done that, and as a result, we have taken a couple of things out of Section 2 that were in your previous draft, because the directions from the county is only include in Sections 2 and 3 those items that you're going to fund. So we had to make some revisions to Section 2, which then caused us to make some revisions to Section 3, because the things in Section 2 really should show up in Section 3 as well, in the appropriate section, whether it's 3A or in Section 3B. So we kind of had to go through and look at that and make those revisions. We also got some feedback from Member Dwin and Member Affelt regarding some technical and some other suggestions that would make the LCAP plan more strongly aligned to what the statute requires. So we've made every effort to do that. But perhaps, and so we believe we've incorporated most of Member Dwin and Member Affelt's comments into the hard copy version you have tonight. So I want to point out that the hard copy version you have tonight is the most updated draft, and it's been updated since the one that was sent to you Monday night at 9 o'clock. Okay, so rather than go through every change in Section 2 and Section 3, what I'd like to do is to refer to this colored matrix sheet and use this as the basis to kind of explain what I think are the most significant changes to the hard copy draft that you have in front of you tonight. And then, of course, you have not previously seen Section 3C and 3D, which we really couldn't complete until the board went through the exercise on Friday evening. So we'll certainly take comments or address any questions the board may have regarding what is in Section 3C and 3D. But if you recall, so what I'd like to do is go through this first. I mean, if you do have questions about what is actually specifically in Section 2 and 3, we'll be prepared to respond to those. But we think the most critical piece is this. As you recall, on last Friday evening, I mentioned to the board that the actual dollars available to the board are probably really not going to be known until 2 things happen. One is that the district closes the books on the 13-14 year, which typically occurs sometime in late August. And secondly, following, well, probably over 90% of the school districts who attend school services annual budget workshop, this is the workshop that's in most years tries to be scheduled in July, but it ultimately depends on when the governor signs the budget. In the last 10 years, more often than not, the state has not made the July 1st statutory deadline. But in any case, school services, within a few weeks after the governor signs the budget, presents workshops around the state attended by probably 90% of CBOs and school superintendents and, in some cases, other staff, to get direction on how to actually calculate revenues for the subsequent year based on their analysis and interpretation of the governor's budget. As an aside, it is often said that people in the Department of Finance and the State Department often attend SSC's workshops so that they can understand how school districts calculate their revenues. So we do anticipate that following, at least Mr. Bonet and Dr. Rubio will be going to the July School Services Workshop in Sacramento, that they will come back and then we'll be able to revise the budget that we're asking you to adopt this evening, to revise that budget to reflect the new calculations, and we are hopeful that those new calculations will identify some additional source of money. All of this to say that, as was mentioned Friday evening, that sometime in early September, it would probably be good for the board to meet again and to look at the dollars, if there are new dollars available, to look at those new dollars relative to what other things on your priority list could be funded, or whether, depending on how the new dollars are coming to you, whether or not you can use those dollars to offset or begin to work on reducing the ongoing structural deficit. So it kind of depends on where the dollars come, because if they come in supplemental concentration grants, you got to spend it for the purpose. Is that right, Member Affeldt? Right, you have to spend it for the purposes for which the dollars come to you. But if there are other sources of revenue that come that have greater flexibility, then the board certainly has an option to not spend those monies on these on any new priorities, and look at that as a way of beginning to reduce the deficit spending in the district. But what I also mentioned to you is that it would be a good exercise for the board and the staff to begin to look at how the base grant monies are being spent in the district, so that the board has the opportunity to look at any changes the board wants to make in terms of how those dollars are spent, and which could either free up additional dollars to fund LCAP priorities, or also could be used as ways to work on reducing the structural deficit spending for 15-16. So in either case, yeah, I think it would be a valuable exercise for the board to go through. So essentially what we're saying is, without getting into the details of accounting, for the board to basically know where all the dollars are being spent. So with that being said, including parcel tax, absolutely. And in some ways that's a little easier for us to document, because we have to provide that report to the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee annually. And they will meet in October, November, to look at how the dollars were spent in the prior year. So to go down this list then, so one of the major activities we've been involved in today is Wednesday, the last 2 days, is to re-examine some parts of our general fund budget to see if there are additional dollars available that are unallocated, untapped, not yet identified for expenditure, that we can use to fund some of the priorities that the board had already approved. So I want to go through the green section first, and because the 4 items in the green section are items that the board authorized to use supplemental and concentrated grant money to fund, and what we have found in 2 cases, that there are other sources of funds that could be utilized instead of the supplemental concentration grant monies, which could then be placed somewhere else. So the first item is the full-time science teacher continues to be funded by the supplemental concentration grant at 103,727. That's not changed. Similarly, the transfer of 20% of each of the special ed teachers or the educational specialists so that they can access and work with targeted general education students, and which in most cases will be low-income students, if not all cases, that the board approved, and that continues to be funded through supplemental and concentration grant money. However, the next item, supplemental reading materials for intervention, acceleration, English learners, and students with special needs. While originally on Friday we had identified that as to be funded through supplemental and concentration grant monies, there are some parcel tax monies from the 2011-12 year 2011-12, Mr. Bonet, not 12-13. 11-12, is it? Okay. Yes. Was that from 12-13? Okay. So there are,
I apologize.
the year prior to that.
Well, that's how far back that.
Right. So there's and some of those dollars that were unexpended parcel tax was used last year to upgrade and replace technology that needed to be replaced because the parcel tax authorized expenditures for technology, and so some of that funds were used for that. But there's basically $171,000 left in that fund. So we're recommending that we use about $4,100 of those dollars for this purpose, which is authorized by the parcel tax measure. And the board is aware that the district annually gets lottery money, of which about 20% of it is restricted lottery funds. They have to be used to fund in the classroom, use the funds to provide materials for the classroom. Our general fund budget estimates about a little over $20,000 in the restricted side of the lottery funds for next year. We're proposing to use $10,820 of that, so that we're proposing that that item be funded at the amount which the board approved, $15,000, but did not be funded through supplemental and concentration grant funds. The next item, professional development for the Common Core. We Friday night identified that as to be funded from the supplemental and concentration grant funds. We also are recommending that that be spent from the $171,000 carryover from the parcel tax. What is the reason for those two items being proposed to be funded from the one-time parcel tax money? Because those are one-time expenditures for the next year. So essentially, we've moved $65,000 out of the $241,000 to not be spent from the supplemental and concentration grant funds. So therefore, if you move to the blue area, and you can see that these items are ordered in the average priority rank score that the board established on Friday evening, there are 5 items that received a score of 1.6, and we are suggesting that the first item, hourly pay for staff for after-school tutoring, be then paid from the supplemental and concentration grant. We're then recommending that the part-time ELL teacher at ESS also be funded from the supplemental and concentration grant at an estimated cost of $41,491, with the caveat that it could be less than that. But remember, that cost was based upon hiring a 40% person at the highest place in which that individual can come in on the salary schedule based on years of service and units, graduate units. The next item, math curriculum alignment to the CCS. This is the item that in which Dr. Rubio, in survey with teachers in the district, there was strong interest to immediately begin to pilot math curriculum materials that are aligned to the Common Core. We are suggesting again that instead of using the supplemental concentration grant, which was the only source we identified as of Friday evening, that we use one-time carryover money from the parcel tax of $20,000 and the balance of the restricted lottery dollars of about $10,000 to fund that $30,000 estimated cost. We then are recommending that the student information data assessment system be funded at $10,000 out of the supplemental concentration grant. Noted earlier that Mr. Gibb had indicated that the site council felt strongly about teachers and the staff being able to access and use data in order to inform instruction in the classroom. And it's easier to do that if you have a student information data system in place. And then lastly, we looked at the base grant. Now, if you recall, the projected increase to the base grant is about $85,000, and Mr. Bonet was indicating that until we really know what the district's liability is for the increased STIRS contribution and the fact that we also have to cover step and column increases, there's really virtually not a lot of money there, but we're carving out $5,000 to be used as a stipend for an existing staff person at the secondary school to coordinate the opportunity for students to participate in work experience and or internships. If we go to the next page, a couple other items. So all the items in blue are the ones that we're recommending that we actually implement for next year. So 2.0, provide stipend to staff for data analysis and evaluation. So there's, as you see, there's no dollar cost for that. And part of the reason for that is, at least at Annie Yates, they do have early release Thursdays. And the early release Thursdays are used for a variety of purposes, including professional development time, the grade levels working together. But I can tell you, in the state of Hawaii, all the elementary schools also have early release time. They are, by state mandate, required to have school site data teams. So, and I visited 40 schools. They all have data teams, usually organized by grade levels, and many of them use the early release day once a week for the grade levels to meet to look at data. And, you know, you're not looking at data every week necessarily, because it depends on when you give either local or state assessments. But we think that activity should continue, but we don't think, at least at this point, there's a dollar cost to that. It's more a scheduling issue. And then the last item there in blue is the full-time technology teacher. And you see the cost estimate. We're suggesting that instead of looking to the supplemental and concentration grant funds, which we don't have sufficient money for, that we look at using base grant and look at the possibility of an existing staff person who actually might be reassigned to teach the technology. So quickly, if you go back to the first page, if you look at the items in the green box and the 5 items in the blue box, that just somewhat coincidentally, I guess, adds up to $241,280. So we believe that everything with a rank of 1.2 through and including all the items ranked at 1.6 can be funded. We think, however, the activities on page 2 in blue, the activities in blue can be implemented. And I'll come down to the one down near the bottom on PE and just make a few comments about that. The items in red are the items that still are not funded because we have not yet been able to identify a potential funding source for those. And then the 2 items in yellow, the bilingual parent liaison and the training and second step positive action and the peacemaker curriculum for new staff. Maybe 2 items that are possible within the Annie Yates site plan, because the site, as I understand it, the site council has committed $40,000 to fund 2 other full-time positions that the district isn't able to afford to pay for the balance of those. But the site council could certainly fund the bilingual parent liaison, and possibly, depending on how much time the liaison is hired for and what the cost is, could fund those 2 items. I think the training and second step positive action, I think, was estimated at $5,000. So it's possible that if the board approved a site council plan that included Title I funding for 1 or both of those positions, that those things can be implemented for next year. I just want to say a couple things about the PE teacher. So I think I will have to say staff takes seriously the issue of whether the district is in compliance with the Ed Code requirement for the number of minutes of PE at grades 1 through 8. And it is true with the current level of, with the 1IA that we're not able to meet those minute requirements. But, and I know Ms. Eliason made comments this evening about the fact that teachers aren't trained, don't feel trained, or able to teach PE. And I can appreciate the fact that if you haven't taught PE for a while, you could well benefit from some professional developments around that. But the reality is that if you hold a multiple subject credential, that credential says that you can teach PE, art, science, and in the case of art and science, the district, the board, is funding a full-time, if you call, I guess the word specialty teacher, to provide service in those areas. And I would just have to say to the board, and I just say this from experience, that there aren't a lot of elementary schools that can afford to have a full-time science teacher, a full-time art teacher, and even a credentialed librarian. That's not a given in all elementary schools. So, but in our district, because we really believe it's important for our students, the students we serve, to really get the best possible instruction, you know, some years ago, and as a basis for the parcel tax partly as well, I'm sure, it was recognized that these are needs that our students have, and we need to find ways to fund those things. But in terms of where we are today, and that's not to say maybe when you go through the budget in the fall, as I'm recommending, and the board is aware of where every dollar is spent, that you could not, at that point, give staff direction to look at making some adjustments, which probably, since it involves personnel, will probably be for the 15-16 school year, not because you can't release staff or in the middle of the year. But at least the board have the opportunity to weigh those options. So what we're saying with PE is that for next year, it's really a scheduling issue, and it is an issue of regular staff having to be involved in PE instruction with students. There are, I have to say, there are many elementary schools in which kids don't meet the 200 minutes per every 10 days, and that's not to say that's okay, and it's not an excuse. It's kind of the reality of where schools have been, but many schools have been. But in the schools that do meet that requirement, they have a full-time PE teacher, but they do not have an art teacher. They may not have a science teacher, and they may not have a credentialed librarian. They may have an instructional assistant in libraries. So those are kind of some of the trade-offs that schools have had to make in order to fund that. So my comments about the PE, and maybe Dr. Rubio may have some other comments, but I think we take seriously our obligation to ensure that we meet the ed code requirements for the minutes. But until we can identify the dollars that would fund, if, for example, a full-time PE teacher or something at some point would really help us address that, the board needs some time and staff needs time to look at the budget and look at alternative ways in which that can be supported. So with that said, then the last two items on the second page are in green, because these are things that we can do with base grant funding. The translation services is an ongoing cost in the current year. We have been utilizing a staff person at NEH to assist with translation services as they have been needed. We will continue to fund that in the base grant for next year. And then again, the idea of an AP class, it says online, but AP class, whether it's online or in direct instruction, and or elective classes that meet G requirements, whether they're science electives or other academic electives. But if they're science, in the science area, they can be covered with funding, with the funding the board authorized for the full-time science teacher. So in summary, the staff feels that all the green and blue items on page 1 can be staffed, can be funded. We actually did include the blue items that have a rating of 1.6. We've actually included those in the LCAP draft you have on your desk that we gave you this evening. But it's at the board's pleasure whether you want to fund those or find other ways to use those funds. We just felt we needed to go down the board's ranking and try to find ways to fund those items that were ranked the highest by the board. And so those items are in your latest draft of the LCAP. And so we feel that the LCAP, it may not be 100% exactly perfect, but we think essentially it's in the form ready to submit to the county for the county's approval. And of course the board knows this, that the plan can always be revised and amended. That's part of the process. So with that, I'm going to open it up to board questions or comments.
Just some additional information for the board. The teachers were kind enough to give me their personal emails for summer contact, so this document did go out to all the teachers except one who we haven't been able to reach since the closing of school. We did get some feedback that we were able to use along with your feedback and the revisions, and I was able to respond in writing to the questions, and that was the reason we had some teachers here tonight, because they were the same teachers who actually asked questions and I responded to. So just wanted to let you know that element, although it was a short window for us, with the personal emails of teachers, I think it was helpful to get that information out. Dr. S., you might highlight the comments from the particular ELD teacher from Ms. Miller, because you dealt with them more than I did. The other comments were just more generic questions about the PE position and clarification of whether it was funded or not.
I did receive about 5 questions from Mr. Gibb around his interest in better understanding the ed specialist position and the role that they would play in being able to service students who are not meeting standard. So I responded to those questions. I think I copied the board on my responses. I also contacted Kim Miller in response to Member Affelt's question about the role of the ELD teacher, not just to provide direct instruction to the students who are eligible for the program, but to provide support, PD, coaching for regular classroom teachers around SEDI strategies. I talked to her this morning. She indicated that actually that was her plan at Annie Yates for this coming year, is to be able to provide that support to the regular classroom teachers. And when I asked her about, based on her knowledge of the number of students currently identified at ESS that are English learners, that it would not be, that it would be reasonable to expect that a 40% EL teacher would be able to also provide that support when he or she was not working directly with identified EL students. So as a result of that, we added into that item, we added not just the direct service to students, but also to provide SEDI support and PD for the regular classroom staff.
Great, thank you for following up on that particular point.
Any other questions or comments about what the priority or the list provided in the comments from Dr. Tsukiyama from board members?
We will certainly entertain the public but I've got a few comments first. First of all, I think I've come around on the ed specialist access to general ed students as a appropriate and a good use of our supplemental concentration dollars as a way to increase and improve our intervention services for our high need students. So I understand that and support that being in there. I know I had questions about that last Friday. A related fiscal question on that item is, if I'm understanding that correctly, we are using now general fund dollars to underwrite 20% of 4 special ed specialist teachers. Does that thereby free up special ed dollars that we had this year to do something else with, or dollars in some other way?
So that's a good question. I can tell you that in this year that just ended, 3.6 FTE of the 4.0 FTE at Annie Yates for the special education teachers, 3.6 FTE was funded through special ed funding. The other 40% was funded through Title I. And so part of the reason, again, that this item surfaced as a need was that we understood that the site council had proposed some other uses for the Title I funds. So I think staff here just assumed that those dollars may not be available to continue that, which is what led to this recommendation. So technically, there would be, of the 4 special education teachers, 80% of the cost for the 4 teachers, excuse me,
Basically a point.
40% more of the costs would no longer be borne by special ed funding. However, the issue is that special ed already encroaches on the general fund. So my assumption, unless I'm missing something, Mr. Bonet, maybe you can help me with this, is that those dollars would simply reduce the encroachment on the general fund by about, I would estimate, $40,000.
Mr. Bonet shaking his head, yeah. So, yeah. And I guess the other way to think about it is the Title I piece is being freed up to by a parent liaison. Yeah, or other piece. So, okay. I'm really pleased to see that parcel tax dollars are being used for the 30,000 one-time math curriculum alignment. That the new Common Core adoption. That was my other concern about money I really thought should come out of our kind of core operating funds and parcel tax if the state can't fund it. So I appreciate that effort. On the full-time technology teacher, similar question to the special ed one. My understanding, we this year have had an instructional aide supporting in the computer lab. So are we maintaining that position and adding a full-time technology teacher, or are we upgrading that position, as it were, and transforming it into the existing staff and making that person? In which case, are we just reducing our deficit with the aide's salary, or are we using that money, or could we use that money, for example, to support some of the other things that existing staff is currently doing that they won't be able to do full-time?
Right. Good question. So the staff's recommendation is that we eliminate that instructional aid for technology position, and in its place look at the credentials of the existing staff and identify an existing staff person to fulfill the full-time technology teacher role. We have not proposed then the use of the IA technology dollars for any other purpose. And again, it's similar to the issue with PE. Staff is taking, at least our recommendation is, wherever we can begin to work away at the ongoing deficit, we ought to do that. Now, having said that, the board certainly has it within its prerogative to say, okay, so we're not going to pay for a technology aid for next year, so there's arguably, let's just pick a number, $40,000 available to fund another priority, and that's the board's prerogative. But at some point, the board is going to have to address with Dr. Rubio and the district staff is going to have to address how you're going to work the deficit spending down so you don't continue to use the reserves you have to backfill the deficit spending, because you will get to a point where you won't have the reserve to do that, and then you have to make the cuts all in one year. My kind of way of thinking about this, and it's kind of like what we did when I was here 3 years ago, and the state kind of, reduced. I mean, we cut $2.2 million over a 3-year period, but well, the goal was not to try to eliminate the deficit all in one swoop, because it has a devastating impact on program. The system can't adjust to that, you know. So it's like, if you know, let's say the structural ongoing deficit is 700,000, you don't do anything to increase that, but over a 3-year period, you have a goal to reduce that deficit by, say, 1/3. And the system can better adjust and accommodate to that. And in addition, you have the reality, hopefully, well, I said that base grant funding would increase, or other sources of funding will come into play that will, by and of itself, reduce some of the deficit spending without, and so that would mean, let's just say hypothetically, you received in 15, 16, $100,000 more in base grant funding. Rather than say, oh boy, we have new money, let's buy this, 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 you can also say, well, you know what, that's great, we're not going to spend that, and what we're going to do is we're going to use that to cover $100,000 of ongoing deficit spending. So what I'm saying to you is that's why staff doesn't feel that we would be exercising fiduciary responsibility, recommending to you that you spend the $40,000 that won't be spent on the technology aid, but we also recognize it's the board's role to make that kind of policy decision, or that kind of budget decision. So,
got it. At a minimum, I guess the thought comes to my mind that individual, whoever is the existing staff to become the full-time technology, has an existing job, and that, you know, there may be coverage needs there unless we're sacrificing, you know, whatever that person was doing for part of our program. So I guess we don't need to decide that tonight till we kind of, you know, I mean, I think I'm putting a bookmark in, I guess, to, yeah, till we see how who that person is, what their duties are.
And because that's a personnel item, it probably is more appropriate not to discuss that in open session.
Yeah.
But that certainly, the board doesn't have to approve that this evening, because it doesn't involve, it really doesn't involve the expenditure of supplemental and concentration grant money. So the board could look at that in July.
Yeah, we don't need to approve the personnel action. But I'm talking about, do we need to decide what to do with that $40,000 aid money? And that's what I want to put a bookmark on.
You do not have to do that, because it will ultimately, until the board makes a decision whether to spend that money or not, it will fall out in the end. It will fall out in the ending balance.
And I would just share with you that, and this, of course, is, you'll see more of this in Mr. Bonet's presentation, but the deficit spending is much larger than I realized in the last, within the last 24 hours. And so it would be irresponsible for me as your new superintendent not to recommend, because Dr. Sugiyama's example of around 700,000 wasn't a number he just picked out of the air, actually. So it's as an ongoing number. So it's I'm kind of concerned about it, that if we do not chip away at that deficit spending, we're heading down a path of potential problems for us that are more serious.
Let me just, and this will come back when we get to the next item on general fund budget, but so you recall from our budget study session, I think it was at our last regular meeting, Mr. Bonet indicated that on the revenue side of the ledger, he did include the additional supplemental and concentration grant funding, and as well as the increase in the base grant funding. That was about $85,000 of base grant, $338,000 for supplemental and concentration grants, of which $97,000 was already spoken for by the ongoing costs to help support the EL program. So that's why we got to $241,000. But you recall that the question was asked, well, so the expenditure side, and his response was, we did not build in on the expenditure side the cost for supplemental and concentration grant expenditures, because the board had not made that decision yet. So one of the reasons why the deficit spending that you'll see on a subsequent PowerPoint slide that Mr. Bonet included is because the business office has built into the expenditure side for this evening's budget adoption the cost of adding the full-time science teacher at about an estimated $103,000. So what you're going to see is that if you looked at what you saw at the study session on June 11th versus what you'll see tonight, and if you looked at the deficit, the deficiency in excess of revenues, it's going to increase by about $100,000, and that's as a result of the science teacher being added into the budget.
It's helpful. Helpful preview. The bilingual parent liaison is, I guess, when do you see, I mean, it's in the LCAP, so as it stands tonight, we approve this LCAP. It seems as if we're authorizing the hiring of a bilingual parent liaison, which I would support, and the allocation of Title I to that effect. But it sounds like that you've got that in yellow because it's a proposed, or you know. So I want to understand if you're saying we should get the final, you know, thumbs up from the SSC. We should wait till fall to decide this. I guess that's my question, because I guess I would, if we're going to do it, I would be in favor of getting the person hired and here before school starts, so that, you know, they hit the ground running when there's a lot of energy and new parents coming in, and we not, you know, end up hiring this person in November.
Yeah, so good question. So, and I'll let Dr. Rubio and Miranda Carita chime in on this if I misspeak here, but one of the areas that we have been struggling with, I know Member Affeldt has some thoughts on this, but it's the issue of the interrelationship between site plans and the LCAP. So I spent a fair amount of time this morning talking to, I actually was very pleasantly surprised that the two people who are head of their respective divisions, the directors of their divisions, one division responsible for site plans and the other responsible for LCAP, that I was able to actually get a hold of both of them. And the question I posed to them really was trying to understand the statute language that relates to the LCAP must consider, this is not the exact words, but must essentially consider the site plan goals and actions. So the response I got from the State Department staff was, I thought, somewhat interesting, because their interpretation of the language is, this is my read of what they were saying, is that one doesn't drive the other. In the ideal world, they get developed kind of in a way that Mr. Gibb talked about, kind of in a collaborative way. So as the district LCAP is developed, it does, by its very nature, consider site needs. To which my response to the State Department person was, well, in the ideal world, in a small district, that's probably more possible logistically than a large district with 40 schools or 50 schools or 100 schools. But both of the State Department directors for their respective departments admitted the fact that this year in the transition year, it's been a little more complicated to affect that process. And it kind of goes back to what I shared with you about what happened in my previous district, and that is, in the previous district, as the board approved site plans on an annual basis, the difference here is that if the site plans are approved in October, and the LCAP has to be approved by June 30th, then as the LCAP's being developed, we work with the sites, get their sense, and when the board adopts the LCAP, the sites can then finish their site plans, and you can assure that there is this alignment, if you will, between the site plan and the LCAP. It was difficult to manage that in this first year of transition. One State Department director for site plans, for the SIPSA plans, indicated that he felt that down the road, this is just an opinion, but his thought was that at some point the LCAP will drive what the site plans will come up with. I don't know that I agree with him 100%, because I don't think you can develop a district LCAP without considering what the needs of the sites are. I mean, you know, it's not like the district says we're going to do A, B, C, and school sites you have to agree, because every school site's different. They have unique needs. And we only have 2 schools, but you can imagine a district that has 10 schools serving a wide geographical area. Each school is going to identify a different set of needs. And so I think the intent, as I think Board Member Affeld has continued to remind us, is the intent is to ensure that site needs are considered in the development of the LCAP. And the best way to do that is trying to develop a process that kind of runs together in a collaborative way, so that at the end of the day, when the board is presented with the LCAP, we can say, and the school sites, we're looking at their needs in conjunction with our developing LCAP goals and actions. And that's in the ideal world how it should happen. But it was a little difficult to manage that this year because of the nature of the transition.
Well, you've nailed it. That's exactly how it's. I think it should happen and how it's supposed to happen. And I'll acknowledge I had a hand in getting the language into the statute that says what it does, and getting it into the LCAP that says what it does. Pretty directly.
Well, but at the same time, it's also, the complicating factor is that oftentimes the site has access to funds that the district does not, and vice versa. So let me give an example. School sites might have fundraisers through the PTO where they can raise funds that they can use to meet certain site identified needs. District has nothing to say about that. On the flip side, an example would be if you want a coordinated system of curriculum adoptions, you can't allow the sites to just decide what it is they want to adopt in a given year, because you don't have enough money to really be able to do a food court type of approach to curriculum adoption. So in that case, you want the district to be able to have, I hate to use the word control, but essentially that the district then takes the resources, the dollars available for curriculum adoption, and have a organized process for how all the sites, in the example is mathematics, you know, for next year. Or writing, I guess writing and mathematics are the 2 areas. So, you know, but even though sites may have their own sources of money, the district may have a need to utilize certain pots of money for district-wide purposes, that still doesn't negate the fact that the district plan ought to, as best as possible, align to what the site needs are. Right. Because that is the responsibility of the district, is to help support the school sites in achieving their goals.
Right. So the way I see it is that really the site councils have jurisdiction, as it were, over Title I funds, because most of the other state money is that used to be decided by site councils have been folded in the LCFF, you know, general dollars. So the Title I is still, you know, they don't have final say, but that's what site councils are being animated, remained the ability to do. Beyond that, kind of like this is, you really have to listen to us on this one, board. I think that their role is to then advise, you know, how those Title I funds fit and leverage into the broader LCAP dollar conversation. And at the end of the day, it is up to the board. We can say we don't agree with how you think they align, and we don't even agree with how you want to use Title I. We're going to do it differently. Right. But the site council is a mechanism to have a site level conversation. That's how I see it. And we ought to use that and support it as one of the key stakeholders, not the only, because we want to talk to the teacher, we want to talk to parents who aren't on the site council, we want to talk to students. But it is a key mechanism that we ought to use. And since they do have this sort of mandate to decide the best use of Title I dollars within a comprehensive site plan, because that's what they're charged with. The single plan for student achievement is supposed to be a comprehensive educational program for that site, and how do the federal dollars support that? It's the same question, they're just, it's now part of the LCAP conversation.
Right, and I just wanted to add that my experience, and I think this is common for school districts, and maybe Dr. Sugiyama knows as well from his experience, but that school districts will usually, and this was my experience in San Francisco, will tell the school sites, look, you have these ongoing positions that you have either historically or not, or you're going to need to fund out of Title I, and here is the amount of the allocation you have as a site, and that can differ from year to year. So I just want to, you know, be clear that I don't know if it's, as we look at the budgets, I don't know if it's 40,000 for next year. It could be more if we do well in our free and reduced lunch applications, which is something I'm going to be looking at. It could be less if we realize that there is somewhere else where the Title I needs to support existing staff and already is. So I just want to be clear, because one thing that concerns me, and I know it's not where it should be or needs to be, that, and I think Dr. Sugiyama mentioned this in one of the emails to you from me, that typically a school site is informed by the school district, here's an amount of money that is currently available for you to discuss, collaborate on, and come back with us to the school district with a plan. And it may not always be the same amount of money. And what we currently have was not developed necessarily under the parameters of only $40,000 in the current year's example, but that money that amount can change, just so.
But I think, you know, I think we do want to include the site council in the broader conversation, even though we,
I mean, now that we're talking about this, especially with school site councils, I mean, we've heard a lot from NEAs, but we haven't heard anything from ESS. And I guess my question to staff is, why is that?
Or directly, you mean?
Yeah, we haven't heard anything. That's from
So ESS, as you know, just recently had a WASC revisit. I think we indicated the board that the recommendation was to basically, I guess, sustain a 6-year term of accreditation. So essentially, the secondary schools accredit for another 3 years before they have to go through full self-study. The WASC committees generally make a lot of very specific recommendations based on the comparison of the school's programs against the WASC criteria, which, by the way, are developed jointly with the Department of Education. So it's really considered a joint process. So they are in the process of thinking about their site goals for next year in terms of implementing or putting the WASC recommendations into their action plan. So, of course, if Dr. Rubio and the staff are deciding that the site plans come to the board for review and approval in October, you know, you'll see both plans at that point, but and then it will give ESS the opportunity within the context of the LCAP that you adopt to look at what components of the LCAP flow into their site plan to support site goals.
So another question. So does both sites divide or split the Title I funds, or does each school have their, have their own amount that they separately receive?
Do you want to say what that is?
Yeah. So for the most part, when you apply for CARS, you look at how many free and reduced lunch, students who qualify for that. So it varies each year. So sometimes it's based on the percentage. So it may be that if Annie Yates has more students, then more Title I will go there, less will go to ESS. In the past, we've also, and that's been based off of the superintendents who state that we've had superintendents who state switch it back from school to school. So that's one idea. Right. There was also a time where ESS wasn't a Title I school at all, so it wasn't even considered, and all the Title I funds went to Annie Yates. So it's really based on each superintendent. So with Dr. Rubio, it would be based on once he knows how much money we receive in Title I in totality.
Right.
What did the school site councils vote for? So like for instance, ESS is continuing to fund parts of the RSP teachers, which are the special ed teachers, so they can continue the Learning Center, and general ed students can go to the Learning Center to, for education specialists. So it varies based on the superintendent.
Okay, thank you.
So what about my question as to this bilingual parent liaison? Is that,
what happens with that?
Yeah, are we recommending that person be approved and hired next week?
I think I was starting to tell a story about, and the point of what I was recounting with the department, discussion with the department ed staff is the staff is comfortable with the board making the decision to fund the bilingual parent liaison out of the Annie Yates Title I funds. What we're trying to establish with State Department is whether the board has that authority to do that. And in other words, it's the balancing between the site council's interest and the board's interest, right? And I agree with Member Affelt. Ultimately, the board has the final decision, because one thing the State Department kind of basically made clear is the board's not obligated to fund everything the site councils want. You know, there's got to be a consideration of, and there's got to be every effort to align the site goals with the district LCAP. But within that context, if the board were to decide this evening that, no, we think the bilingual parent liaison is an important position, and we're going to approve that so that it's part of the LCAP plan submission, we would want to make sure that the site council is, I'm not sure I want to say comfortable with it, but that they would concur that that would be an appropriate use of the Title I monies.
Did you hear from Mr. Gibb on that at all? I know you talked about the ed specialist stuff.
Well, it is on, no, he did not ask me a question about that, but it is on their current draft of their site plan.
Yeah, I saw it. I emailed him as well.
I don't want to speak out of turn, but
yeah, I
so I don't
emailed
want
him
but
just to let board members know.
What was the question? I missed the question. I'm sorry, what was the question?
If we heard from Mr. Gibb or the site council generally about whether they were comfortable with our using the Title I money for bilingual parent liaison, which was one of their priorities, but they had other ones.
There was actually, although Mr. Gibb was on the email that was sent to me about the PE position, I didn't receive any other communications from Mr. Gibb. I feel awkward speaking about this without him being in the room because I don't want to get it wrong, but my recollection from my conversation with him last week was that I don't know how to say this, and I want to get it correct. He certainly was interested in seeing, he had some different options that included different alternatives, and I think his interest that he communicated to me, if I can frame this correctly, was that he certainly was hopeful that some of those would be addressed. So, and I did not hear anything else from Mr. Gibb. I would also ask the board to consider, the decision at the site to pull that money out from, because I think the $40,000 was supporting staff, and to move that money quickly towards another position, although I understand the need for the position, before I can get, I guess I'm asking or suggesting that it would be helpful to me to get, have another week with Mr. Bonet and his staff to make sure I understand much more depth of the budget, where the other Title I money that we have is sitting, and because it is funding other staff right now, and I think that's at ESS, and to assess the impact of not having that money fund any staff. And again, this is related to my concerns about the budget deficit, because there's an impact if a school site says, we're just going to take that money away from staff, and we'd like to use it for something else, and it certainly is in the purview of the conversation, although that's typically done with a principal, and I know there's reasons that didn't happen. But I'm concerned about, and I certainly don't want to make any false impressions or commitments to you and the board about that money, and I would feel much more comfortable having a better feel for the entire budget before I did so, and feel better once we have a principal on board and we have those interviews this Friday. So I understand the pressing nature and importance of looking for candidates for a position, and an important position for us in the district. At the same time, I'm trying to weigh that, and I'm asking you to consider the way that as a board, with my still not having the degree of familiarity that I need to have with the budget. I guess it's just an awkward situation for me, and I would like to say, sure, let's just go ahead and move forward. But I also know that that budget deficit is over $700,000, and that's ongoing now. So it may seem like a small amount of money for this position, but now I am now in a position where I'm looking at every position, small or large, and having to kind of have some pause.
Yeah. So, well, I guess where I'm at with it is, we're using the sort of the amount of the Title I money that was previously funding the ed specialists, we're now using supplemental concentration money to do that, and that, and that I am, you know, and this bilingual parent liaison is in the budget. I mean, it's in the LCAP, so that I'm comfortable going ahead and approving it as is. Subject, of course, to, as part of the ongoing, you know, the conversation we're going to have in the fall of how the money shakes down in the budget, and, you know, that's a bad idea. We have too big a deficit. Now we can cover. I mean, so I'm saying the default, yes, we go ahead with it. It's in the LCAP that we approve. The assumption is we're going to do it unless you come back and tell us that it's a really, you know, undoable thing.
So is this yellow item in the LCAP? Is that what you said?
Yes, it is in Section 2 and it is in Section 3B.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I
these
think,
are, like you
so
said,
there
these
are
are
actually two ways you can do this. I mean, the board could adopt the LCAP, direct staff to take that item out, because it doesn't affect the requirement to spend all of the supplemental concentration grant, because you're going to spend that. But, and then upon Dr. Rubio's work with the business staff, you can always add that in, or you can approve it with it in, subject to, but that we not actually go out and attempt to fill it until Dr. Rubio in the business office can come back with the board with a more specific analysis of the impact of that on the budget. So, I mean, for me, I can easily just delete it from the LCAP before we submit it, or we can leave it in there. But I'm hearing that the board is comfortable, I remember Affel's comfortable with our not moving forward to fill the position until such time that Dr. Rubio in the business office has an opportunity to look at that.
Yeah, and I guess the other two concerns are, there's some things to be worked out. Is this a position that supports the district or only Anna Yates? And right now, it's my understanding that Title I money could be going down for the upcoming year because we had a lot less students maybe participating in the lunch program. So I will go with the will of the board, but I have some hesitation about it right now.
So just before we go on this one, we do have a number of public comment folks who, it's 11 o'clock, so I just wanted to get to them if the board is okay with that, because we could probably go on until midnight.
I was thinking the same thing.
Or 2. So I know, I want you, because she already told me earlier in the bathroom. So if you could please come up and provide public comment.
Oh, you're gonna move that up. I'm Mrs. Cosby, and I'm grateful to be able to stand up here before y'all to say what I have to say. I'm really pleased to see this on here, the supplement for the reading material and the intervention for the language and the students with special needs. I just want to speak to let you all know exactly why I think it's really important to have the material for the students with special needs. The school term that just went past, some of the students, well, you know everything's been renamed, but the students that was in resource specialists, they was fine with the social studies and different things like that, and they did have some material for them. But the students that came out of SDC classes, which are harder for them to understand, they have comprehension and everything. It was very hard for them. And I'm speaking personal now. As for my grandson, when he came home with homework and coming from social studies, especially when they went into the Roman Empire and Islam and all these other good things like that, it was very hard. And so I tried, because I always tried to do something, so when I speak on, I know what I'm speaking on. So it was like 4, 5 hours. I'm still working with him, trying to get something done, one and only time. Never did it again. So something really needs to be put in place that's carry more of a summary of whatever it is that's being introduced to them, since everyone is in the general ed now. So some material that just summarize hit the important facts here and therefore that he could get better of a comprehension of it. My grandson, he's reading on grade level, but his comprehension is like, okay, he just went to the 8th. He can read grade level, but comprehension is 2nd, 3rd grade. So do you know how frustrating that can be? Not only to the student, but to whatever parent are working with this student. And he loves school, and I don't want that to cause a problem for him to turn against it, or either myself as well. Think about it. You know, it's frustrating. But we was blessed because the teacher was very understanding. But that was just that situation. Now we're in another grade, gonna go to the next grade and a grade on after that. If something that's not put in place, every teacher, and not knocking teachers, but you know human, I want to. Every teacher's not gonna be acceptable to that as far as the making sure that the modifications and different things are in place for them, because I don't think a parent should have to do all that. Some things a parent doesn't mind doing, but if it gets to be where it's really complicated and overbearing, that's too much to put on anyone to have to do that. And I don't feel that anything should come home as homework that the student themselves cannot do in at least in half an hour. So, and it took us quite a while. And when he come home and something he had to look up definition, we have worked on him using a dictionary, so that's no problem. But the other stuff, and I know from my studying, Common Core has put nothing in place for special ed kids. There's nothing for kids at all. Across the whole country, they left that part out. So if you're going to be adopting and doing the Common Core, something needs to be in place at every grade level. If any students are coming in that normally would have been put into an SDC class, but now they're learning centers, because there's no way that they should have to sit the whole time, even in the classroom, without something more modified for them to do, which will keep them abreast to what the generator is doing. But when it comes home, that's a whole new ball game, and that is really complicated. And if anyone know anything about kids with special needs, you know what I'm speaking on. And so, as much as I really appreciate this, I just needed to speak again to let you all know, please don't take that off, because that material is definitely needed there for. Math is not bad because he uses a calculator for different things, but even some of the math, when you go into the word problems and different things like that, if the teacher haven't exit out, I exit out. But I had that understanding with the teachers that he was going to the last school term to just finish. I don't know what I have to face with the coming up. And I don't want to have to go through all those changes, although he have an excellent IEP. And I'm thankful for that. With the teachers and myself and my daughter and all us working with it, excellent. But there are still times when the IEP is overlooked. So I just want to come before you and tell you how thankful I am for what you have put in here, and let you know how important it is to have to be in there for not just mine, but all the students. And I hope that the learning centers will continue on through high school, because one of the things about it is that with him having, and I have to say this name, with him having a teacher like Mr. Rogers, and he was there always. If anything came up, not just with the kids with special needs, even the general ed kids, anything that came up happened, he would automatically incorporate it into the curriculum, and it was discussed with the entire class about anything, what was appropriate, what was inappropriate, how you should act, how you should respond to your fellow peer student and everything. So everything just worked fine with that. His confidence and everything else is up and high. And I would hate to see him lose all that, because he's put into a classroom where someone is not as sensitive to what might be happening with students with special needs. So I would just like for everyone to just take time, think about that when you're making your final decision as to what you're going to adopt and what you're not going to. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yeah, and before you leave, I know, actually, I seen you coming in, and this, you don't have to, but I have, my question is someone in the audience, can someone give her a ride home? Because I seen she walked here today. Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you. Are there other public comments? Anything? Okay. I just wanted to make sure we take care of that. And we can come back to the board now for any additional, other board members have any comments on what's been presented or in terms of the chart, which was very helpful.
Regret to say I wasn't quite done.
Oh, well, let me come back to you. I just want to open, just before we.
I want to thank Ms. Cosby, is it?
Yep.
Yeah, Ms. Cosby, I did want to thank you for your comments and really for sticking it out till 11 o'clock at night to pass those on. But rest assured, those dollars aren't going anywhere, is my prediction. Okay. On the PE issue, yeah, I guess that you know, and let me just say generally, I really appreciate staff taking to heart our comments on Friday, the comments that we made, you know, subsequent to Friday in response, and really trying to go back and look at the budget and try to make as many things on this list work as possible. Because I feel much better about where things are tonight on this list than I did on Friday. So thank you.
And we would say it's not perfect, but
yeah,
we're running up against a timeline to get it. It's due at the county office by June 30th. So
yeah, time and the bigger obstacle is the continued inadequate funding in our public school system to not meet student needs. On the PE teacher, the you know, blue solution, as I sort of read this, of having a current IA with support from teachers is not a new thing. That's my understanding of what we're currently doing and trying to do.
That's correct. It's my understanding is that the schedule from last year was that the instructional aid was supporting PE, and I'm not sure, but I think that might have been more at the lower grades, if I understand correctly, and that, or it could have been the opposite, I'm not sure which way it went, but that the teachers who didn't have that support, the expectation communicated by the principal was that as a teacher normally would, maybe it was the opposite, maybe I have it wrong, but that you would be doing PE as expected, and you need to schedule that time in and communicate that schedule to me. It's part of their normal duties.
Yeah, so my sense, at least at the lower grade, is that was not happening with the students that I observed and the classrooms I observed. And what I want to, I guess, communicate going forward is this is an ongoing issue, and I think it is first and foremost a management issue of figuring out the scheduling, number one, and communicating expectations, number two. But I also think that there's a professional development issue. If we're going to rely on this solution of having our regular ed third grade teacher or sixth grade teacher be responsible for delivering PE minutes, especially 7th and 8th where it's 200 hours, right?
Right.
200 minutes a week. We need to be doing the professional development that refamiliarizes the teachers with what their obligations, but also what the good strategies are that they could have, you know, productive.
Absolutely, I would agree with you. In fact, if teachers haven't been teaching PE, and it is a common problem because so many school districts now, particularly, and I don't know if this I don't know if this is the same across the country, but certainly my experience in California is that with so many workday schedules where the teachers has a 6-hour work day, well, a 6-hour day with students, that it is always a struggle to accomplish all those pieces with that that limited time or length of the workday. So I know it's a problem up and down, my experience with other school districts, but I would agree with you if teachers have also not been keeping up with doing that and have may not be either familiar with or remembering the basic elements with the California physical education standards, that I think minimally it is incumbent on me to make sure, and my staff to make sure, that we have training to help support them in accomplishing that in the correct way. So it's not just playtime, but that it's structured physical education with the elements of muscular endurance, flexibility, and the other two just aren't coming to mind right now for myself. But yes, I agree with you.
Okay. Well, I think the important thing also note, and this is going to obviously be a ongoing conversation, but the state PE framework, at least the last version I saw, incorporates like 6 or 7 strands. So it's not, I mean, the definition of physical education in the framework is defined in a much broader way. It includes things like dance as well. So, you know, I think that's something, I agree with the board. I mean, and I'd say, even though I said earlier that technically they're credentialed to be able to teach the subject, if you haven't taught it for a long time, it's like any other subject. You can be a single subject, not to pick on Carol, but you can be a single subject in science, but if you haven't taught it for 10 years, you're probably going to have to get some additional training. Would that be fair? Say, Carol? Yeah, so.
So my other two comments are on sections 3C and 3D, which are new to us. And
were you going to go over that? Were you going to go over 3? I thought that's what you said.
Yes, I think that because you've not seen 3C or 3D previously, because yes,
we'll circle back
so
to those.
It'd be appropriate to review those.
So do you want me to hold off on waiting till you review those? Or do you want me to give you my
No, I think we're prepared to take input on sections 3C and 3D.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So you modified it, and in response to 3C in particular, you modified it, which I think it reads better and is more aligned to the statute. I still have the question about, I guess it's about the second to last sentence. The allocation will increase to approximately $311,000 in 15-16 and $216,000 in 16-17. So I continue. My confusion continues. Is that
there's the word
referring to the 241 allocation increases to those amounts, or the 338 allocation?
So the sentence needs to be corrected with one word.
Yeah.
And in 3C on page 44, in the initial paragraph, the second to last sentence was the allocation will increase to, it should be increased by. Yeah. So does the board have page 44?
No. So I was going to tell you that the print off that you gave the board, Dr. Sugiyama, the print off that you gave the board, it has the same issue of the print off I experienced and emailed you about, that whatever in this version, it doesn't print out properly. We only have 29 pages, and goals 2 and 3 of section 2 are all gone. It kind of ends at 11. It pulls up fine on the emails.
Oh, yeah.
But the documents 48 is 46 pages. Okay, I apologize. I thought we had this whole issue resolved, because I printed out my own copy this afternoon, and I printed out 46 pages.
Your printer is the only one in the universe that works on this, because this looks exactly like what I printed out, and it cut it off in the same spot. So I don't know if you have it on email that you could send it to. But I think this section doesn't change.
I don't
It's
think
on
it changes.
page 27 of what we're looking at.
And your basic question is, does that 311,000 mean it's an increase from the 244, or is it new money? Are you asking that question?
It's
the total amount?
Or is it?
Yeah, I think the confusion is the allocation will increase, and what is which allocation? So
Well, the
is that
allocation
adding-
will be approximately, I think it actually should be, will.
But I don't. Then it's a decrease because we're at 338 now.
Mhm.
So
Well,
we're going to get more money in the future.
Well,
so it's-
well, and Mr. Bonet probably could address this better than I can, but I know that he plugged the numbers into the FICMAT calculator, and this is based currently on those projections, and all this, and these numbers are slightly moving targets for us, and so you would imagine that based on the projections and the theory of LCFF that the money continues to increase, because we have similar questions ourselves. Do you want to chime in on this one?
Let me just
yeah.
interrupt there. I know we're increasing, that the FICMAT projections are based on Department of Finance's projections, and so we will get what we're getting this year, and
Right.
we will get more in 15-16, and we will get more in 16-17.
Money, right.
So I know we're not going backwards, at least during that time frame, under current projections. The math question to me is, so where it says 311, does that mean plus 97, so that it's really 408? Because
No.
we need to, or is it saying 311 on top of the 338, and it's really 649?
It's the incremental increase.
Yeah.
I think it's
we had this conversation today, but I believe it's actually an additional 331,000 on top of the 338.
I think that's 311.
311. That's
Yeah,
right.
I think
Well,
that's right. So
but I
it's
think
649.
so. And I
Now it's your
It's the incremental increase.
Mr. Bonet, I think
Is that
that
what you're saying?
when you ran the calculator and came up with 331, I probably didn't make the correction on the first part of 3C because I have 311. So I guess, aren't those two numbers supposed to be the same?
They should be about the same. What I've told the board in the past is don't get married to the numbers because they're going to change. Now, things have changed, and they'll change again because what was recently adopted was more than what the governor proposed in May. So this is going to be a moving target until we come back after the school services workshop with more definitive numbers and that are input into the calculator.
Yeah, I understand, but you should be able to tell us what the mathematical answer is based on the numbers we currently have in front of us.
So there'll be 200 and around 41 to 67,000 additional 14, 15, and an additional 300 plus thousand in 15, 16.
On the increase?
That's an increase.
On top of
On
the
top-
241?
Yes.
So 241 and then 311 or so.
Yes. So it'll be in excess of $500,000.
Okay.
And then there's an additional 200 plus $1,000 in 16, 17.
On top of the
On top of it
311,
all,
which was on
yes.
top of the, which is all on top of the 97 prior year expenditures.
That's all dependent on our ADA being at projection and at
our unduplicate account.
and the state funding to those levels.
Sure. Yeah. So these are projections. So I think your buy, I guess, is correct instead of 2. So the total allocation will increase. I would add total.
Well, we can rephrase it to make that, I can, it's even, it'd be clearer to say that the total allocation will increase by this amount in 15-16, and the total allocation will increase by this amount in 16-17. That'd probably be
But
clear.
even then, it's an additional amount, because it's not clear that the 216 is on top of the 311 in
Right.
15-16, you know. So
But if
any,
you-
you can work on the language, but I
Yeah.
think you know what we want to communicate.
And what you described is my current understanding as well, and I would be greatly disappointed if I'm incorrect, but you will certainly, the board will be the first to know if I find out that we have this wrong.
If we're going
But you know
down.
what, actually, this reads correct, because it says the allocation will increase. So that's the yearly allocation, which it will increase by the 307,000. Now, to make it a little bit more reader-friendly, you could have put the allocation of concentration and supplemental dollars will increase by approximately these amounts. You know, but the way it reads, it's an incremental increase. That's the way I read this. The allocation will increase to approximately that amount. So, I mean, it's basic interpretation. I can see what Member Atfield is saying, but it does read pretty much correctly.
Well, just for transparency's sake, for as you know, what we're trying to communicate to our community is, you know, I think the most important number and the one required in the statute is for this year 338, which is
14-15.
right. What's our base, or what's our prior year? What did we spend on duplicateds, and what's the additional that we're spending this year? That total, those together, is 338, and then the next most transparent number to me is, and in 15-16, this is projected to increase to 649.
No,
from 340.
If you're going to say that, if you're going to say that, you ought to say the total increase will be that.
Which could be said. That's not that we could we could
And
say it
that's
that
the
way as well.
And that's the difference.
Semantics, folks.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
But it's
Yeah,
but that's a big difference.
Well, it
to say
probably
we're
is
gonna
better to
get
frame it in terms of
300,000
what
this
the
year or
actual amount will
650
be.
next
Right,
year.
that's what
Is-
you want
is
to
a
write.
big
The total allocated amount.
Rewriting
and
sounds
such
good.
In years.
No,
will
I
be
think
this
that's a
much.
good cleanup. That's a good proposal, clean up the language.
And my math question on 3D is that you know, whether that's looking at 14-15, 267 this year or 241, whatever the number. We should put the same number in there.
Right.
Okay,
So
just to be consistent.
The 267 is the most recent calculation that came out of the FICMAC calculator.
And you know why that is? Because they added a little more money
Right,
in the last budget.
Well, we're not sure that that's the case.
Really?
It's just that I think that to be conservative, the original number was based upon a blending of the school services calculator and the FICMAC calculator, so you kind of got a number in between. The county feels, as many people, that the school services calculator is too conservative. So for the purpose of this, we decided to use the FICMAC calculator. Is that right, Mr. Benet? And that explains why it's higher than the 241 now. But that is still an estimate. So until they come back in the school services workshop and are told exactly how to calculate it, right now it's a placeholder in Section D.
Well, I guess for our internal consistency and communication, like this should be the same 241.
Yeah, and I understand your point. That's not a dilemma for us, is it? If we manually make that number align to what we've been talking about in our other documents, I would assume it's not a problem for us.
Why couldn't you put estimate?
Okay. Well, I would agree in terms of consistency and transparency in our communication. I think we should make it the same number for now.
Because it'll just create more questions.
Yeah. So we can go ahead and make that change.
Well, but the only problem is you're using a different formula to calculate one cell over the 3 years, and you're using another calculator to generate the other numbers. So that presents a little bit of, I mean, I understand in terms of the public's perception, but we're kind of mixing a little bit apples and, well, maybe the better analogy is we're mixing tangerines and tangelos, I think.
Well, why don't you just use the word estimate? If we're not completely sure what the number is going to be, just put estimate.
Okay, we could put EST
Right.
241, and
That's what you have
because
to
these
do.
numbers are going to change anyway.
Right, especially if they're going to change.
that certain.
Well, the 5%. Yeah, I mean, if it's 241, I get 4.5% instead of.
I think for purposes of approving this document, we approve the way it is, and then we'll come back once Mr. Bonet come back from school service, from the Sacramento, and then we could update, the numbers to be accurate.
You'll have solid numbers.
That's what I'm saying, right. And then we can just, if you want to amend this and add those numbers in there, that's what we can do. But I think for the purpose of tonight, let's approve this and let's move on. That's a motion.
I don't have a mic, but all right.
Second.
So as I come in, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any objections to moving forward?
Oh, here's my, here's my math problem, sorry guys, with 3D, is that number is supposed to be 338 over the estimated base grant of 5.3 million, not the 241 or the 267, whatever that is. It's supposed to be the this year's increase and improve plus the base grant.
I don't think it changes the motion.
So I guess the question
so
was,
the
wasn't the
percentage-
97,000 though
The percentage is 6.3.
folded into the base grant?
Yeah, it was.
The 97 is folded into the base grant, and the following year, the 267 is folded into the base grant. You need to remember that part of the difference, there's 18,271 in transportation funding that also needs to come out. It's
Yeah, I think the transportation, you're right, that comes out of the base grant, right?
that formula that you have there in front of you is straight out of the FICMAT worksheet.
Well-
There was no manipulation by staff with regard to those numbers. They came straight from the FICMAT
And does the FICMAT worksheet say
for
this
the
is
MPP.
this is the 3D number, or it's?
Well, they're still all estimates at this point.
No, I understand, but was FICMAT worksheet saying this is the number, the percentage that goes into 3D of the LCAP template?
It does not. The FICMAT worksheet does not state that. I did email FICMAT, and their reply was, those are the percentages that you should use for 3C or 3D when calculating your MPP.
The
proportionality.
The proportionality percentage.
Right.
Yeah, so they said that's the proportionality percentage.
That's correct.
Okay, well, the proportion, they're wrong, because it's in, the reg, I quote to you, the proportionality percentage is what you spend in your prior year base, it's at 97, plus what's new this year, divided by the LCFF base.
The problem is we don't
minus.
have the amount that we spent this year.
No, it's 97. Well, I meant prior year. It's the 97 plus the 241, or 267 if you want to use that number, divided by estimated base grant 5.329. So that comes up with a higher percentage than 5%, and it's like more than 1% more than that. But anyway, that's my piece on that, and
We probably need to continue to kind of, I think we had a long conversation about this today, actually. And we kind of at the end decided that in spite of getting the written email response from FICMAT, it looked more like kind of, oh, they already had it written up in the frequently asked questions, so I'm not sure they really responded to it. But I think we all agree that when Mr. Bonet and Dr. Rubio go to the school services workshop, they will likely get clarification on this issue.
So just to, I know we've had a motion and we're going forward, but question. So when we talk about budget adoption, or well, the 45 days, we'll have what's the first?
You will have budget adjustments to approve.
Okay, so would this document be appropriate, those numbers clarified? Would we have the ability to bring this document at that time?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I think that will help. And
We
would
can
that
bring them both
address-
at the same time. We could revise the LCAP plan because it's a 3-year plan that is adjustable, as well as the budget, which we typically make adjustments to throughout the year. Specifically after the 45 days after the budget is adopted, at first interim and at second interim.
So I just, add that as a course of action to bring that forward at that time, so we can have this clarified, and we'll have much more cement on a lot of these things, I would assume. Okay.
Well, could I just add,
Sure.
though, I just want to kind of validate Member Affeld's comment, because we spent an hour and a half on this topic today.
And y'all know way more than I.
And the topic was, what's in the numerator and what's in the denominator? And based on reading what BICMAT said, I think we got it right, but I have to say to you, I'm not sure we're 100% correct. But I think that since this is something that every district's going to have to do, I believe the school services workshop, school services will provide specific guidance on this.
And make sure you talk to Mr. Bennett when you talk to someone at school service. He's the
We'll go
authority.
right to the top and
Yes,
ask him.
He goes around.
And he'll probably refer us to one of his staff people. No, but I think it's an important question, and I think it's important that that is researched after at the school services workshop. And there is the slight possibility that the calculation didn't have the right numbers on top and bottom, and because we ran the numbers in all different ways, and if you did what Member Affelt said, then the percentage is about little over 6%.
Right. And the purpose of the proportionality percentage is it's not to reflect an increase of spending this year over last year. The increase is what you are providing to unduplicated pupils this year, in the LCAP year, over what you are providing to all pupils. That's the conceptual comparison. And so the numerator is what you are continuing to provide from prior years to unduplicateds, are 97,000, plus your increase, your supplemental concentration, new money this year, over your base. How do you get your base? You subtract that numerator number from your total LCFF allocation, which leaves you your base, and that becomes the denominator. So that's the conceptual approach. If they did it differently, they're not doing it correctly in their formula.
Yeah, but the math problem is, so we get the fact of what the numerator includes, but the fact is the 97,000 is in the base because it was folded into the base. So
it's not supposed to
that
be.
if you're taking it out of
That's
the
supposed-
base,
it's part
you're
of the numerator.
actually mathematically increasing the percentage.
Yes.
Right.
It's supposed to go into the numerator.
So that's the question.
And the accurate reflection is we are providing, because those are services we're providing above and beyond the general core program. So it's supposed to be in the numerator.
Right.
And the 6% is a more accurate reflection of the additional effort the district is making for unduplicated kids. But that said, I mean, my general overarching sentiment at this late hour and this late date in the year.
You okay with me, Member Affeld?
Is that I really appreciate the work that the staff has done, and that includes Ms. Allen, who's no longer in the room, to try to get this LCAP right, and I appreciate the indulgence of my fellow
We'll
board
get
members.
you later. It's okay.
Yeah.
We'll get you later.
You've already got me in many ways. There was that Christmas vacation.
Oh yeah, it's over. It's over. Oh, that's right.
But you're right. This is not perfect,
I mean, there's still, we haven't captured all of our expenditures, which we haven't captured every single sub-element of the state priority. We've captured a ton, more than most districts. I think we've done, and I've looked at a lot of LCAPs. So, so I'm going to vote to approve. I'm going to vote to approve the LCAP, knowing that I'm not approving it as a model or perfect LCAP because I can't. However, I'm approving it because we're more than meeting what the county's going to require of us this year, and the most important pieces here are what are we doing with our additional funds to increase or improve, and I'm aboard. I'm totally on board with how we've come around to figure that out. So,
great work.
Do we get an A for effort?
A for effort for sure.
Oh, A plus for effort.
Then there's a so we have, and I forgot. I hope you got who.
I didn't get it.
I believe it was member.
I made the motion, and
Christian second. No objections at that time. Are there any now? Moving on. Can we have a vote, please? Roll call, please.
Member Pats?
Yes.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Affelt?
Yes.
President Dice?
Yes.
Member Dwin?
Aye.
Great. With that, appreciate staff again, and we look forward to the next iteration and updates as they come. We're going to move now on to
I know
item
I know
5.
staff will work to make sure that next time Member Alfeld can say this is the best plan I've seen.
Absolutely.
That's right.
It may be the best plan in the
He
state.
will to big
And we're
extent.
going, and we're going to give you this. I do, though, I think in terms of telling the whole story concept, I think when you go through the whole entire budget, which I'm recommending you do, and you go through what everything is being spent on, while you go through that, at the same time, you're marking down which state priority that expenditure is lined up to. So when the staff revises the LCAP, at whatever point you revise it, those things could be very easily put into the document. So now you don't want to do that budget exercise twice. So at the same time where you're understanding where the money is being spent, you also want to say, oh, which state priority is that addressing?
Right.
Which then makes it easier for staff to take that and drop it into the next revision of the LCAP. And you will get to the full story because you really have looked at the entire budget. So.
And you know, why would I not belabor the point? It's almost midnight anyway, so sorry to my members to my left. But I did realize, I've seen a lot of school districts actually highlight the priorities of the district in their, how they set their agenda. I mean, I've seen it, and I know that's something that we can move toward anyway. So we're not trying to trail behind and pick it up and figure it out. So there's a number of ways to get to this. And thank you, Dr. Sugiyama, for all your hard work and leadership in the last 2 months or less, I guess, or 6 months or so. So we'll move now on to approval of general fund and other funds 14-15 budget, item 5. Come on down. You got 2 minutes? I'm just kidding.
I was going to go through every page.
Absolutely. Do it.
Of the Sachs report. To summarize this in the next 30 seconds, the major change from the last budget study session and this report that you have in front of you is approximately $120,000 for the increase of the science teacher and some other adjustments that we found that we had to make to certificated salaries. With that being said, everything else is the same. We still have our 4% required reserve for economic uncertainties over the next 3 years. We do have and continue to have the structural deficit that we need to address this year for next year. With that being said, I'll take any questions you may have.
Yeah, I got a question. I just have one question. I seen in the standard criteria that we act, and you may have explained this earlier, but I just don't remember. How did we end up reducing or losing ACES money, $45,000 worth of ACES money?
Our entitlement went down from the prior year.
How did that happen?
We had to send funds back to Sacramento.
Okay.
In ACES.
Okay. For
So-
what reason? I don't remember.
It was a programmatic reason. That's all
Yeah.
that's all I know.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, actually, I believe that the ACES funding is based on prior year attendance.
Okay, that's right.
So,
That must have been attendance.
and even when I was here, sometimes that was the rec department would say, our attendance is low, we got to find a way to drum up more business because it'll affect the next following year funding. So
We must have
it's really based on, it's kind of arrears funding. It's based on what your prior year attendance is. The attendance drops and the entitlement goes down.
Right, so we must have got paid revenue that we didn't earn through attendance in one year, and they recouped it the following year.
And this year attendance is up in discussions with Cindy Montero.
Okay, so we may get that funding back next year.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Bonet on the budget? Okay, you know what? Do you mind doing that $700,000 number
question.
actually on that slide 3, I guess?
Kind of explain where the deficit is and how it grew from.
24 hours. Huh?
Yeah.
No, it grew from 746 to 869. It was
What page
because
are
of
you
the. That's on page 3, slide 5. On the multi-year projection.
Holy crap.
Right in the middle, you have revenues versus expenses. I pointed this out to the board during the study session, and it grew because we added the science teacher and we made some other adjustments.
I do want to I do want to point out that even that shows an increase. There is a full-time position that is still in the budget on the expenditure side that is probably not going to be filled for next year.
Okay.
It's a non-classroom teaching position, and I think Dr. Rubio is waiting to hire a new elementary principal and wanting to work with that principal to determine whether there in fact is a need for that position. But so when the district staff makes the adjustment to the budget, either at the latest by first interim, if not before, that position will fall out. So even though they're, so assuming nothing else changes in terms of expenditures, that 863 or 73 number should then come down by about $100,000.
Okay. That's helpful.
And it may be slightly higher after discussions with the principal and after the 45-day when we come back to the board with the exact LCFF numbers after the school services workshop. Income may be slightly higher as Member Affelt said, the state increased their funding to schools slightly just this last week just before they signed the budget, before the governor signed the budget, excuse me. So there'll be changes that are more on the positive side when we bring that back to the board.
But just trying to think, second interim, what was our project? Wasn't it like 475?
At second interim, it was $700,000, but
Was
we
it that
had,
high? Okay.
I had a slide that showed the board that some of that was one time and was planned deficit spending. So there was there's 177,000 in here from cafeteria. Which was also the case this last year.
That the encroachment on the general fund.
That's correct.
Is 177.
Yes, and then we had the one-time bonuses that we paid out, and we had in excess of $200,000 that we put into technology, redoing the computer labs, replacing student computers, and replacing computers for our teachers.
And
we
you may
use
have-
we
I'm
use the
sorry.
one-time carryover funds from the parcel tax to accomplish that.
And you mentioned this last time, I think, and I apologize if you mentioned it tonight, but we also had some grants that have ended, and those salaries are having to shift over.
That's correct.
And also impact the general fund.
That was probably one of the bigger pieces, the picking up of salaries that were funded by Gear Up.
Yeah, and, right, and we're putting in for that again, right? And
But no
Yes,
guarantee.
And
we are.
when will we know, one way or another?
Fall?
October?
Well, the Gear Up application is due July 7th. I know Ms. Allen has been meeting with our partners that are required to have to submit an application, and with the assistance of Townsend Public Affairs. And so I think the intention is get the grant submitted by July 7th, and we should hear sometime in September.
And that, I know you told me this last time, but I'm going to ask again. That money will apply to 14-15 or 15-16?
Well, usually the federal funding cycle will begin, I think it's like October 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
The
that is-
federal runs on October 1 to
Right.
September 30th cycle.
So we could see money this year?
Well,
if
we
we
should
get-
know, if we get funded, we'll get an entitlement letter. The question about when we actually see the check in the bank, that I can't answer, but
Yeah.
my assumption is we're talking about funding for the federal October 1 of 14 through September 30th of 15 year.
All right, fingers crossed.
You know, I'm looking at this multi-year projections, and I'm really looking at 13-14 and the deficit that we're embarking on for 13-14, which is almost $1 million. So I guess my question, Mr. Bonet, and I think you just said it, is that a large contributor to this deficit in 13-14 are for some one-time expenditures.
That's correct.
Okay. Do we know how much those add up, those one-time expenditures add up to, based on this $900-some thousand deficit?
I can get that, yes.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you.
Wow. Any other questions for Mr. Bonet on the budget adopted, or the proposed budget in front of us? Okay, thank you. Any public comments on this particular item? No? She said get it done. She said make it happen. No, she said public comment. She just reminded public comment. So, no public comment at this time. So with the board, can I get a motion to approve the adopt the budget as provided? I'll move approval of the of the budget for 2014-15. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any objections? Roll call just to make it all nice and neat.
Member Dwin?
Yes.
President Dice?
Yes.
Member Affelt?
Yes.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for incorporating those changes as
I'm sorry,
soon
the
as
item took
yesterday.
10 minutes.
Great. See, you didn't do bad at all. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we now have a budget, adopted budget. So we'll now move on to item 6, nomination from the Board of Trustees for the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency Oversight Board.
Yes, so President Dice, members of the board, as the board is aware, Joshua Simon was appointed by the board to sit on the RDA Oversight Board up until he resigned from his Board of Trustees position in March. And the County Superintendent, Sheila Jordan, has asked that we nominate a replacement for him so that that can be taken to the Oversight Board for appointment. And this is the one member on the City of Emeryville's RDA Oversight Board that is appointed by the county superintendent to represent schools.
Does this person have to be a school board member?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I think the intention that it is because this person is really to represent the school, so it would make the most sense to have a school board member.
I would nominate President Dice to sit on the Emeryville Redevelopment Agency Oversight Board.
Second.
That was really easy, you guys. Any other nominations? Okay. All right. Well, thank you guys. I have nothing else going on. All right. So we have that, since I don't seem to be able to stop that one. Item 7, filling the Citizens Oversight Committee vacancies.
Do we need to vote on that or just acknowledge or no
Oh,
objections?
I forgot about that. I didn't. Sorry about that.
I really want to make sure it's official.
I know, right? I know. That's good you do. Yeah, there was that. There was that. So there's been a nod for one single person. So is there any objections to that? Is there a motion to move that forward?
I move we move forward with President Dice as our Oversight Board representative.
I'll second.
Great. I don't object. Thank you. On to item 7.
Yes, President Dice, members of the board. At the last Citizens Oversight Committee, and this is the oversight committee that's required by statute to provide oversight on the expenditure of Measure J bond funds. They mentioned the fact that there are a number of vacancies on that committee, and they wanted to ask the board if the board could fill those vacancies as soon as possible, because I guess during the past year they've had some difficulties in getting a quorum because of the number of vacancies. So what you have in your backup materials is you have a background as to what the law requires in the way of the minimum membership on the committee. And then you also have from the COC bylaws those additional positions that the board has authorized that may be appointed to the COC in addition to the statutory required composition. So then you have 3 applications from 3 Emeryville residents who, from 2 Emeryville residents and a resident of the area, and that is Josh Simon, who is applying for membership as a member of a bona fide taxpayers association, which in that position does not have to be a resident, and the 2 other positions. So you have in your packet a grid that shows who the required members are and the categories of permitted members that the COC bylaws permit. So you'll see that if you would approve the 3 applicants plus the 2 students to the COC this evening, the only vacancy that's yet to be filled among the required memberships is a parent of a student currently enrolled in the district. And then there is a applicant among the 3 this evening, Adriana Daringa, who is an architect by profession, and she has applied, and she would have to come under the category, permitted category member with experience with facilities management or development. Obviously, we're going to have to continue to work to try to recruit a member for the required section, the parent of a student currently enrolled in the district, and the staff will do that, but we're recommending this evening that you appoint Joshua Simon, Audrey, is it Andrea or Audrey? Andrea Inoue, and students Aliyah Mohammed and Tamara Dancy, and Adriana Daringa, that we recommend that you appoint those 5 individuals to the Citizens Oversight Committee.
Awesome. Well, I just appreciate the chart. This is very helpful. I've been looking for something like this for some time, so this is great. So I move approval of the slate provided by staff. I forgot to ask any questions. I would move approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Any objections to those 5 names?
I don't have
any questions?
I have a question.
Of course.
So, Miss Daringa, if she's going to be a member based on being a facilities manager or management, where does that put Mr. Roush? Because he's already slated.
So you need to understand the list a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the bylaws permits, under the permitted members, the board in adopting the bylaws for the COC identified additional positions that could be added. So, yes, we already have someone in the required category that has experience in facilities management. We think based on Adriana Daringa's professional background that this would be an appropriate category for her.
Okay. No, I approve. No problem.
Any other questions?
Have we confirmed that Mr. Simon is a member of the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association?
I think he's paid.
He's required. What?
I think. Don't get me. I thought he paid. I know he said he was.
I know,
He filled the application out. Yeah. That's all I know.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
All right. That was news. It was news to me.
Well, I knew
that he was a member. Which, you're right. He submitted an application.
Right.
Shall we have
He's a property owner.
Shall we have a vote on this, Ms. Tamery?
Member Dwin?
Yes.
President Dice?
Yes.
Member Affelt?
Yes.
Member Ash?
Yes.
Member Pats?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move now on to board reports and announcements. Any board reports and
Clarification
announcements?
on the motion. Did that include the students too?
Yeah, it was all five. I said five. All
Okay.
5 names.
All right.
Board reports, announcements.
I don't have any.
Summer's almost here for somebody. All right. Item J, calendar review.
Yes, so just to update you on the calendar, your next regular meeting per the calendar you adopted, your next regular meeting of the Board of Trustees is August 13th. There is there will be a need for the board to meet in special session to consider a resolution regarding parcel tax, and we think that sometime after July 4th would be the appropriate time. I think we've asked the board to submit to Ms. Tamery a list of possible dates. That
After the 10th.
The actual timing of that date is going to be dependent upon when the board could see a draft of a resolution. And so it may be one of those dates that we're going to have to call you and verify once we know that we have a timeline for when the resolution will be ready. But and then the second meeting that's not on this list of calendar events. So you notice there's city schools meeting July 10th. I understand they still start at 5:30 here. And then the date has been established for the special meeting to consider adoption of the Turner contract and the JOA with the city, and that date is July 30 at 6 p.m. So I know Member Affeld, I think, will be out of town, but if the other board members, our review of your availability indicates that 4 of you will be available on July 30.
As long as I have informed Lisa of the very small possibility of my not being available. Very small possibility, but she already knows.
And I guess, President Dice, you've talked with Ms. Tamery about the board retreat being on August 23rd. Is that kind of a firm date?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Come on, Larry. Yes.
So hopefully all you'll need is 2 special meetings in July.
Looks regular to me. Looks like a regular July. Looks like a regular
I
month.
thought July was supposed to be board vacation.
Yeah,
time.
right. Who vacations? Disgruntled board members about that.
Okay, I apologize. Just clarification. There probably isn't a need for a special meeting early July. Advice from our consultants is that July 30th, later would be better.
Okay.
So it's possible you might have a special meeting to address 3 items on July 30th.
Oh,
Is that
okay.
correct?
Comprehensive.
Let me know how it goes.
So you could all take a vacation the first week of July.
Yeah. Well, I will. All right. That's just next week, huh? All right. Well, I know we don't have need for that closed session, so we're actually adjourning this meeting and meeting adjourned.